Nobody can exploit you easily. If you can just open that courage, this understanding can open new doors for you. If you understand this clearly, you will have the courage. If you have little courage, you will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start? You will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start? You will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start?
Nithyanandam. We welcome all the Paramashivoham participants to the first session of the day, which is Nithyananda Yoga. Let us all now get ready. Settle down on our yoga mats. Prepare the Panchapatam and Udani, the cup with the spoon with some water for the ritualistic cleansing. As we sit in a comfortable cross-seated position with our head, neck and spine in a straight line, the hands joined in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra, Om Ham Ham Shivaya Namaha, 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Let us now move on to the Tattva Chavanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now, keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear, as our Acharya is demonstrating. Now take one udalni, 1 spoon of water, and pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm for a total of 3 times.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger together, touch above your upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest, and your left chest. And with the tips of all the fingers, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Wash your hand once more. Place the right hand over the left and both hands on the right thigh. Sit straight, close your eyes, and set your sankalpa, your conscious resolution. Declare what you want to manifest in today's ritual of yoga as we chant the Sankalpa mantra.
Om Amopata Samasta Duritakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishisthayam Asyam Shubhatithau Purna Arogya Yukta Dridhagatra Yogiga Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye.
Now wash your right hand a final time.
Om Apaupasprisya.
Now keep Panchapatram and Udalani aside, out of harm's way. And let us briefly cover the 12 components of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. Nithyananda Yoga is designed to awaken the experience of Paramashivatva, Paramashivoham, that you are indeed the divine Paramashiva. For that, we align our bodies to Paramashiva by performing the physical postures asana, breathing techniques by controlling the inhalation, retention, and exhalation. You align your breathing to Paramashiva while performing pranayama. Next up is mudra, the energy circuits, by aligning our fingers, our limbs, and various other body parts. We prevent the retained prana from seeping out into the space around us, and we activate the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Bandhas are energy locks performed by contracting certain diaphragms and muscles within the body, again preventing the prana from seeping out at the bottom of the spine, and intensely pumping the Kundalini Shakti up along the spine to the higher energy centers and holding it there, aligning the internal organs to Paramashiva. The bandhas are of various kinds. We have the Mula Bandha, the root lock, contracting the perineal floor and pulling it up. Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach or abdominal lock, pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine as you contract your muscles above and below the navel. And the Jalanta Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest, internally locking the throat. Together performed, all the 3 bandhas make Mahamudra Bandha. Next is the Karanas, the sacred dance postures, as preserved throughout the temples in India for thousands of years. Moving your body in these karanas, aligning your body movements to the cosmic body movements, leads to intense awareness in every part of the body, and it leads to a subtle breathing flow which intensely infuses prana into your system. The next component is visualization. Hold the visualization, which is projected in the top right corner of the screen. throughout each of the asanas. This will lead to you manifesting the essence of the asana more intensely, aligning your thinking to Paramashiva, manifesting Mano Shakti, the power of thought, by chanting the japa, which is projected in the bottom left corner of the screen. As you visualize it rotating around your throat in a circular way, you cleanse your Vishuddhi chakra and manifest the power of Vak, the power of speech, as you align your speech to Paramashiva. Our Acharya here is going to chant the Sanskrit mantras for the references for all the asanas. As you perform yoga, your aura is opening up and is receptive to the energies around you. So make sure you're practicing the ritual of yoga in a clean and sacred space. We are providing the high energy field, as the Sanskrit mantras have a phonetic significance, which is expressed by chanting it. So by chanting the words of Mahadeva himself, our Acharya is holding you in the high energy space. The next component is weightlifting. You want to intensify the asana practice. Consider keeping some weights at the side of your mat to intensify this yoga practice and intensely awaken the Kundalini Shakti. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that bodybuilding is a spiritual practice. So let us take weights and implement them in the yoga practice. The next component is mandala. You can see in the background of our acharyas, we are projecting the Shri Yantra, the visual representation of all the gods and goddesses. As you gaze at this yantra, intensely but gently, like you would gaze at a rose, you mirror the cosmic energies from the macrocosmos into your microcosmos. The next component is abharana, the sacred Rudraksha jewelry. As you wear Rudraksha beads on your body, touching the skin, they give up the retained energy. Rudraksha functions like a spiritual battery, holding the spiritual energy for a long time. It is capable of holding more energy than any other stone. So ensure that you have Rudraksha on your body at any given time. Finally, we have Aushadha, the sacred alchemy products, applying alchemy products like Vibhuti and Kumkum, but also Jnana Anjana, and if you have it available, mixing sandalwood powder with some turmeric and water. You can apply it on your temples. Any other Aushadha prepared by the Supreme Point of Hinduism can also be applied before the yoga practice. With these components covered, let us now move into the first asana of the sequence, which is Sukhasana. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Index fingers and thumbs together, palms facing up. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach and visualize a flame being kindled in your stomach, rising up your spine. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas, the root lock, abdominal lock, and throat lock together as you internally chant the japa Soham.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Next up is Parvatasana. Now place your feet on top of opposite thighs and join your hands in Anjali Mudra as you raise them up above your head, keeping your elbows straight, engaging all three bandhas and visualizing yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Next up is Halipavasana. Now extend your feet out in front of you, bring the soles of the feet together, and interlock your fingers behind your back in Padusha Mudra as you gaze to the nose and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground behind your heels. engage all three bandhas, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूरव विधियाहु मे जानो उभय पगतली संपुट ठानो पिष्ट पछेदो वो करल्यावो दक्षिण करसो वाम गहावो.
Next up is Nagi Pavasana. Now, extend your arms out in front of you. Cup the palms and place them on the ground in front of your feet as you bring your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a snake as you engage all three bandhas.
पूरव विधि पर्यागाने नीचौ वीकहु निफनास्यो लगाये हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो बू हाथ की अंजुली करे.
Next up is KAILASA. Now hold on to the big toes and prana mudra with index and middle fingers. Then extend your legs forward and up and cross them into Padmasana. Lean forward and down, place your elbows on the ground. Engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself as a bird.
अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्मात् वायु संचारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Next up is Nithyananda. Now stick your knees and ankles in Ardha Padmasana. Then hold on to opposite elbows and start rotating your arms in a circular motion. Gaze to your nose, engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and every once in a while, change the direction of the movement.
गोड़ा बावा पाद की आशमा हिली सोज दक्ष चरण को बारलौता परिगुल्फ समोज वाम पाद को महिलौ बहुरौ गुल्फ जान तापरि गोड़ा दक्ष की आश बारली ठान.
Next up is Gajasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and push your hips up high. Then scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again as you visualize yourself as an elephant. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mudha Bandha, the stomach and the root lock, as you keep internally chanting Soham, Soham, Soham.
युक्तं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भुजामस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
Next up is Vrikshasana. From the same posture, now lift one heel off the mat and push the other heel down alternatingly again and again. Keep Uddiyana Bandha and Mudha Bandha engaged and visualize yourself as a bear.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गदासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Now rise up. Stand on the tips of the big toes if you can. Lift your hands to the chest in Hridaya Mudra with index, middle and ring fingers joined together. The other fingers extended away from the hand. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mudha Bandha.
एक केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठे दधोमुखः अथवा ईशावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Next up is Urdhva Janukarana. Now stand in Arimandi posture. Bring your heels together, toes pointing outwards and your knees bent. Remember this posture, we are going to refer to it multiple times throughout this asana sequence. Now bring your hands to the chest and lift one knee up along the center of your body, following along with your hand in a circular motion as you repeat this movement again and again on both sides. Next up is Bala Lingasana. Now interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Then pull one knee up towards your chest, pull it close with your hands. Stand erect on the mat like a rod. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानुरसयालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Next up is Pada Pidanasana. Now pull the foot behind towards the buttocks, holding it with both hands. Interlocked in Parasha Mudra. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Next up is Natarajasana. Now hold the sole of the foot from the inside as you kick the leg back and up. Lean forward with your hand, the front hand in Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Balalingasana on the other side. Now pull the other knee up towards your chest. Visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now pull your foot behind towards your buttocks. Stand straight, engage your Bandhas, visualize Swamiji in Parapitanasana.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Next up is Natarajasana. Now pull the other foot back and up as you lean forward with your hand in Bindu Mudra, visualizing yourself performing the cosmic dance as Lord Nataraja.
तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Ardharichakrana from Arimandi position. Heels together, toes pointing outward, knees bent. Step the right foot behind the left, bring your hands to the chest and swing the right arm back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one. Place the right hand over the nose, uncross your ankles and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization of your bone structure as you dance quietly. Whenever you lose the visualization, come back to visualizing yourself as bones. You don't have any flesh, no muscles, no skin, just bones, and shake your bones intensely. Next up is Katicinakarana from Adimandi position. Cross your arms above your head with the palms facing back. Now twist your body to one side, open up your arms, cross them back to the center. Repeat the movement on both sides again and again. The next asana is Tadasana from the standing position. Rise onto the tips of the toes and raise your arms up above your head with the palms parallel. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. As you breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, visualize the flame rising up your spine. Engage all three bandhas and internally chant the new japa Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
The next asana is Uttanasana from a standing position. Now lean forward and down and place your hands flat on the mat. Try to reach the ground. Can also hold on to your feet if you cannot reach the ground. Bring your head towards the knees as you engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Next up is Tadakshvasana with your hands flat on the mat. Step your feet back. Engage the root lock, the Mula Bandha, and the throat lock, the Jalandhara Bandha. And start rotating your head from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत्.
Now lower your body down onto your stomach. Keep your hands at the side of your shoulders. Keep your hands at the side of your shoulders.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. It seems our feed got stuck. We are sincerely apologizing to all the participants. We're going to move on with the sequence from Chinaki Pavasana. Now, place your feet together in front of you with your heels against the perineum. Separate your toes, hold onto the feet and open them up like a book. As you place your elbows on your thighs, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगा की एड़ी धरती मगिबा मेढ़ लगावे.
Next up is Charapada Chokrasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together and your hands on top of the knees as you gently push your knees down to the mat. Gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Ujjana Bandha, the abdominal lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock.
दोवो पगदली संपूर्ण धारे आगाने करे जारे पसारे.
Next up is Bhaidavasana. Now, with the soles of the feet together, twist your feet so the toes are pointing down and the heels are raised off the mat. Use the support of your hands if needed. Then, bring your knees to the mat. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, index and thumbs together. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्फौ संपीड्य चान्योन्यं विक्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
Next up is Samanasana. Now bring one heel against the perineum and lift the sole of the other foot against your chest. As you gaze up towards your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
समानासनमा वक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now bring the foot up over top of your shoulder as you extend the opposite leg forward. Keep your hands at the side for balance. As you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः.
Now bring the other heel against the perineum and lift the sole of the opposite foot against your chest as you gaze up and visualize Swamiji in Samanasana on the other side.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्.
Lift the leg over your shoulder and extend the opposite leg forward and up. Repeat Apanasana on the other side.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः.
Next up is the Gomukhasana. Now stack your knees in front of your body. Bring your heels towards the outside of your opposite hips. Interlock your fingers, place them on the knee as you visualize the face of a cow and gaze to your nose, breathing in Sitkari Kumbhakam, pressing your tongue up against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hissing through your teeth while inhaling.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Next up is Anasuyasana. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya, perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे उठाने बाबों के ऊपर आने.
Next up is Anasuyasana 2. Now interlock your fingers behind Padasha Mudra. As you lean forward and down, gaze to your nose and place it on the ground if you can in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा व गोड़ा की संधि.
Next up is Garudasana 2. Now place one heel against the perineum and step the other foot flat with your knee raised against the chest. Keep your hands on respective knees, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डावोपकमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूलद्वारनी चैदे.
Next up is Narudasana. Now raise your perineum onto the heel, interlock your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside the raised knees as you gaze towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Narada in Narudasana.
इष्ट वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Raise the opposite knee and hold onto the shin and the big toe of the opposite leg as you gaze through the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामांगुष्ठं तु गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
Now repeat Gomukhasana on the other side. Stake your knees, keep your heels at the outside of the hips as you visualize the face of a cow in your inner space.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणे अपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Next up is Anasuyasana on the other side. Hold on to the big toes as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे उठाने बाबों के ऊपर आने.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back. Bring your chin over the knees as you lean down as low as you can in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा व गोड़ा की संधि.
Now bring the other foot against the perineum, opposite foot flat, knee raised, hands on the knees, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 2.
डाबोपकमोडी एडी माहिलौ गुल्फमूलद्वार्नी चैदे
Now repeat Naradasana. Place the perineum on the heel and interlock your fingers behind your neck as you twist your elbows outside the knee.
इष्टजुवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी.
Now place the other foot on the opposite thigh and hold on to the shin and the big toe of the raised knee. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu and Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तु गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्.
Next up is Matsyendasana. Now extend your legs forward and place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Raise the opposite knee. Twist your elbow outside the raised knee as you hold onto your neck and gaze back and up towards your third eye, visualizing a sage Matsindana, the master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Now extend your front arm down towards the foot. Hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra as you gaze up towards your third eye and place the other hand on the respective ear in Kubasana, visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुना झोलो जाए.
Now place the hand on the ground behind you. Keep holding on to the foot in front. Twist your spine even further as you visualize Sage Matsendranath in Matsendrasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीडं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now extend both legs and repeat Matsendrasana as you place the other foot on the opposite thigh. Raise your knee and twist your elbow outside the raised knee.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
Extend the front arm down towards the foot. Hold your back ear with the other hand as you gaze up and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana on the other side.
आसन को गुना झोलो जाए.
Now drop the hand from your ear to the ground behind you. Repeat Matsendrasana too as you visualize Sage Matsendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीडं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now place your feet onto opposite thighs. Sit in Padmasana, the lotus posture. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the teeth and hiss through your teeth as you inhale. Engage all three bandhas and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now cross your arms in front of your body. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva, in Padmasana too.
उत्तानो चरणं कृत्वा ऊरुसंस्थौ प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Kukutasana. Now sitting in Padmasana, bring your hands in between the legs. Place your palms on the ground and lift your body up as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वौरौरन्तरे करौ.
Next up is Baddha Kikyasana. Now place your hands on the ground in front of you with the fingers pointing towards your body. Bend your elbows, lean forward. Balance on your elbows as you lift your knees off the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do so.
धरामोष्टभिकरद्वयेन तत्पूर्वपरिस्थापिता नाभिपार्श्वः.
Now from a kneeling position with your hands flat on the ground, fingers pointing backwards, Bring your elbows to the navel, lean forward, find balance, and lift your legs off the ground straight as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Mayurasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now lay down flat on your stomach and interlock your fingers behind your neck as you place your forehead on the ground. Twist your feet so the toes are pointing to the side with your heels on the mat. Visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana.
अध्यासचेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसाद्यमानौ शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्.
Next up is Shalabhasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground next to your shoulders and lift your legs off the mat completely. Engage your lower back and glutes as you visualize yourself as a locust.
अध्यासचेते करयुग्मवक्षं भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
Next up is Ushtrasana. Now bend your knees, hold on to the feet with your hands, and pull them down to the ground outside the hips as you visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana.
अध्यासचेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Keep holding onto the feet and kick them back and up as you lift your head and chest. Gaze up and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana.
प्रसार्यपादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
Next up is Bhagasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture. Heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind your back. Your hands on the knees, gaze to your third eye, and visualize Swamiji as you breathe calmly through your nose and internally chant the new japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पादौ वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे.
Next up is Gohi Asana, another inverted posture. Place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart, interlock your fingers, and place your head on the mat, supporting it with your hands. As you raise your hips, walk your feet forward, and lift them off the mat. Keep the knees bent and pull them towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुण्य कलाए जाने दोई.
Now from Gohi Asana, extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Next up is Podhyasana. Now come to a seated posture with your legs extended forward. Breathe in Bastrika Kumbhaka. Exhale rapidly from your stomach without inhaling. Just push the air out again and again as you hold on to your calves and lift your legs up straight in front of your head. Keep them as vertical as possible as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने गोड़ा तरे का कसी ठाने.
Now hold onto opposite shoulders behind your head back as you extend your legs forward and up, and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as a mace in Parigrahasana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Now extend your arms out in front, gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now scoop your hands below the feet, bring the soles of the feet together and pull them against your chest as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, still breathing in Bastrika Kumbhaka in Rudrasana.
पगतले संपूट करी हाथस्य पग ऊंचाई.
Now breathe calmly. Place your feet flat and lay on your back with raised knees. Place your palms on the ground behind the heels and push your hips up high as you gaze to the nose and engage Jalandhar Bandha and Mula Bandha while breathing in Mocha Kumbhaka. Exhale as you keep the throat locked. Visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pidasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा सवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा.
Now lay down flat on your back. The hands at the side of the hips. In Shivasana. Unclutch from any internal or external movements. As you forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine. From Muladhara to Sahasrara Chakra. In Shakti Chala Mudra. Visualize your body is dead. And Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Uttanam Savavad Bhumau Shayanam Toshavasanam Savasanam Srantiharam Chitta Vishranti Karanam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles. Shake your arms and legs. Wake up your body and pull your knees towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side. And slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 asana sequence. With this, we conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you so much for participating in this yoga session. The next Acharya is going to join soon and start the first session for you guys. All the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, let us now move into the next asana of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, which is Yathasana Ishtasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any position comfortable for you is okay. As you place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the japa, for the remainder of this sequence.
Paryankam tatsamakhyatam yatasamstam yatastitihi.
Next up is Samasana. Sitting in a cross-legged position with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start inhaling as deep as you can and exhaling as deep as you can again and again.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यथा लगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोचते प्राक्तने पतिः.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left foot. Place your hands flat on the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the supreme point of Hinduism.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः वामं याम्येन गुल्पेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Siddhasana. Now maintain the same position. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानं मितेन्द्रियोत्थलदर्शनं पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhyasana. Maintain the same posture but shift your gaze to the ground in front of you. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके जानो शिवनिमाडितासकोन्तानो.
Next up is Rudrasana. Maintain the same posture but rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरण परिदर्शन राके एकजुगाति आसी विदिधाके.
Next up is Santa Dvunasana. From the same posture, shift your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचल ठामीट.
Next up is Siddhasana too. Now maintain your feet stacked and place your hands in front of your navel, one palm over the other, resembling a lotus flower in Samputa Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऋजुकाय समासीनं सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तो दोर्गमङ्गष्टमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. With your legs in the same position, set the sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation. Inhale as deep as you can and then lock your five senses with your fingers. Close your mouth with your little fingers, your nostrils with your ring fingers, your eyes with index and middle fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोनासने शृणौ यत्कृत्वा केचरो भूत्वा विचरेतीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and the other foot below the opposite thigh. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra as you embody the state and space of bravery, Vira.
एकं पादमत एकस्मिन् विन्यस्योनिरि संस्थितः
Next up is Valmikasana. Now place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, gaze to your third eye, and visualize sage Valmiki, the poet and author of Ramayana, the great sage.
दावा पगकी पगतली पूनी एडी है जो ये
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Now place your hands flat on the knees and gaze to your nose as you visualize Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti.
वाम पाद की पगतली जाही महिला कोरी जोनिता हम देवाई
Next up is Yoni Asana. Maintain the same posture, but shift your gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Yoni Mandala and perform the Mula Bandha.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलं तत्कालफलं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि
Next up is Padrasana 3. Now, bring the soles of the feet together and hold your feet with both hands, pushing the knees down towards the mat. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Padrasana 3.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्
Next up is Agorasana. Now, place your left hand on the knee and cover your mouth with your right hand as you close the left nostril with your index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Then hold your breath, close both the nostrils. Then exhale through the left. Next, inhale through the left. Inverse the breathing process as you breathe in Apyanta Kumbhaka again and again. Press your tongue upwards. Lead it along the nasal tract if you can in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an Agori in Agorasana.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जोगी जैसो जी
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. As you sit with the toes together and heels apart, lean forward and down, place your elbows on the heels. Rest your chin on your hands as you gaze to the nose and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Engage in breathing in Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale as deep as you can and hold your breath again and again as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कक्ष्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे
Next up is Padasana with your knees raised. Now, scoop your hands underneath the feet and interlock your fingers as you raise your feet off the mat. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiti in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्
Next up is Gopi Chandasana with your hands interlocked around the toes. Pull them up against your chest. As you rest your chin on the toes, gaze to the nose and embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana.
दो भूपग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए
Next up is Udarasana. Now scoop your hands below the feet, interlock the fingers around the toes, and pull your feet against your chest as you gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दो वो पगतली संपुट ठाने उभय हस्त करी उरद हिताने
Next up is Vishishtasana. Now, from the same posture, lift your feet higher in front of your face as you visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दोवो पगतली जोड़ी संपूट करे.
Next up is Bhujasana. Now, bring your legs over top of your respective shoulders and bend your elbows upwards to hold on to the respective shoulders with your hands as you visualize yourself as a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Next up is Kalyanasana. With your legs still over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows downwards to bring your arms behind your back, interlocking your fingers in Padusha Mudra if you can. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दो हाथ पगम नीच आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Next up is Sankadasana. Now stack your knees in front as you sit on the left heel. Keep the left foot flat on the mat. Hold on to opposite knees with your hands as you gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra, not focusing on any external objects or happenings, just focus on the object within. As you visualize yourself as an elegant swan, breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Now slide the left foot outside the hip and sit on the ground. As you place your hands on the top knee, visualize a cow in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुषागीनकरपञ्चडं वृषेलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot onto the right knee. Bring your left arm behind your back and twist your spine to hold on to opposite thighs. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गप्रदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टे दिश आने.
Now untwist your spine, hold onto the big toes of Prana Mudra as you lean forward and down. Rest your navel on the knees and your forehead on the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Machandrasana too.
प्रथमजी मनो चरणज जोजी वामजङ्गपरिराखे सोजी.
Next up is Guru Asana. Now raise up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engage all three bandhas.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Bring the right foot flat on the mat and sit on the right heel. As you stack the left knee over top, hands on opposite knees and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana on the other side. Sit on the ground, hands on the knee. Visualize a cow and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुषागीनकरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Now repeat Machandrasana. Place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Rest your right arm behind your back. Hold on to opposite thighs with both hands. Once you catch a hold, twist your spine even further. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji.
वामजङ्गप्रदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टे दिश आने.
Untwist your spine, lean forward and down. Hold on to the feet, your forehead on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana too.
प्रथमजी मनो चरणज जोजी वामजङ्गपरिराखे सोजी.
Now rise up. Interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji, your guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Parshasana. Now place your feet flat on the ground. Raise your knees and hold them against your chest with opposite hands. Cross your arms in front. Press your tongue upwards as far as you can in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जानुनिवृत्ति निधाय.
Next up is Bodha Shukasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists and place your chin on the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize residing in an abode of bliss.
तो वो पगदली भूपरि धरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Next up is Kudakatasana. Now bring your arms underneath the knees and hold on to opposite elbows. Keep pulling your knees against your chest, your tongue upwards, gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji.
दो हाथ पग बाहर लियावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
The next asana is Sumati Asana. Now cross the right ankle over the left, the toes pointing up, still holding on to opposite elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati.
दो हाथ पग बाहर लियावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Now extend your legs forward, keep your knees straight. Interlock your fingers and raise them up above your head with your wrists pointing outwards. As you gaze to your nose, engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Arambhasana. Now lean forward and down, keep your legs straight, hold on to the big toes, and bring your head as close to the knees as you can as you start performing Nadi Shodhana. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly. Lead the prana through all your chakras, cleaning Ida and Pingala Nadi as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वो पग मिलिवा पसारी पका का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Vidukasana. Now separate your knees and separate your feet as well. Raise your knees slightly off the ground. Bring your hands underneath your shins and hold on to the soles of the feet from the outside as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बेसी दो पाव पसारी कछुक उर्त को कुरडो डारे.
Now join the soles of your feet as you keep your legs extended forward. Bring your hands underneath the shins, palms facing up, elbows on the ground as you place your face on your feet. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Jalandhari Pavasana.
दो वेड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
The next asana is Uttha Paschimottanasana. As you extend your legs forward, lift one leg behind your neck and lean forward and down, holding on to the front foot as in Paschimottanasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize that your prana is flowing upwards through your body to 9 points. The soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of your eyebrows, the top of your forehead, and your Brahmarandra, the crown of your head.
दो वेड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Now, lean back with your legs still behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg forward as you hold on to the foot behind your head with the opposite hand. Visualize that you are infinite, endless, eternal as you gaze to your nose in Anantasana.
उत्तान शैनी एकैकं पायि गिरिवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side of the hand holding onto the foot. Keep your leg behind the neck and gaze to the nose as you feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयिते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्
Next up is Purushasana, laying on your back. Now pull your knees up towards your chest and circle your legs with your hands as you rock your body from side to side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयिते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck as you lean forward and down.
पश्चिमतानवत्सं शुचिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्
Now lean back. Extend the opposite leg as you keep holding onto the foot behind your neck. As you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as unending in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयिनी एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य
Now roll to the side. Gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयिते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. Now lay on your back and one by one lift your legs up behind your head as you interlock your hands behind your back. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्
Next up is Atmaramasana. Now lift your legs up and bring your arms underneath. Bend your elbows up and interlock your fingers behind your neck as you gaze to the nose and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सूधो सोवे
The next asana is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, extend your arms out to the side and pull your knees against your chest. Keep the soles facing up towards the sky as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे दिन सो उबे सपा करे
The next asana is Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We are going to perform all 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. Now lay back and pull your knees against your chest, extending your arms out to the side. This is the neutral position. Now drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Step 1. Now bend both knees to the side. Step 2. Extend both the legs to the side, hold on to the feet and gaze in the opposite direction as you gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha before you return to the center. Now drop the other knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Bend both your knees to the side. Extend your legs, hold on to the feet and gaze away from the feet.
परिवृत्ते कोक्षे भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः
The next asana is Dvipadapitam. As you lay on your back with your feet flat, hold onto your ankles and push your hips up high. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge as you engage Jalandabandha and Mudabandha breathing in Mocha Kumbhaka.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Let's move on to the next asana, Paryankasana. As you keep your feet flat, bring your hands over top of the shoulders with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Push your hips up. Lift your body off the mat. Walk your hands and feet closer together. Raise your hips even higher. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture.
उत्तानशयनमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य.
Now lower yourself down on your back and pull your knees up against your chest. Place your hands on your shoulders and rotate your legs in a circular motion as you visualize yourself as a dog, playfully rolling around on its back.
सवच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जाननी सम्मील्य नाभुवानी च.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. As you lay on your back, raise your legs and hips up, pointing the feet up towards the sky. Keep your arms flat on the ground and move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
भूतले सशिरो दत्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिः शैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Be sturdy and straight in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यम् अभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्नि विवर्धनी.
Next up is Langalasana. Now drop the toes down over top of your head. Interlock your fingers behind your back in Parashamudra. Push your hands into the mat and visualize yourself as a cloud.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी.
Next up is Chaita Paschimottanasana. From the same position, hold on to the feet above your head. Keep your arms and legs straight. This is one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Suptakonasana. Now, as you lay on your back, holding onto the feet, bring your hips above the shoulder level and then extend your legs out to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिता हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
The next asana is Chakrasana. As you lay on your back with the legs over top of your head, hold onto your ankles, and then roll onto your back, keeping your arms and legs straight, visualizing yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परौ व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. Now extend your legs up vertically. Hold on to the big toes and Prana Mudra as you open your legs up wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet back together. Keep holding on to the big toes. Keep your legs and arms straight as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Matsyasana. From Supta Parangushtasana, place your feet on top of opposite thighs. Bring your legs into Padmasana and place your knees on the mat as you bring your hands over top of your head, holding on to opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. Now maintain the posture but place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
आत्माराम आसनं प्रथमसूधो सोवे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. As you lay on your back with your legs in Padmasana, raise your knees and hips up, supporting your lower back with your hands, elbows on the ground. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji and perform Chalanabandha and Mulabandha, breathing in Mudra Kumbhaka.
अथवा क्षेत्रसंक्षेपात् सर्वाङ्गासनमुत्तमम्.
Now free your legs, lay on your back, and place one foot on top of the opposite thigh as you pull the opposite knee against your chest. Extend your arms up above your head. Hook your fingers forward as you gaze up towards your third eye. Contract your throat and perineal floor and visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana.
प्रथमशयन सूधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Vrishchikasana, the scorpion posture on the other side.
प्रथमशयन सूधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Next up is the Vrishabharakshipasana. As you lay on your back, interlock your fingers behind your neck and lift your legs off the ground and alternate pulling your knees in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe firmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
Next up is Maruttanasana. Laying on your back, keep your hands flat next to your hips and alternate pulling your knees up, touching your ears with your knees.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
Next up is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat, raise your knees, stand up, and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay back, kick your legs over your body and roll over completely again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, finally ending in a prone position.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिरौ उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
Next up is Salatasana. As you lay on your stomach, hands next to your shoulders, the toes pointing back. Contract your lips and make a whistling sound like a flute as you inhale, visualizing yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
Next up is Dehalyulanganasana. Keep your hands on the ground and push your body up into a plank position, jumping your feet forward and back in between the hands as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
Next up is Jatyasana. From a standing position, now lean forward and down. Place your hands on the ground and walk around on hands and feet, visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is Loitika Karana. Now stand in Adimandi, heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Raise your elbows to the shoulder level and rotate your arms around the body. Lean back, rotate your head in all directions. Next up is Sadapasana. If you have a rope available, now tie your feet and stand erect on the mat like a god. Keep your arms against your body, hands flat on your thighs as you visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
Next up is Pushta Sadhanasana. Now lean forward and down. Step your toes onto your fingers and clench your hands into fists, walking around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Ashvasana from the same position. Now hold the feet from the side. Keep your hands and fists, walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a horse, Ashva.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. As you stand on the mat with your feet together, interlock your fingers behind your back and pull your hands down towards your thighs. As you lean back as far as you can, tilt your head back, open up your chest as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमो निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तो जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा
Next up is the Chala Pushpa Putam Karana from Arimandi. Bring your hands into Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Then bow down to one side, raise the respective heel and open up your palms as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashivoham. Next up is Khadgasana. As you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a rhinoceros, lay down on your stomach, then jump your feet up towards your hand and stand with your hands in Namaskara Mudra extended away, resembling the horn of a rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. Then squat down all the way or as low as you can and stand back up again and again, gazing to the nose and visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् स्थितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now raise your arms up above your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
Next up is Utsheshakasana. Now hold on to one foot and pull it against your chest as you sit down and stand back up with the other leg, alternating on both sides. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षो निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति.
Next up is the Parshvajanukarana. Now raise one knee up and encircle it with the respective arm, hand kept in a fist. Place your hand, the opposite hand, on top of the respective thigh, with the fingers pointing inwards. The next asana is Tandavasana. Now, extend your arms and one leg forward. Hold weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you sit down and stand back up, visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now raise one foot towards the inner thigh. As you keep your hands relaxed by the side, visualizing Lord Brahma blessing you from within in Brahmanasana.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the left foot over and around the right knee. Tuck the toes behind. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Place the left foot onto the right thigh. Keep your hands at the side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Dhruvasana, the pole-star posture. Now hold on to the left big toe as you extend the leg out to the side and rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपसेकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now, as you stand tall, raise one leg behind your neck and then perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu. Stand tall, sit down and stand back up while visualizing Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Parshvadhanukarana. Now raise the other knee up and circle with your arm, hand in a fist, the opposite hand on the inner respective thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana. Sit down and stand back up with your leg extended forward, visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise the right foot to the inner left thigh. Keep your hands by the side and visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Bring the right leg over and around the left, tucking the toes behind. Bring the right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Now place the right foot onto the left thigh. Stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands at the side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Guruvasana, the pose-star posture on the other side. Hold on to the right big toe and rotate quickly as you visualize yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana. Raise the other leg behind your neck. Stand tall. Sit down. Stand back up. 3 steps of Lord Vishnu.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanakakarana. Now keep your heels together, toes pointing outwards. Your hands straight, slightly extended away from the body, fingers pointing one by one. Relax after this intense sequence of asanas as we enter the final 100 asanas of the sequence. Starting off with Godak Anjali Asana. Now squat down. Bring your arms in between the legs and interlock your fingers in front of your navel in Parasha Mudra as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you breathe in Jivachara Kumbhaka, inhale all the way, hold your breath, and freely move the prana within your system.
प्रथमहि उभोः ये बाहुरीनि चोपनिहोवे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. From a squatting position, now interlock your fingers behind your lower back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊरुमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhairo Asana. Now join your feet together. Keep your heels close to the perineum as you squat down and interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze towards your navel as you visualize yourself as Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो पग की थलिया की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Next up is Varahasana. As you sit on the ground with your heels against the perineum, toes pointing out to the side, join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise them behind your head, fingers pointing down to the ground as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the four avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागथली की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Next up is Tripitasana. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you raise your hips to the same level as your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
पार्श्वद्वये सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानप्रदेश आनीय
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and bring your knees onto your arms, raising your feet off the ground like in Kani Pavasana as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्यामवनिमवष्टभ्याम्.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now keep your hands flat and place your head on the mat. Create a triangle between your hands and your head. Keep your knees on your elbows, raise your legs up straight, and then cross your legs into Padmasana. As you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
Next up is Guptasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture with your heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind. Place your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose. Visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
जानूर्घोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. As you place your hands on the mat, lift your legs up high and enter a handstand posture. This asana should be performed by everyone to purify the 7 chakras. You can lean against the wall or ask a partner to aid you as you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shivo Asana. In the handstand, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize that Tejas energy is flowing through your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Next up is Matsyasana too. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and lower your body down onto your stomach, pushing it back up again and again, visualizing yourself as a fish in Matsyasana too.
निर्जं शयनं कुरु पूर्व पार्श्वभागायामूर्धकृत्य.
Now laying down on your stomach, keep your hands on your hips, and raise your head and chest from left to right, visualizing and moving your body like a snake in Sarapasana too, as you calmly breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
निर्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तो नितम्बं निधाय.
The next asana is Nidarambanasana. Now place your elbows on the ground and rest your chin on your hands in Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra, as you point your toes back and visualize and feel self-supported, completely independent.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् पूर्वपरया सुधीः.
Next up is Chakrasana. As you bend your knees, lift your feet and place your hands flat on the mat to straighten your arms and push your upper back closer towards your feet. Visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your Guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Vajrasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture on top of your heels. As you extend your arms forward, place your forehead and hands on the mat in front of you. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघुसुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Meshasana. Now, with your hands flat, raise your hips up high into Gajasana position and alternate striking the ground with your hands as you Visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. From Gajasana position, now lift your legs up high and slowly lower your face towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थित पादद्वय मन्त्रालय कृत्य.
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture, your feet flat. Hold on to the big toes and pull them in towards your perineum. Then place your hands on your thighs as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसी से फड़ा शरा मोड़ी.
Next up is the Anga Motanam. Now interlock your fingers in front and move your arms up, down, left, right in all directions, giving massage to different joints and muscles of your body. Then interlock your fingers behind and repeat the movement as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana 4. Now sit in the kneeling posture with your toes pointing outwards. Place your thighs and calves on the mat as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with the soles of the feet together, the toes pointing backwards, your knees separated. Place your hands on your ankles, hold onto your ankles as you bring the front of your buttocks on the ground. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now place your hands underneath the knees and overlap your feet to sit on the heels. Press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth. Visualize yourself as a frog and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबलयाकृतिः हस्तोपादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
The next asana is Narasimhasana. Now, tuck your toes, sit on raised heels. Keep your hands flat on the ground, thumbs touching. As you stick your tongue out, gaze to the nose and exhale forcefully again and again, visualizing yourself as Lord Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Mahavishnu.
दो फणा पाणी होए वैसे एडी मेलर गुदानी वैसे समशरीरनी का टहरावे नाथा अग्रदृष्टि को यावे.
Next up is Vishlakasana from the same posture. Sitting on raised heels with the knees on the ground. Cover your mouth with both hands. Bring your thumbs underneath your teeth and close your mouth as you inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity. Visualizing yourself as Devi, victorious over your fears in Vishlakasana.
दो पगां की एडी जोई घोड़ा फणवान होई.
Next up is Makadasana. Now place your feet flat and sit on your heels. as you bend your elbows and imitate as if you are a monkey stretching itself. As you visualize yourself as a playful monkey, gaze up towards your third eye in Makadasana.
द्वौ पगतले संपुट आने तिनकी पुष्टि भूमि परिठाने.
Next up is Vajrasangadasana. Now, tuck the toes, sit on raised heels, bring the soles of the feet together, separate your knees and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. As you gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama.
प्रथम बना पानी हो ये बैसे दो एड़ी गुदा निवेसे घोड़ा उभा राके धीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now place your knees on the ground and overlap your feet. Sit on your heels and place your hands on the ground next to your body. Gaze to your nose as you visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments. As you engage Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock.
अंजनासनम् आवक्षे यत् कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. From the same posture, place your hands on the knees. Make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. Embody a turtle living for hundreds of years as you gaze to your nose.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ.
Now relax your upper body and neck. Keep your hands on the knees and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in Yogasana.
बुधं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Next up is Vijyogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind. Bring the feet near opposite knees as you hold onto your calves with your hands, fingers inside and thumbs outside. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize a space of eternal oneness Advaita with your Guru.
घोड़ा वामो उभो होई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. Stand on the knees with the feet flat. Hold onto the heels as you lean back all the way. Tilt your head back. Push your hips forward and up as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थि दाढ्य संविपादयि शुपुमान्.
Next up is Jajasana 2. Now lean back. Hold onto the soles of the feet as you place your elbows and then the back of your head on the mat. Gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारित रिधरे.
Next up is Viratasana. From the same posture, now lay down on your back and rise back up again and again. Touch the ground. Touch your back to the ground again and again. Gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causal subtle forms of your body. Use the support of your hands if needed.
गंगा पृष्ठि भूमो निधाय जंगोद्रजोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotasana. From the same posture, now bring your arms over your shoulders and reach for your feet as you bring your head in between the feet. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थि दाढ्य संविपादयि शुपुमान्.
Now rise back up. Stand on the knees and tuck your toes. Keep the heels off the ground as you hold onto opposite elbows. Gaze to the nose and enter the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva in Vadasana.
जानुनि भूमो संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Now keep your toes tucked and sit down on the raised heels as you lean forward, forearms on the ground. Rest your head on your hands as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the four avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana 2.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
Next up is Mundasana. Now keep your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers. Place your head on the mat supported with the hands as you enter another inverted posture. Raise your hips, walk your feet forward, lift your legs up and point them up towards the sky as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lopped tree.
अथो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next up is Andhasana. Come to a kneeling posture and lean forward and down, placing your head in between the knees. Hold onto your head with both hands, elbows outside the knees. As you gaze to the nose, inhale through the nose and exhale through your mouth. In this asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम भगतली समटहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
Next up is Viparita Shalabhasana. Now lay down on your stomach and keep your hands extended over top of your head. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you visualize yourself as a locust, lift your arms, chest and legs off the mat.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्ड भेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Next up is KAILASA. Now place your forehead on the ground, keep your hands next to the hips, and lift your legs off the mat as you visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment in KAILASA, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नजेत्.
With your arms flat on the mat, raise your legs up over top of your body, bend your knees and push your hips up as you place your feet on the ground in front of your face. Visualize yourself as a free and open dog in Akasha Kapotasana.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
Now come to a kneeling posture and lean forward and down. Place your forearms on the ground, navel on the knees. Breathe against your legs as you visualize yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana.
पूर्वरपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामविष्टभ्य जानुनीनाभौ सङ्कुञ्च.
Next up is Vrishikasana too. As you keep your forearms on the ground, lift your legs up over top of your body and bend your knees. Try to touch the back of your head with your legs as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छेव पुच्छप्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्श्वे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Next up is Vrishasana, the bull posture. Now sit on the right heel and bring the left foot outside the hip with the toes pointing to the side. Visualize yourself as a bull as you start breathing in Antaranga Kumbhaka. Inhale forcefully through your nose, hold your breath for a short while, and then again slowly exhale through your nose as you visualize yourself as a bull.
यामिगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पतेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Lolasana. Now keep your hands flat on the ground in front of you and lift your knees off the mat. Balance on your arms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Next up is Vrishasana. Now bring the right foot outside the hip and sit on the left heel as you visualize yourself as a bull, still breathing in Antaranga Kumbhaka.
यामिगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पतेतरम्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now tuck the toes of the left foot and sit on the left heel. Keep the right foot flat, knee towards the chest, hands on the knees. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Now rise up and squat down with your arms in and around the legs, holding on to your ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये गुरुपरौ स्थाप्य
Now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Tuck the right toe, sit on the right heel, keep the left knee against your chest. Visualize Balagunahai.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. Step both the feet in, sit on raised heels, keep your knees together, and place your hands on top, holding onto weights if you want to intensify this asana. Visualize Swamiji in your space.
पिजोस् पिजोस्ति यत ऊर्वजानो यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajra Sangarasana 2. Now keep the soles together, heels apart, and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पिजोस् पिजोस्ति यत ऊर्वजानो यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Anilasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and step your heels onto your hands. Keep your arms straight as you squat down all the way. Gaze to your nose and visualize you are able to live off of air alone.
प्रथम बना पानी होय जैसे दो वो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Padukasana. Now lean forward and down, place the back of your hands on the mat and step your feet onto your hands. Wrap your hands around the feet like shoes and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself wearing padukas, walking all across India.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Next up is Kukkutodhanasana. As you place your hands on the mat, pick your legs up high and let them fall back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
The next asana is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, raise your legs up into a handstand, and then move your legs around on two hands dancing.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place your hand on the mat. Separate your feet and place one hand on the mat, holding your head with the other hand as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अधवक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now place the other hand on the ground, lift the opposite hand to your ear. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथवक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Kadambasana. Now squat down all the way. Hold your ankles and lift your feet off the mat as you visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit with your feet flat, knees raised. Hold your knees in with opposite hands as you Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahasrara Kumbhaka and visualize any excess water being released from or balanced within your system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके
The next asana is Chakorasana. Now bring one leg behind your neck and lift your entire body off the ground as you place your hands to the side. Gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now, hold on to the big toes and extend one leg forward and pull the other foot towards your ear. Visualize that you're pulling a bowstring back as you're visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now bring one leg over top of the respective shoulder, hook the other foot over top, and extend your legs out to the side as you lift your body off the ground and balance, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च
Next up is Pranasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh, place the other foot flat, knee raised, bring the shoulder underneath the raised knee and gaze up as you visualize yourself being immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः
Next up is Parshvamatsendrasana. Now bring the right heel to the left hip and step the left foot over top of the right knee. Twist the right elbow outside of the left knee and bring the arm below. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze up and visualize Sage Matsendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्
Now repeat Chakorasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Keep your hands flat and lift your entire body off the ground, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2. Pull the other foot towards your ear as you visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana. Place the other foot over top of the respective shoulder. Hook the other foot over top of the opposite foot, extending the legs out to the side. Balancing on your arms, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च
Next up is Pranasana on the other side. Now bring the other foot onto the opposite thigh, your shoulder below. Press the other knee down to the mat as you gaze up and visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः
Now repeat Parshvamatsendrasana on the other side. Bring the foot at the outside of the hip, step the other foot over the knee. Bring your arm below, twist your spine and interlock your fingers behind your back as you visualize Sage Matsendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्
The next asana is Atta Paschimottanasana. Now bring one heel against the perineum and lean forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. Breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासिकं सम्पीड्य
Next up is Kranchasana. Now bring the right foot outside the hip and hold on to the left, extending it up in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a crane. Keep your knees straight.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च भरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel against the perineum and lean forward and down.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासिकविनी सम्पीड्य.
Now bring the left foot outside the hip and raise the right foot in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana, the crane posture.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च भरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Swastikasana. Now sit in a cross-legged posture with your feet in between the thighs and calves. Keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and embody a swastika.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Gorakshasana. Maintain the same posture with your legs. Tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose. But cover your feet with your hands as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now, bring the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh. Keep your hands ready as you enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Gaze up to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji. Meditate on Arihanta, the Lord, the Enlightened One, as you close all your five senses with your fingers.
वामपार्श्वं उदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजघने.
Next up is Yogasana. Place your hands on top of opposite, place your feet on top of opposite knees as you bring your hands outside the body, placing the back side of your hands on the ground. Palms facing up. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji and breathe in Kakachancha Kumbhaka through the rolled up tongue as you keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow in Yogasana 2.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकम्.
Now rotate your hands, place them on the ground next to your body and lift your entire body off the ground as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Harantali Asana. As you sit in Padmasana, bring your hands between the legs and place your palms flat on the mat without lifting your body up. Stay seated on the mat, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
प्रथमपद्मासनकोकरे हस्तुदो भूगोडासन्दिदरे.
Now push your hands into the mat, lift your body up as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a swan in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासनस्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तम् ऊरुनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. Now bring your hands in between the legs in Padmasana, raise your hips up and lean forward, place your forehead on the ground and interlock your fingers behind your back in Pakshamudra as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bowl.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे गो प्रथमकरे पद्मासन करे गोडासन दिमाहि करि करे.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. From Padmasana, raise your knees up and bring your hands in between the legs. Bend your elbows to hold onto your shoulders as you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण पावा दाई जंग परि बाई ल्यावा.
Next up is Granthi Bedasana. Now tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to your nose as you rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now roll onto your back. Keep your legs in between your hands in between the legs. Hold onto your shoulders as you lay on your back. Gaze to your nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासन बन्धस्थम् कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्
Now sit back up in Padmasana. Bring your hands in between your legs. Place one palm on the ground and hold its wrist with the other hand as you lift your entire body off the mat. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा
Place the other hand on the mat. Lift your body up in Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा
Next up is Kritasana. Now sit in Padmasana posture. Your feet on opposite thighs. Place your elbows on the toes as you interlock your fingers in Parashamudra and press your thumbs against your throat, resting your chin on your hands, visualizing you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्यां तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः
Next up is Padmasana 3. As you sit in Padmasana, place one hand over top of the other, palms facing up in your lap. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji. Sit in a meditative space with all three bandhas engaged.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्
Next up is Padmasana 4. Now place your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः
Next up is Karmukasana 2. Now place your one hand on the respective knee and hold the other hand around the respective big toe in Prana Mudra as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. In Karmukasana 2, move the big toe round and round and then hold on to the opposite big toe.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्
Next up is Karmukasana 3. Sitting in Padmasana, cross your hands behind your back. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. Gaze to your nose and engage all the bandhas.
अथान्यासनमावक्ष्य जोगपूरकरक्षणात्
Next up is Dridhasana. As you maintain the same posture, lift your chest and gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize that you are the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिणं सव्यदेशे च सव्यं दक्षिणदेशके
Next up is Nagarasana. From the same posture, now roll onto your back. Keep your arms crossed behind. Hold onto the big toes if you can. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as a snake and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
प्रथमपद्मासनकोठाने द्वौहातपाछाने आने
Next up is Kandukasana. Now free your arms and legs. Pull your knees up against your chest and circle them with your hands as you bring your chin to the knees and squeeze your body into a ball.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्
Next up is Bodhisattva Pavanasana. Place your feet flat on the ground, raise your knees, and interlock your fingers around your neck. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
प्रथमे सूधो सैनकरावे घोड़ा उभाराशि मिलावे
Next up is Marakata Pitasana. As you lay on your back, place your hands underneath your heels with the palms facing up. Push your hips up as you Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, engage Jalandhara and Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as a powerful alpha egg.
प्रथमे दूधो सैन करावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Now bring your hands to the hips and lift your hips up high. Support your lower back with your hands, elbows on the ground, bearing the weight of your body as you extend your legs, point the toes, gaze to your nose, and visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
Next up is Narakasana. Now raise your legs up straight. Keep your arms flat on the mat for support. As you point your toes up, visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Naraka Loka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुन्नयेत्.
Now place your hands at your lower back for support. Press your elbows on the ground and lower your legs down. Engage your core intensely as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanokasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now raise your legs back up. Place your arms flat. Be stable and sturdy like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag, respected across all nations in Vrajasana.
प्रियन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठगोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lower your legs down. Lay flat on your back. Keep your hands at the side of your hips, palms facing up. Stop any movements externally or internally. In the final asana of this sequence, Mritasana, perform the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Pull the Kundalini Shakti intensely upwards from the Muladhara all the way to the Brahmarandha, the crown of your head. Move the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine. Relax. Visualize your body is dead. And Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you as you internally chant the Mahavakyam, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly, very slowly, please come to a seated position. And now, as you slowly bring awareness to your body, bend your knees and wrap them. Rocking from side to side, slowly come to a seated position. We have beautifully completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence. Now, the next beautiful session we have is the power manifestation session. Right after this intense yoga session, so let's get ready to manifest the power of third eye reading, blindfold reading. And with this, we'll come to the end of this yoga session by chanting the Purna Mantra. Now bring your hands together, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's complete the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padakarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Gurum Tam Namami. Welcoming all of you to day 8 in Paramashivoham Level 1. Before we get started with today's session, did you all complete yesterday's exercise of calling the people to whom you have given a word and for some reason have not met up with honoring those words and keeping up the commitment? We were supposed to do it to at least 3 people. If you have done it, please let me know. It's again about living integrity. It was told, you said you will do it, so you had to do it. That is integrity. You're honoring that word. Did you make your calls? Please put up the responses. You have not yet done Ma Pallavi. So complete with those words and recommit yourself. And give yourself a definite time frame. Okay, you also not done it yet. So, it is very often in the beginning, this is one of the blocks that you will find. No need to feel sorry. No need to feel guilty about it either. You just have to reclaim your integrity by completing. I said I will do it, but for whatever reason I have not done it. So now I recommit to doing it. All right, shall we do that? Yes? We all want Vak Siddhi, right? So this is the very first step towards Vak Siddhi. So let us recommit and fulfill that job. You're completing and recommitting to complete it by the weekend. All right, Ma, Tathastu. Let it happen. Blessings. So, Swamiji says, there are 2 parts in us, the hardware and the software. Your software is your mind. The hardware is your brain. Even in that mind, there are 2 parts. One is the conscious part. The other is the unconscious part. Yeah, the conscious mind and the unconscious mind. The conscious mind can be healed by all the teachings and the powerful cognitions that he is giving us. The unconscious mind is a virus, basically. The real software of your mind is the conscious mind. And by now we have understood that there are so many problems there, and all of that can be repaired by rewriting it all with the ultimate spiritual truths and the powerful cognitions that the master is giving us. The second, the unconscious part, is the virus. All right. So that virus can be healed by meditation. All right. So we will be doing every bit of it. Learning all the powerful cognitions at the same time, the meditation techniques, all of that. And with that, we will also be working with the hardware, which is your brain itself. So in today's session, we will begin with the Nitya Dhyan Yoga. Training from Bhagavan Paramashiva's messages directly from KAILASA, revealed through the living manifestation, the Paramavatara of Bhagavan Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. We spoke at length about the 7 chakras or the energy points in our body. Just a quick recap. The Mooladhara chakra, located at the root of the spine. The Swadhisthana chakra, which is located in the spleen area, 1 or 1.5 inches above the Mooladhara. The Manipuraka chakra, located in the navel region, the stomach area. The Anahata chakra, located in the heart region. Vishuddhi, in the throat. Agnya chakra, located in the brow center between your eyebrows. And the Sahasrara chakra, which is located at the crown on the top of your head. And we also understood that each of these chakras are the major energy points through which the entire energy in your system is flowing. We will begin with listening. What is listening? Bhagavan saying, I welcome all of you with my love and respects. In this program, you will come to hear many deep truths. But if you are not listening, you will miss them all. What is listening and what exactly is right listening? Understand, hearing is different, listening is different. Hearing means the sound gets into your ears. It creates fear, greed, or different kinds of emotions. In hearing, you are busy with some thoughts and ideas in your head. You are too busy in your inner space, and that is default listening. In this mode, you will make your own meaning of the words that I utter. What is heard and what is cognized becomes completely disconnected. That is the default listening, where your perception of what is being delivered will taint your very understanding of what is being told. Listening means the sound enters into your system and gets absorbed into your system. True listening is hearing plus right cognizing. When the truth is being delivered, it has actually become a part of you. That is the time when you are in the space of pure listening or right listening. Bhagavan says, this program does not start when I start speaking. This program starts when you start listening. In the true sense, listening leads your system from sound to silence. Understand, when you're sitting in front of the master, if you are connecting only with your head, for everything that he's going to tell, if there's a lot more noise that is getting generated in your inner space, even in terms of yes, what he's telling is right. I have heard this before. Or, what? I mean, this doesn't seem to make any sense. Or he's saying something and immediately your mind gets carried away to some other experience of the past where you have heard similar ideas and you have experimented with that and your experience about it was not too great or it was very good, whatever. Any kind of thoughts or words that it is generating in your system, you are not really listening. Understand that. Real listening leads your system from sound to silence. The Shastra Pramana from the Mandukya Upanishad starts with the hymn Om Bhadram Karne Vishruniyama Deva Bhadram Pashyet Ma Akshabhir Yajatraha, which means, dear shining ones, may we listen through our ears. listen to only that which is auspicious. May we listen through our eyes, see only that which is auspicious. Essentially, it is saying that we have to train the ears and the eyes to listen. So much so to the extent Swamiji says, see, even when you are on a vacation, you're going to some place where there's a beach or something, and you see the sunset or the sun rising. And it is such a wow moment. When you see something extremely beautiful, the minute you say, oh wow, this is so beautiful, it's all gone. It's no longer what it is. You understand? Any information that you receive through your senses, through your ears, through your eyes, which is generating words inside you, you are not really absorbing that experience. Any idea that stays in the mind is just a philosophy. Only when it becomes a part of your life, it becomes meaningful, isn't it? If you're just sitting and listening with your head, at the end of the day, you may have some new ideas, very nice ideas, which you felt, oh wow, this is good. But it will only add to your cerebral layers. Unfortunately, most of us seekers will be caught in this zone where you pick up a few of these ideas and you start believing, all these people, they don't know anything. I'm so much better than them. That subtle ego, the spiritual ego, which is going to be a terrible block on your path. Unless until the truth has become a part of your life, it is useless for you. What is it that makes great truths relevant to life? Make great truths work in life. It is listening. The first truth of life is listening. It is only with listening that thinking starts. Only when you authentically listen, life itself starts. Only when you listen, you start having a right relationship with life. Spirituality starts with listening. With listening, a new being will be born in you. Whether a child wants to become an engineer, an architect, a lawyer, doctor, he has to start listening, isn't it? Whatever a child wants to become, he has to listen to that. Listening shapes you. If you want to become a doctor, you have to sit and listen and learn all the medical lessons. Similarly, a lawyer, he has to start listening. From a child, he has to become a lawyer. He definitely has to start listening to all the law, the lessons that law teaches. You have to listen. If all the truths have to flower in you, you have to listen. Listen how? Listen with awareness. If we don't listen, we can sit here for 2 days, 21 days, 21 years. It's not going to be useful. It is like immersed in an ocean of nectar, but not allowing even a drop to enter you. There are 3 important Vedic concepts pertaining to listening. It's called Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana. When we listen to deep truths, if we are not listening, what happens? Without listening, they are not understood. Because you have not understood, there is not going to be any practice. And without practicing, they are not lived. It's only when you start living the truths, it will become your experience, isn't it? You will develop clarity about it. Obviously, without living, there is no clarity. Without clarity, there is no experience. And without experiencing, all these truths will only sound empty. They will be empty words for you. In the process, we miss out on the truths. Emptiness, Bhagavan says, is poverty in feeling. Loneliness, depression, confusion, perversion. They are all examples of or expressions of emptiness. Are you all with me? Right? Every sentence, every truth is linked. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So in the Vedic literature, this spectrum of listening is divided into Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana. Shravana is listening. Manana is internalizing. Nididhyasana is living the truth. Just take a minute to internalize these three aspects of listening: Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana. Sorry. The Shastra Pramana comes from the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. It says, Bhavati Atma va are drashtavya shrotavyo mantavyo nididhyasitabyo maitreyi Atmano va are darshanena shravanena matya vignana nedam sarvam viditam. Yajnavalkya recommended to his wife Maitreyi the form of sadhana, which consisted of darshana, shravana, manana, and nididhyasana. Darshana refers to seeing and realizing God or Brahman. He told her that the first stage in spiritual quest is Shravana. Now, these are the two lines from page number 299112 Upanishad. The exact translation of this verse means, Lo, verily it is the soul, the Atman, that should be seen, that should be listened to, that should be thought on, that should be pondered on. O Maitreyi, lo, verily it is the soul's being seen, listened to, thought on, understood. All this world, all is known. Everything that you need to know in this world, which is actually your self-realization, will happen when you start living these three spectrum of listening: Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana. Bhagavan says, usually many teachers say, how much ever you listen, it's only when you practice that you will achieve it. But I say, how much ever you try to practice, only when you listen, you will achieve it. We often say we are trying to practice, but without listening, we will only try to practice, but not actually practice. Listening is a great way to clean your inner space. If the pond is dirty, if you put a little lime powder, the lime powder will take the dust and settle down. In a few minutes, the pond gets clean. Like that, when the right listening is sprinkled on the chaotic mind, the mind which is full of words, right listening is sprinkled, it will take away all the dust, which is the words and thoughts in your mind, and settle them on the ground. We have to be aware how much non-listening has become a part of us. A regular practice for us is that wherever we go sit, the body sits there, but the mind is on its own tour. It's somewhere else. After 5 minutes, we even turn our ears off. We start thinking of business, our son's marriage, etc. We start thinking actively, right? So let us all now recognize how deeply, how much non-listening has become a part of us. Let's become aware of the non-listening which has become a part of us. See, we all go through 2 states of non-listening. One is during the sleep state and semi-consciousness. Sleep, acceptable. We don't listen because the mind is disconnected from perception, isn't it? When you're in deep sleep, even you don't exist for yourself. So where will you be listening? Your mind is completely disconnected from perception. However, the second part, semi-consciousness, is when the mind is still connected to perception, but yet we are not listening. We are thinking of something else. It's just a way to escape from sleeping and yet not being present. When either of them are showing up, stop them. If you're feeling sleepy now in the session, just get up and jump on your feet for a couple of minutes. Get yourself some cold water. Go wash your face with some cold water. You have to do everything to stop yourself from sleeping. At the same time, you're not sleepy, but only your body is sitting here and your mind is somewhere on its own trip, thinking of something else. The moment you become aware of both, you have to just stop them from happening. Now, how do we see if you are listening? If your eyes are closed, you are thinking about something else. If you are processing the words, your eyes will blink. If you are internalizing the truths, your eyes will simply freeze. Understand this. Many a time, people will sit in satsang and they'll close their eyes, thinking, okay, it'll help me focus better. I'm listening. But then within few minutes, they'll be just dozing off like this, right? Second thing, you're sitting there with your eyes open and you're continuously blinking. Actually, when you are blinking, there's a lot of thinking that is happening inside you. A lot of words are happening inside you. You look at people who are extremely worried all the time. A non-stop inner chatter will be going on inside them. You can just tell when you see, this person is caught with worries, because they'll keep blinking like this. Continuously, they'll be blinking. I have quite a few people around me who do that in the neighborhood. And I know from their lives what issues they are actually going through, their mindset, all of that. It's a lot of blinking. So even when you're sitting in satsang and you're blinking, you know what? You are processing the words. You are not in the state of listening. If you are internalizing the truths, actually your body, your eyes, both of them will be frozen like that. What stops you from listening is the inner chatter in our mind. Now, how does the inner chatter get there? What stops us from listening are the incompletions. What are incompletions? We spoke about this a little while ago, but we'll repeat again. Basically, to reiterate the importance of listening. Incompletions are incidents, memories, wrong cognitions from the past that are occupying the present and affecting our future. For example, if you go to a beach and if you see someone getting hit, you may decide that the beach is a dangerous place and you will be afraid to go to the beach again, isn't it? One bad experience at some place, the next time you want to go back to that place, what is the first thought that will come up for you? Hey, last time when I went there, this happened. That experience would have created so many negative thought currents, emotions inside you. It could be of fear. It could be like, I'm averse to being there. So you don't want to go back to the beach again. It will restrict you in your present moment about making a decision to going to the beach and thereby also impact the future. Let's say a girl is in a history class and the teacher asks, who's the first president of India? She jumps up and says, Subhash Chandra Bose. Whereas the correct answer is Rajendra Prasad, and the whole class laughs at her. She feels ashamed. She is afraid that she will always make mistakes while talking in public. Many years later, she will still be afraid of talking in public because she is always afraid of making mistakes and others laughing at her. She will never speak at work. As a result, she may not even do well at work. I'm sure all of us can relate to this example, isn't it? As children, we would have faced these kind of incidents where you felt belittled by a certain happening, and then you decided, you know what, I'm so bad. I couldn't even get this simple thing right. All my friends laughed at me. And you would have felt so hurt. You would have been pained by that situation. There would have been a lot of anger, but you will not be able to take it out on anybody. You would have cried and you would have actually run away home. If that child of, say, second standard or third standard is still carrying that wound or about herself, I'm good for nothing, I always make mistakes, unless that part of her is healed, she is never going to stand up again in public to answer any question, because she will always feel that I always make mistakes. And she is afraid that people will laugh at her. She might have done well in many aspects of her life. She would have probably scored good marks. She's gotten into a good job, all of that. But again, even while she's working, if a scenario comes up where in a board meeting or some such thing, she has to stand up and answer a question or give a certain presentation, she will not be comfortable doing so because she still feels that, I will make mistakes. That is how incompletions ruin our future. It is not right that one day she made a mistake. It is not true that she's always going to make mistakes, isn't it? It is an immature cognition which will continue to remain in you, affecting you in your present moment, decision-making process, and thereby also impacting your future. Yes. Was the girl right in assuming that just because she made one mistake, she will always make mistakes? No. So, incompletions always come from wrong cognitions, wrong understandings. What are the effects of incompletions? Incompletions create more incompletions. For example, if you had a fight with your boss at work today, you will be in a bad mood when you come home, and in that bad mood, you may end up fighting with your wife or your husband. Isn't it? So, we are looking at how our incompletions stop us from listening. These incidents leave a running conversation in our heads about our past, and we are constantly thinking about what happened in the past. These create an inner chatter and stop us from listening in that moment. You are not in the present moment at all. And that is why you are not available to internalizing the words that are being delivered to you. Okay. We will come to that now. Are the Andre and Eugene, the Anthony brothers, feeling sleepy? I see them standing. Yes, Aya. Would you want to have a short 2-3 minute break where you will jump on your feet? Actually, Swamiji used to make us do all this. When he sees that the participants, majority or even a small minority of them, for him, it's not about numbers. For him, each one is consciousness. Whether it is one person sitting, he told us when he took his first session, there were 1.5 people listening to him. What is that half? One person was awake and listening. The other half was half because he was almost falling off into sleep. So it's not about numbers. For us, it is each one of you is consciousness and you have to be given the best. Okay, so we'll just do one small jumping exercise, Nithyananda Jayanti. Okay, I'll play some music. All of you, not just the Anthony brothers, all of you, please stand up, get onto your feet and start jumping to the music. Just give me a minute.
One cigarette will cost you 20 rupees. Still going to skip, but then why not?
Yes. Simply start jumping on your feet. Jump as high as you can. It will drive your sleep away. All right. Are you all awake now? Yes, ready to listen? All right. Please settle down. You need to get yourself a cup of water, a glass of water. Go ahead and get them. You're good to start? I'll continue. Okay, thank you. So, our incompletions will create a constant inner chatter, isn't it? These incidents will leave a running conversation in our heads about our past, where we are constantly thinking about what happened in the past. And that inner chatter stops us from being in the present moment and listening in the moment. So, in this mode, you will make your own meaning of the things that I utter. What is heard and what is cognized becomes completely disconnected. You start interpreting it in the wrong way. We may also have incompletion with the person who's talking to you. And this will always stop you from understanding exactly what the person is saying, because we will always interpret their words in a different way. See, if you don't feel complete with, say, me right now in the session for some reason, when I am talking, you will only feel, I know this lady, she does this, all those things, and look at her sitting and talking. You know, these kind of statements will start happening in you, and even though the best truths will be delivered here, you will not receive it. So being complete with the teacher is also very, very important. In fact, in our schools, we used to do this prayer. Sahana bhavatu, sahano bhunaktu, sahaviryam karavavahai, tejasvina vaditamastu, ma vidvishavahai. Both the teacher and the student will sit together and pray to the ultimate that, let us not fight with each other. Let us be so complete with each other so that, this process of learning is going to happen in a flawless and a smooth way, is what the meaning of that verse. So it's so important. Some techniques, you start to listen when we find out that we are now not listening. How to listen? Swamiji is saying, skip back, not forward. See, it's like when you read a book Imagine when you don't understand a sentence, what do? Will you jump and go forward? You may jump it and go to the next sentence. Soon, you may not understand a few other lines, and after a few pages, you will start losing the theme of the book. Eventually, what will happen? You will stop reading that book itself. So, the technique is that if you do not understand a sentence, don't jump it. Rewind, look back. There is no progress in skipping forward. When you are progressing, you are moving forward, but that does not mean skipping forward is progress. Very important statement. When you are progressing, you are moving forward, but that does not mean skipping forward is progress. So, completely, fully listen. When you cannot understand, you can raise your hand, we will stop. Understand and then progress and move forward. Okay? So what is completion? We spoke about incompletion, how it is stopping us from listening. So the way out is to enter into completion. Completion will lead to right listening. Now, after skipping back, the next step is to understand what is stopping you from listening. By now we know it is usually an incompletion, a wrong cognition from the past. So we just need to complete with the past incidents. How do we complete? Completion is nothing more than reliving the past with a new cognition. That's it. We lived the past with a wrong cognition. If we relive it with the right cognition, then the effect of the past incident will go away. We will teach you later how to be doing completion. See, I will explain it with the context of the example of that girl who made a mistake in the class where she gave a wrong answer. When she gave the wrong answer, what happened in that scenario? Deep inside her, she told herself, I always make mistakes. Yes, that is her idea about herself deep inside her, which is her inner image. Her inner image is, I always make mistakes. And that becomes her very cognition. Just one time she made a mistake. Is she right in deriving that I always make mistakes? No. It is a wrong cognition that she has, isn't it? Because she is carrying that incompletion in her all her life, whenever she has to stand up in the public and talk. She may be very good with her learning. She may score 100 on 100 when she writes her exams. She might have got a lot many gold medals, university topper, all of that. But when she has to stand up in the public and talk, do you think she will be as confident? No, because that 7-year-old child is still alive in her and telling, hey, don't do this. You'll make mistakes. Everybody's going to laugh at you. Your image is going to get beaten. You understand that? So that is how these incompletions work. So how is this child, or rather this lady, going to complete with that incident? She's just going to tell herself, I made a mistake that day. It's okay. Everybody makes mistake, but I know better. I have gained so much of knowledge. I have all the knowledge. I have the skills. I have the ability to do it. And she has to rephrase that sentence with the new cognition, the new understanding. Of course, there is a whole process as to how she will reach there. Just by telling herself that it's not going to happen, she will have to relive that past. Relive and release all the pus of emotions that she is carrying inside her. with reliving it with the right cognition, will make the effect of the past incident simply go away. Once she completes, next time when she has an opportunity to stand in public, she used to shy away from it all these years. Now she will just snatch that opportunity and go for it and make a mark. That's how powerful completion works. Right listening or authentic listening. J. Krishnamurti, an enlightened master, says, listening is God. Buddha lists right listening as a part of his steps to end suffering. Right listening can happen when you are ready to listen to anything. With authentic listening, we are hearing without any interference of incompletions. Like Swamiji said earlier, you are listening to the words and they are simply becoming a part of you. These words that you're listening are not creating more words inside you. It is just leading you from sound to silence because there are no incompletions whatsoever. Listening without incompletions. When we listen without incompletions, it's like a binary code, 0101 of the computer. Hearing, cognizing, hearing, cognizing, hearing, cognizing. Happening perfectly fine. With incompletion, however, it becomes extremely chaotic. There's only listening happening. That is 00000, no cognition, absolutely. Or you're not even hearing and you are cognizing something. 1111 or 0001111. Like this, it goes on. The person can either just let the words fall on empty ears or go on a chain of wrong conclusions without even hearing the other person. With right listening, everything that echoes in your system reverberates in your inner space, leads you to silence. In Vedic tradition, we use sound to transmit not just ideas, concepts, or knowledge. It is used to transmit the experience of energy also. The possibility for right listening happens more in the presence of a living master who himself has experienced the Anahata Dhvani. Swamiji comments that he has the ability to make anything that you want in life as a reality, be it health, money, great relationships, happiness, peace, enlightenment. He knows the science and he can make it a reality. The only thing that he asks from you is your listening, because listening is the wiring between you and Bhagavan. He uses the words to transmit the energy to you. Again and again and again, the emphasis on right listening is put because it is an independent, intelligent technique which can lead you to higher space and higher reality. So take a resolution now to simply listen. The first resolution that you should take is listening, Shravana. I declare I am in the space of authentic listening. For the next 3 days, I decide to be in the space of authentic listening. So let us all take this resolution now. A conscious resolution, as we call Sankalpa. Let us tell ourselves, irrespective of what is happening around me, what is happening in my mind, I take a resolution to be in the space of authentic listening. Shall we all do that? Yes? All right. So, let's talk. How many of you understood that incompletion is nothing but the negative hangover of a past incident influencing the present moment and impacting our actions, emotions in the present moment, including our listening. Could you correlate these understandings to a certain happening of your life? How it keeps you in the space of incompletion, the constant inner chatter? Yes? Show me a thumbs up because I'm seeing you all on the screen. Yes. Thank you, Ma Kalyana Sundari. Yes, Ma Jayanti. Thank you. Ma Pallavi. Yes. Okay. Now, shall we have an interesting game to understand about listening? This will help you experience what we call our ordinary default listening. Now, we will practically experience this kind of default listening by playing a game. It's called the Goldilocks story. So all of you come to the space of authentic listening. I'm going to play
Do you feel
One day,
that
Goldilocks decided to go for a walk in the forest.
following the
One day, Goldilocks decided to go for a walk in the forest. Pretty soon, she came to a house. She knocked on the door, and when no one answered, she walked inside. At the kitchen table, Goldilocks saw some bowls of porridge. Goldilocks was hungry. She tasted the porridge from the first bowl. "This porridge is too hot," she said. So she tasted the porridge from the second bowl. "This porridge is too cold," she said. So she tasted the porridge in the last bowl. "This porridge is good," she said. And then she continued eating until she was full. After eating, she decided she was a little tired, so she walked into the next room. There, she saw some chairs. Goldilocks sat in the first chair. "This chair is too big," she said. So she sat in the second one. "This chair is really too big," she cried. So she sat in the smallest chair. "Ah, this chair is just right," she said. But suddenly, the chair broke into small pieces. Oops. Goldilocks was tired, so she went up to the bedroom. She lay on the first bed, but it was too hard. She lay on the second bed. It was too soft. Then she lay on the third bed. It was just right. Goldilocks fell asleep. While she was sleeping, the three bears came home. "Someone's been eating my porridge," said Papa Bear. "Someone's been eating my porridge," said Mama Bear. "Someone's been eating my porridge too," cried Baby Bear. "Someone's been sitting in my chair," growled Papa Bear. "Someone's been sitting in my chair too," said Mama Bear. "Someone's been sitting in my chair," cried Baby Bear, "and they've broken it into small pieces." The bears decided to look around, and when they got to the bedroom, Papa Bear growled, "Someone's been sleeping in my bed." "Someone's been sleeping in my bed too," said Mama Bear. Someone's been sleeping in my bed, and she's still there, cried Baby Bear. Goldilocks woke up, and when she saw the bears, she jumped up and ran out of the room. Goldilocks ran downstairs, opened the door, and ran into the forest.
All right. So you all listen to the story. I'll ask you some questions to see how well you listened. Okay, just note down your answers on your book, in your book rather, and then we'll correct them for ourselves. Do you all have your pen and paper? Okay, are you ready? Okay, first question. What is the name of the story? Second question. What is the color of her hair? Third question. What did she see in the forest? What did she see in the living room? Fourth question. The next question. What did she feel after eating breakfast? You can just answer it in single words. Most of them are single words only. The next question. Whose chair is broken? In which bowl was the porridge good? What did she say of the first bed? Next question. Last question. Why did she run away? Can someone let me know how many questions have been asked? Total? 9. Okay. So the last question now. In which bed did she fall asleep? I've asked you 10 questions. So can we review the answers? All of you will have to self-correct your papers and let me know how many answers you got right. All right? Cool. So, in which bed did she fall asleep? The answer is the third bed. Correct your answers. Why did she run away? Because she was shocked to see the 3 bears in that room. What did she say of the first bed? This bed is too hard. What did she feel after eating breakfast? She was feeling tired. Whose chair was broken? The baby bear's chair was broken. What did she see in the living room? She saw 3 chairs. What did she see in the forest? She saw a beautiful house. What is the name of the story? Goldilocks and the 3 bears. And what is the color of her hair? Golden color. All right. So how many answers did all of you get right? You can put up your responses here on the chat box. We will continue with the session shortly. Four answers correct by Ma Jayanti. Thank you, Ma. How about the others? Still counting. Okay, Eugene 5, Andre 3.5. What's 3.5 now? It's 3 or 4. Kalyana Sundarima got 6 right. What about Pallavi? Last 2 answers I wrote little differently, like after seeing the bears, she ran away. But other than that, all right, 8. Okay, so understand, you will be able to listen only when there is nothing that stands in between the speaker and your listening. Goldilocks without the bear is 0.5. Okay, yeah, you're a very, very lenient correction teacher, I would say. Reminds me of how in school days we would go up to the teacher, ma'am, I've written this much, please give me half mark. You will be able to listen only when there is nothing between you and the speaker. That means you cannot have any other thought in your head at the point when you are listening. Only when you bring completion in your space, listening happens. Incompletions of the past stops us from listening, and when you begin completing with your past, your ability to be in pure listening goes up exponentially. All right, so we understand the importance of being in the space of completion. Even if you have incompletions about the person to whom you are listening, the listening does not happen. So if you have any incompletions against me, then drop them now. We will work on a lot of powerful truths that will establish you in the state of completion. Along with those techniques, continuously take on only this one spiritual practice of listening. Take a vow for the next 4 days. You will be in the space of listening with whomsoever you are interacting. All right? Like I said yesterday, it could be a small baby, a small kid, or your business partner, your friends, your neighbors, your colleagues, whomsoever. Give yourself completely into that space of listening. See, generally what happens, even when the other person is talking, we are very busy preparing our next, what we are going to tell next. Don't do that. Let those words completely enter into you. See how miraculously your relationships will start changing with people. They will love you for who you are. I'll tell you why. We are all too busy talking. Nobody is listening. When people find that genuine space of listening, they will be healed. Just by your being in that listening space. Take a vow for the next 4 days that you will be in the space of listening. No word should be happening inside. No judgment about the other person should be happening inside you. No sympathy, no empathy, nothing. Just listen. Listen, listen, and listen. Just decide you will be in the space of listening. Okay. A small story. After a war, departing soldiers from near a remote tribal area left an aeroplane behind as it was too difficult to move it out and fly. The villagers, when they felt safe to scout the area, but the soldiers were amazed to see this contraption as they had never seen anything like that before in their life. They looked at the wings, the propeller, climbed up and went into the cabin. However, they recognized one thing, that it had wheels, and so did the bullock cart in their village. And they said that this is a very special bullock cart that God has sent them, and celebrated and started using it like a bullock cart. Sometimes after, a local boy who had gone to study in the nearest town went into the cabin and started pulling at all the various controls, and suddenly the engine came to life, and he had heard this sound before in a tractor. He managed to move the plane by engaging its gears, and he explained to the amazed villagers what a beautiful tractor this was. There was great celebration, and now the plane started getting used as a tractor. A little while later, a war veteran passed by the village, by now prosperous, with that tractor. He saw the plane being used as a tractor, and he was shocked and explained to them that this machine could fly. The villagers would not believe him. When he persisted, they panicked and they did not want to fly. It was simply too dangerous. Finally, he managed to convince them to let him fly the contraption. With bated breath, the villagers watched as he took the plane up, circled the village, and landed. There was uproar and celebration. Bhagavan says, we are all like the tribal people. We are all flying machines. The body is like a machine that can be molded. It is an amazing machine. It can be like a bicycle. It can be transformed into a car. It can also be transformed into a plane. What kind of machine you want it to be, it is in your hands. If you are happy with it being a bicycle, it is up to you. If you're happy making it into a car, that is also up to you. If you want to make it into a plane or a rocket, that is also up to you. We neither know our own potential nor possess the knowledge to activate that potential. Even when someone tells us of our potential, we disbelieve him immediately, and often we chase him out. We panic. When someone dares offer us the know-how to make us fly, we tend to call him a madman. We seem happy using a flying machine as a bullock cart or quite often a pulling cart. Most of us would rather crawl like a snail and be safe rather than soar like a free bird. Since we are scared, we may risk breaking a wing. Swamiji says, we use less than 5% of our biological system. It is now well established that we use less than 10% of our brain power. The rest, we call it as unconscious, subconscious energy, and its use is considered as esoteric and strange. Biologists also tell us that less than 5% of our biological system is ever used. The rest is all kept standby. We have 72,000 energy centers and pathways, of which we use at the best 14,000. The rest is never used. And there is no greater misuse of available resources than the way we misuse the resources of the human system. And this is such a waste. Meditation techniques that we are teaching you in Paramashivoham Level 1 are the know-how that the pilot has to have in order to fly the machine using the chakras, which are the engine and the transmission system. Even if we do not wish to utilize the full potential of the powerful machine that we are, even for reasonable performance, we need to keep our chakras in good order for our well-being. Most of our ailments, whether it is physical or mental, are as a result of these blocked chakras. So we will be working with all the major chakras in the body. We know by now how each chakra is associated with an emotional state and blocked by a negative emotion. For instance, the Mooladhara, located at the base of the spine, is linked to the base emotions of survival, such as lust, fantasy, greed, anger, and it is blocked by excess of these emotions. Also, 85% of our energy is located in the Mooladhara, and obviously a blocked Mooladhara will sap one's ability to live. Re-energizing the Mooladhara can be done through a meditation technique that reduces these negative emotions. The Vedic references are from the Yoga Shikha Upanishad. We have about 3 verses here and multiple actually. So the essence is what we will be giving here. For all those who have a body, their body is the temple of Shiva. It can give them unimaginable powers. Understand, repeatedly keep telling yourself, my body is the temple that is hosting my consciousness. And I will treat it with the due respect that it deserves. Just see how graceful you will become when this truth will click with you. You will never disrespect your body. You will treat it with utmost respect. Swamiji says your body is the temple of Shiva and it can give you unimaginable powers. The triangular part in between the anus and the penis is called as the Mooladhara. This is the place where Shiva lives as a life-giving force. Also, Parashakti, the Kundalini, lives here. From there, the wind is produced, the fire is also produced from there. From there only the sound, Hamsa, and also the mind are produced. So basically, this is all the translation of the verses from the Yoga Shikha Upanishad. This place, which would give whatever is asked for, is called the Kamakya Pitham, the seat of passion. In the edge of the anus is the Swadhisthana Chakra with the 6 petals. Near the belly is the Manipuraka with the 10 petals. In the Anahata exists near the heart with the 12 petals. And hey, Lord Brahma, this is called the Purnagiri Pita. In the depression in the throat, the Vishuddhi Chakra exists with its 16 petals. Hey, Lord of Lords, that is the Jalandhara chakra. In between the eyelids is the Agna with the two petals, and over that is the Mahapita called the Uddiyana. The Advayataraka Upanishad talks of the Kundalini. It is well known that in the middle of it there exists the Kundalini, which is as bright as crores of suns and as thin as the lotus thread. The man who sees that with his mind's eye attains salvation by getting rid of all the sins. So basically, I'm quickly leading you through the Shastra Pramanas for all these understandings on the Mula, the chakras as well as the Kundalini Shakti. The Yoga Chudamani Upanishad says the 6 chakras, the centers of energy, the 6 support the 3 kinds of visions, 5 kinds of ether. He who does not know these in his own body, how can there be success for him? Thus, all references point to the knowledge of the chakras and Kundalini as the ultimate way to success. These secrets have been hidden in the Upanishads for a long time, and today we are going to learn about these secrets. You will find that almost all your needs can be classified into 5 specific categories, right? Physical well-being, mental well-being, interpersonal relationships, material well-being, and spiritual well-being. In order to achieve all these expectations that you have, your body, mind, and spirit have to work synchronously. Body and mind are related. Understand? Only a person with good physical health can have a sound and healthy mind. They are intimately related, your body and your mind. Combination of a healthy body and a healthy mind helps in effective interpersonal relationships, which in turn helps in whatever endeavors that we undertake. Financial success also automatically will follow. What we are about to share with you is how to develop a healthy body and healthy mind that leads to material success in life. Also, even when we enjoy all these positive effects, we still feel that something is missing in our lives. Quite often, what is missing in our lives is contentment, fulfillment, and sustained joy. The joy has to be sustained. And you should feel fulfilled and contented. Even you may be the richest person on the planet Earth, you will not be fulfilled. It is not that the 4 dimensions, the 5 dimensions that we spoke about, if all of those desires have also been met with, you may not be contented or fulfilled. And that is what is continuing to elude us, and we keep searching for it everywhere. A small story, a man was searching at dusk for something below the street lamp. Across the street from his house, a friend passed by and, curious, asked him what was he doing. The man said he was looking for a gold coin that he had lost. The friend also joined his search, and so did a few other passers-by. They'd searched and searched, they couldn't find anything. Finally, the friends asked him, "There seems to be no coin here, where did you lose it?" The man says, "I lost it inside my house." Now this friend gets angry and shouts at him, "Are you an idiot? Don't you have any brains? Why are you looking for it here then instead of searching inside the house?" This man is calmly replying, "Because I have no light inside my house. I'm searching for it here because there is light." Now, this is what all of us do. We are continuing to search for our fulfillment at all places outside of us, and that will continue to elude us because that is inside you. Look in. Why search for something outside while it's still inside? This is what we all do in our lives, searching for the bliss within, everywhere but inside us. Why? Because we have not lit our inner self. So, what we hope to do during this program is to provide you the light that helps you to find that which is always within you. So, with this, I will now have to conclude with the Purna Mantra. Anything that you need to share? I'll give you a minute or two. Please go ahead and put up. Yeah, Ma Pallavi had a question. So let me address that. Ma, did you get the link yesterday? I re-logged in and I messaged you privately for the session. Okay. You are thinking that your child will not know at this age is a very wrong understanding. Nobody gets Swamiji's truths and techniques better than our children, ma. I learned so much from my daughter. Honestly, I can tell you that. Okay? Sit and share all of this with your child and see how beautifully they will imbibe this. Whatever you have understood now in the session, talk. Swamiji says learning happens. First part of the learning when you listen. Second part of the learning is when you internalize, you discuss between yourself. The third part is when you start teaching others. You understand, ma? Your child, and I'm sure your son for sure, definitely will get everything that you'll share because they are so still there in that connected to the consciousness. They are not corrupted like us. He has to work very hard with adults, but with children, it's very easy. They catch it, they catch the truth very quick. So, okay. All right, ma. You can do the meditation part later. If that's it, I will now conclude with the Purna Mantra. Okay? Fine. So please sit straight. Put your hands together. In the space of deep gratitude for Bhagavan, who's all out to set both your hardware, software, and to unlock the bliss that is inside of you. Continue to be available in that space of completion and listening when he does his job so beautifully. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi Harihi Om Tatsat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Let us begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Kindly turn on your cameras. Please be available in front of your cameras. Yes. Let us begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Yes. So in yesterday's session, we learned about the 4 powerful truths. These truths which are fundamental in living enlightenment, fundamental to living enlightenment. Today, we are learning about the energy centers, the 7 energy centers, also known as the chakras. These energy centers, they manage the whole activity of our mind and body. They are directly responsible for the quality of our lives. How we function in our day-to-day activities is directly dependent upon the sorry for the technical glitch. So these chakras are directly responsible for the quality of our lives, how we function in our day-to-day lives and all the activities that we carry in our day-to-day lives. Now, these chakras, the names of these chakras are, we start with the Muladhara chakra, then which is also known as the root center, and then we move on to the Swadhisthana chakra, the Manipuraka chakra, the Ahanahata chakra, the Vishuddhi chakra, Agnya chakra, and finally the Sahasrara chakra. These are the 7 major chakras that are located in our bodies, and they're all also known as intra-organs. Every chakra is located near a major gland in the body. So now, in this segment, we will first be learning about the Muladhara chakra. Yes. So let's first begin with the Muladhara chakra. The Muladhara chakra is located at the base of the spine. This chakra is also known as the root chakra. In Sanskrit, Muladhara means the root and basis of existence. Mula means root and Adhara means basis. So what blocks this chakra? The Muladhara chakra is blocked when you live in fantasy and imaginations, which can never become a reality, especially greed-based incompletions. It is blocked when we are not connected with reality. When you live in fantasy, this chakra is blocked. The major thought flow that can influence this chakra is pleasure. Pleasure is not just limited to physical sex, it can exist in mental and cerebral level also. This chakra is connected with sex, fantasy, and imagination. So, what can unblock this chakra? This chakra flowers when you drop your fantasies and welcome reality. The Dukkha Harana meditation will open this chakra now. What keeps it alive is practicing authenticity. So we will explain how to practice authenticity. Yesterday we learned about authenticity. Today we will learn more about authenticity. How do we live authentically in our day-to-day lives? Now, this chakra is connected to thought currents related to greed. So let us understand how these thought currents, which are related to greed, can directly block this chakra. We may think that all our thought currents are based on the past, but it is not. Let us say it is Friday afternoon at the office. What is the mood in the office? It is very light because people are looking forward for a vacation, for the weekend. They're all in a good mood and they are in the mood of celebration. Even though it is still a working day, they are in a good mood because they're looking forward to the weekend so that they can enjoy the weekend. But on a Sunday evening, their mood has turned from happiness to one of seriousness as they start thinking about going back to work the next day, which is a Monday. Even though it is a holiday, even though they have another half a day with them, but they become moody. So, similarly, many of our thought currents are based on what may happen in the future. It is very much a greed based thought current. Let us understand what is fantasy. So, when we say Mooladhara chakra is blocked by fantasy, especially when it is related to greed, let us understand what is fantasy. Whenever there is a mismatch between what is happening on the outside and how you perceive it on the inside, you are no more living life in reality. You are living in fantasy. And then the energy in your Mooladhara chakra is blocked. How are fantasies created? Unfortunately, almost 99% of your life you spend in fantasy. There is almost always a constant mismatch in your inner and outer worlds. Why is there always a mismatch? How are fantasies created? Let us look into it more closely. How are fantasies created? So there is something called the world and my world. What is the world? We will understand. If you look closely, two things are happening continuously. One is what is actually happening in your life, incidents, situations, etc. This is what we call the world. The other is your cognition or understanding of what happened, the way you see what is happening in your life. This is called my world. So, what is the world? The world is the actual happening, the incidents. Now, you're all sitting and attending this session. That is the world, the incident, the situation that is happening right now. But each one of you have a different way of attending this program. For some of you, You may be focused on your personal development, personality development, spiritual growth. For some, it may just be like somebody referred you and you just want to inquire, you just want to find out what is happening in the class. And for some of you, it may really mean a lot. You really want to transform and you're really looking for solutions. So each one of you have a motive behind how you attend this session, with what context you attend the session, and how you understand the whole thing. So the way you see what is happening in your life, it is called my world. It can be any situation, it can be any incident, it can be understanding a person, understanding a situation. So it could be anything. So there are two things here that we need to understand. One is fact and one is perception. Perceptions are based on your cognition or interpretation of what happened. This is completely determined by your past experiences, knowledge, ideas, biases, concepts, etc. For example, let's say that a dog is running around on the road. How will a person react? This will completely depend on the person. For a dog lover, it may be joyful to see the dog and he would want to play with the dog. But for somebody else who is not comfortable, who is very scared, who has a phobia, that person may behave in a very different manner. They may run away from that place or they may create unnecessary scenes just by looking at the dog. Now, who is right and who is wrong? How do you assess this? So, none of them are right. No one is right and no one is wrong. But each person has a completely different reaction based on their unique past. The incident may be the same, that is, of a dog running in the street. How each person react, how each person receive is dependent upon how the person looks at the situation. It could reflect his from the past. That could be a reflection from his past. Now, similarly, we are constantly processing every incident through the filter of our cognition. This is completely controlled by our belief system, what we were taught when we were kids, and what we experienced in our life, our country of birth, where we have lived, what religion we follow, etc. So some of these cognitions are borrowed from our parents, some of them are made on our own. We arrive at certain cognitions based on our experiences, based on the incident. Now, our perception of an object depends on whether we have it or not. When something is in hand, our desire for it drops. Till it becomes possible, we wait for it and we almost die for it. But after it becomes possible, we die because of it. It is also known as the honeymoon effect. We die for the other person before honeymoon and die because of them after honeymoon. So Ramana Maharishi says, before achieving anything, even the mustard seed looks like a mountain. You need, and without it you cannot breathe. But after achieving it, even a mountain would look like a mustard seed. So, were we born with these ideas? We only started to add these ideas little by little over the years. And slowly, these ideas have started clouding our idea of what is the exact reality, what reality is. So these ideas have clouded our idea of reality. Now, we also start thinking that the thoughts and ideas in our head are true and make every decision in life based on it. We live as if our thoughts are true. And this is how we get totally out of touch with reality. We slowly think that only my world exists. We do not even realize that there are other ways of looking at it, and it is possible. Reality is completely different from all of them. We fail to recognize that reality is completely different because we are stuck with a certain cognition, the way we think, the way we understand, the way we perceive. Now, let us look at our cognition about ourselves, the image that we carry about ourselves. Let us delve a little deeper into it. Now, our cognitions are associated with identities. So, in yesterday's session, we learned about the 4 images: the inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. So, now we have a certain understanding about what is an inner or outer image. Now, let us look and understand how and when these identities are created. So, whenever you felt any incident that made you feel vulnerable, any incident that shook you, that made you feel very uncomfortable, that is when the root pattern happened in you the very first time. Now, these identities are created when we experience certain situations in life where we feel inadequate or powerless. Let us say a child is playing in the rain. The child is enjoying the rain and she is completely absorbed into it. She's twirling, playing, and fully into it. Now, suddenly, the mother of the child runs out and shouts at her. She calls her stupid and she questions her. She is rude. Why are you playing in the rain? You never listen to me. You are always doing the wrong things. Now, this child who was playing and enjoying until then suddenly cannot understand why the mother is shouting. She fails to understand her anger, and so she assumes that something is wrong with her. She may assume that she is stupid, or she may assume that she's always doing wrong things. Now it shakes her confidence. It shakes her idea. The whole idea about herself changes with this one incident. Now that becomes her inner image. Either she assesses the whole situation and feels that she is stupid, or she is doing something wrong and she can never do something right. That becomes her inner image. She does not want to admit that she is stupid, so she may give her mother a very defined face and say, I knew that. I can do whatever I want. This is her outer image. Now, the little one is projecting a face to cover her inner image, and this happens very spontaneously. You will not even know how spontaneous it can be until and unless you go back and relive the situation. You wouldn't even understand that there is something called inner image, that this happened at a very young age, and how you arrived or derived the understanding. Our inner image is always a low cognition of ourselves. The outer image is always compensating for the inner image. In Sanskrit, there are terms that describe these images. Mamakara is your inner image. The inner image is also known as Mamakara. That is what we think about ourselves. This is usually something we feel about ourselves when we are in tough situations. For example, I am lazy, I am a fool, etc. The outer image is known as ahamkara. That is, this is how we project ourselves to others. I am a nice person. I am a kind person. I am timid. Or I am bold. Now, what you project and what you feel from within, there is a gap. There is a gap between the two images, the gap between your inner image and your outer image. And it is one of the major fantasies we have in life, and it dominates our life. The gap between the two is not always bad. It is bad only when it comes out of unconsciousness and we fall into powerlessness. Not falling into powerlessness due to gap between our four identities is completion. Now, let us look at how to keep the Muladhara chakra open and alive. The Muladhara chakra can be opened with the Dukkhaharana meditation. But to keep it alive and open forever, we have to reduce the gap between our inner and outer identities. And authenticity is the key to reduce the gap between the inner and outer images. So yesterday we learned about authenticity, and today we will have a better understanding of what is authenticity. Now, authenticity is you being established in the peak of your capability and responding to life from who you perceive yourself to be for yourself, who you project yourself to be for others, and what others expect you to be for them. Let me repeat. Authenticity is you being established in the peak of your capability and responding to life from who you perceive yourself to be for yourself, who you project yourself to be for others, and what others expect you to be for them. The first of our identities is Mamakara or inner image. It is the inner image and experience you carry about yourself. I am healthy, I am ugly, I am intelligent, I cannot tolerate hard work, I love people, etc. So you carry many such inner ideas about yourself. Unfortunately, the idea that you carry about you is always less than what you project yourself to be for others. The second identity is ahamkara or outer image. Now, this is the way you project yourself to others. What you feel from within and how you project. There will be a contrast. I know. Sometimes it can also be conflicting. You may try to project yourself as a very powerful, talented, honest, helpful, or whatever. Unfortunately, what you project is always far more than what you believe yourself to be. So let us try to digest these ideas, the truths, because these are very powerful truths and which directly leads one to enlightenment. When you understand these powerful truths and live them in your day-to-day life, you live in an enlightened way. So let us understand, provide complete listening to understand these powerful truths. Now understand, all these identities you carry are actually thought patterns that you carry about you. Even the other's image about you is an idea that you have created in them. So you are the creator of all your identities. Now, when one identity is fighting with another identity, how can your thinking be focused? All your energy is going to be used in reconciling your fighting identities. When all your identities or images are in tune, all your thinking will be aligned in one direction. Your thinking becomes clear and sharp, like a laser beam. You will awaken the power of thinking. With authenticity, there is no more space for unconscious thinking and living, because you will always be aware of the causes and effects that are playing in your life. So usually your inner image will be much lower than the identity you project outside to others. But understand this very important truth. If you can project a higher identity to others, it means that the higher identity is already there in your visualization space, in your thinking space. And whatever you can think of yourself, you already have the capacity to make that into reality. So align your inner and outer images. Now let us do a short exercise. I think we have already done it yesterday. We can add on to the same exercise that we did yesterday. So you can continue from where you left yesterday. So you make two columns. If you have already made, then you don't have to make a new one. But if you haven't made, you are yet to do the exercise, you can make two columns in your workbook titled Inner Image and Outer Image. In the first column, make a list of your top 10 inner images, the beliefs that you have about yourself. So for all those who are watching us live, if you have missed yesterday's session, let me repeat. We are doing this exercise to align our inner and outer images. So make two columns in your workbook titled Inner Image and Outer Image. In the first column, make a list of your top 10 inner images, the beliefs that you have about yourself. For example, I am weak, I am friendly, I am unlucky, etc. In the second column, write the corresponding outer image that you project to others. For example, you may project yourself to be a strong, friendly, and a lucky person. Now compare each inner image and outer image you have noted down. Quickly write down your inner image in one column and your outer image in one column. Even if you've written 4 to 5, it is fine. Let's continue with the exercise. Now, compare each inner image and outer image you have noted. Once you understand how to do this exercise, you can do this exercise by making time for yourself. Sitting with yourself and doing these exercises helps in understanding yourself better. And you can also slowly reduce the gap between your inner image and outer image. Now, whenever there is a conflict, start tuning your inner image and outer image, what you perceive as you and what you project as you to others, by always choosing the higher idea. For example, wherever your outer image is higher than your inner image, decide to tune to your inner image. if your outer image is higher than your inner image, tune your inner image to your outer image. Do not reduce what you project yourself to be for others. Increase what you perceive yourself to be for you. Like, for example, if your inner image is you're feeling fearful from within, and your outer image is you project yourself as a very courageous person. So tune your inner image to the outer image. Increase what you perceive yourself to be for you. So repeat this for each point and compare both the identities. Whatever qualities are best in both, choose that. You can also put a star against all your best outer image or best inner image. If there are some great qualities in your inner image, you need to raise your inner image to match that. If there are some great qualities in the outer image you project, you need to raise your inner image to match that which you project. So continuously tune yourself to your peak image. Now, identify the obstacles that stop you or distract you from achieving what you want to be, who you want to be, and how you want to be. So, one of the biggest obstacles for most people is self doubt, which is a negative thought pattern that happens because of the memory of past failures. So once you identify your inner image and outer image and start tuning the best inner image or outer image, next is to identify the obstacles that stop you or distract you from achieving what you want to be, who you want to be, and how you want to be. So one of the biggest obstacles for most people is self-doubt, which is a negative thought pattern. And it happens because of the memory of past failures. So, how does the evolution of your images happen? What is the process? Now, whichever thought is in alignment with your peak possibility, encourage it, enrich it, and entertain it. Whichever thought is not in alignment with, complete with it. So, this is the process that you will follow. Consciously, decisively, complete with that pattern. Go on completing every day with those patterns which are stopping you from achieving your peak possibility. When you start living authenticity, you know the right way of thinking and will use your thinking to achieve what you want in life. In Hindu spiritual practice, this is the second step known as manana, authentic thinking, which means when you start living authenticity, you know the right way of thinking and you will use your thinking to achieve what you want in life, which is also known as manana. When we are authentic to the current image we have about ourselves, a new higher image is revealed to us. When we are authentic to that image, higher and higher images are revealed. Authenticity will take us progressively to higher peak possibilities. So, how do you unblock Mooladhara Chakra? How can the Mooladhara Chakra be unblocked? Now, let your thinking be established in authenticity continuously. That helps you to expand towards your peak possibility. When you achieve a powerful clarity in your thoughts that makes whatever you think into a success, you have unblocked your Muladhara chakra. So we also have Vedic references which is related to the Muladhara chakra. The main aspects of Dukkha Harana meditation comes from Bastrika and Omkara meditation. Now, these meditation, the Dukkha Harana meditation is, we have references in our Vedas, and it has been taken directly from there. So when we do the Dukkha Harana meditation, the Muladhara chakra gets unblocked, and the main aspects of this Dukkha Harana meditation comes from Bastrika and Omkara meditation. Bastrika comes from Hatha Yoga Pratipika, the treatise on yoga, pranayama and kriyas. And the Omkara meditation comes from the Mandukya Upanishad. So the Shastra Pramana, Om Itye Tadaksharam Idam Sarvam. The translation, Om, this imperishable syllable is everything. Now, let me explain the meditation technique. We will be doing this meditation. It's a very beautiful meditation. So let us first understand the steps and what this meditation can do. How to do this meditation and how it helps in unblocking the Muladhara chakra. So the technique is called Dukkha Harana. It will bring out all the suppressed emotions in you. Many masters have employed this technique before, and it takes about 30 minutes. So the first step, the first thing is breathing. Now, breathing is the bridge to the universe. It is the system with which you are living your mind. Whenever there is disturbance in your thinking, you will also see the disturbance in your breathing pattern. If your thinking is calm, your breath will be relaxed. You will breathe in a relaxed manner. But if your thinking is aggressive, if you're going through emotions like anger, anxiety, fear, it directly reflects on your breathing pattern. These emotions can have a direct effect on your breathing. The breathing also becomes aggressive. So all you need to do is control your breathing in order to control your mind. Now, presently in our repressed state, most of us are half alive and half dead. In the first part of this meditation, chaotic breathing is carried out in order to create chaos in your repressed system. Your mental system is fully alive. It is made fully alive by the increased intake of oxygen. It becomes more vital. Your cells will get more energy and will create more bioelectricity or bioenergy. This energy will melt all the repressed emotions like melting ice. Please understand, all the repressed emotions in you can cause various kind of disturbances in the physical functioning of your body. Now, when you do the Dukkha Harana meditation, your cells get more energy because of the breathing. The chaotic breathing is carried out in order to create chaos in your repressed system, and it will create more bioelectricity or bioenergy. And this energy will melt the repressed emotions like melting ice. Okay, so step 1 in this meditation is to wear the eye bands and stand. You will not be sitting and doing this meditation. You will be standing and doing this meditation with your eyes closed. There are 3 parts to this meditation. It is a guided meditation. You will be guided. So in the first step, you will breathe deeply and chaotically from the depths of your body. Understand the techniques, and then later we will do the meditation. So you will first wear eye bands and stand with your eyes closed. You will breathe deeply and chaotically from the depths of your body. You will extend your arms outwards and plant your feet firmly about 18 inches apart. Now gently lower yourself down till your knees are bent, simultaneously keeping your arms extended outwards at your shoulder level. This is the moving down motion. Like you can visualize a bird, a bird flying. You can visualize something like that. So now you will gently lower yourself down till your knees are bent, simultaneously keeping your arms extended outwards at your shoulder level. This is the moving down motion. Then move back up to a normal standing position with arms extended. So you will continuously be doing this movement. Okay? So the first step is you will continuously do the movement of lowering yourself till your knees with your arms extended. And then you will be moving back to your normal standing position with the arms extended. So you will repeat this motion gently and slowly without exerting yourself. See, any kind of meditation, you need to do it as comfortably as possible. So do not exert yourself whenever you're doing any kind of meditation. It is very, very important. Now continue to breathe deeply and in rhythm with the movement. Breathe from the nostrils with the mouth closed. If any of you are suffering from any kind of ailment, especially to do with your heart condition, do only what you can. Also, pregnant women and others with physical ailments, please do only as much as you can. Do not exert yourself. If you're not able to go down and bend your knees, you can just do it as much as you can. So you will be doing the first step for 10 minutes. So the next 10 minutes you will tense and relax your limbs. So you will begin with your feet, tense them for 40 seconds and then completely relax for the next 20 seconds. The next step is to keep your feet relaxed. So similarly, you will be moving from one part of your body to the other and you will cover all your limbs. So you begin with your feet and then you go up towards your ankle, your calf muscle, your knees, your thighs, the upper parts of your body. So like that, you will first tense one part of your body for 40 seconds and then relax for 20 seconds and then move to the next part of the body. So this is the order you will be moving in. Your hips, your stomach, your back, your chest, both arms up to your shoulder, neck, shoulder, face, and finally your head. So on each limb or body part, tense as much as possible for 40 seconds. And then relax for 20 seconds and then move on to your next body part. So when you are doing this, what can happen when you tense and release? What can happen? So two things can happen. The first is all the 72,000 energy points in the body get activated and energized. And many of them will, perhaps for the first time in our lives, we will be energizing these energy points. And in addition, all the emotional hangovers will disappear. So in your office, if your boss scolds you, you will not even be able to scold him back, because it would have removed, this meditation technique removes the emotional hangovers. So what can suppressed desires do to you? Understand, when whenever you are angry and you are aggressive, it causes the body to release an acid. The emotions of anger and aggressiveness causes your body to release an acid. And when you are unable to react to this acid, it gets suppressed in your body. Now imagine when you are on a two-wheeler, you are riding a two-wheeler. At the traffic signal on the road, a car pulls up next to you. So now you suddenly feel you wished that you also owned such a car, and this desire possesses you. But you will not be able to fulfill this desire instantly. So this desire gets suppressed due to non-fulfillment. Similarly, many of your desires, many such desires and emotions are suppressed in you. And how can you enjoy bliss? So at the end of these 10 minutes, you will become awakened inside and you will become cool, calm, and composed, because all the suppressed desires have melted. So you will hear the tape saying stop. So stop as you are. You don't have to shift your position, you don't have to come back to your relaxed state. So, whatever position you are in, please understand, when you hear the word stop, just freeze in the position in which you are. For a moment, you will experience the state of no mind. When you do this, you will experience the state of no mind for a moment. And you will also see your mind becoming silent. So when the mind becomes silent, just sit down wherever you are and chant the letter, the word, the sound Om. You don't have to make it deep, long, and loud as you chant in the Maha Mantra. Simply witness whatever happens inside or outside your being. The first two parts of this technique are actually a preparation for this third part, that is meditation. You will see that the mind becomes silent effortlessly by itself. Silence cannot be forced upon, it can only happen. Remain in this relaxed state with a smiling face and a blissful mood. So when you sit and chant Om, the Omkara, during this time there will be many experiences. Now, whatever is happening, just observe, become an observer. Do not indulge in the thoughts, in your thoughts. Just become an observer and start observing. As you watch television, just sit and observe. Watch your mind, thought by thought. What are the thoughts that are being generated? Just sit and watch. Become the observer. And one more important point, do not focus on the Muladhara at any point of time during the meditation, as this will create fantasies which you are trying to remove. So avoid focusing on your Muladhara at any point while doing the meditation. Now, after 10 minutes of chanting the Omkara, sit silently for about a minute and then open your eyes. So in the best interest of time, we will not be doing this meditation for 30 minutes, but we will be doing it for only a few minutes. Now, let us begin. So I will be guiding you through this meditation. The first step is to wear your eye bands. Please tie your eye bands and stand with your eyes closed. Please keep your cameras turned on. It's very important for all of us to be visible in the camera. Whenever we are doing any kind of meditation, please be visible in the camera. So I see some of you have turned off your cameras. It is highly recommended you do these meditations sincerely and keep your cameras turned on. Do not shy away. So first step is to wear your eye bands and stand with your eyes closed. Now start breathing deeply and chaotically from the depths of your body. Extend your arms outwards and plant your feet firmly about 18 inches apart. So stand with your feet wide apart, 18 inches width. Extend both your arms out and start breathing deeply and chaotically. Now gently lower yourself down till your knees are bent, simultaneously keeping your arms extended outwards at your shoulder level. This is the moving down motion. Then move back up to a normal standing position with arms extended. Repeat this motion gently, slowly, without exerting yourself unduly. Continue to breathe deeply and in rhythm with the movement. Breathe from the nostrils with your mouth closed. Let me repeat the steps quickly. First step, you will stand with your feet wide apart, about 18 inches apart, and you will deeply and chaotically breathe from the depths of your body. Now, extending your arms outside, you will gently lower yourself down till your knees are bent, and you will simultaneously keep your arms extended throughout this step. Throughout this step, you will keep your arms extended, and you will do the moving down motion, and then you move back to the normal standing position with your arms extended. So first thing is you will focus on your breathing and keep your arms extended. Repeat this motion gently and slowly without exerting yourself. If you are having any kind of heart ailment, if you're suffering from any kind of heart condition, not only heart condition, any other serious ailments, do it as much as possible, as long as you're comfortable, or avoid doing it. So breathe from your nostrils with your mouth closed. Yes. Continue to do the meditation. Yes, you can relax. Now, the next 10 minutes, you will tense and relax your limbs. So you start with your feet. You will tense one part of your body. You begin with your feet. You will tense it for 40 seconds and then completely relax for 20 seconds. Then you will keep your feet relaxed and then you will move up your legs. So you will tense the next part of your leg. So you can move up towards your calf muscles, your thighs slowly. So cover each and every part of your body. You will tense it and release it. Tense and then releasing. So you will tense it for 40 seconds and you will relax for 20 seconds. Yes, let's begin the next step. Now we will be moving on to the third step. Now sit wherever you are. Please be seated comfortably. Sit down. Slowly, very slowly. Just sit and start chanting the Omkara. As you chant the Omkara, start witnessing whatever happens inside or outside your being. The first two parts of this technique are actually a preparation for this third part, that is meditation. You will see that the mind becomes silent effortlessly by itself. Silence cannot be forced upon, it can only happen. Remain in this relaxed state with a smiling face and a blissful mood. Continue to chant the Omkara. You can all relax. Slowly open your eyes. Very slowly open your eyes. You can relax and come back to your normal position. So understand this meditation technique, when you do it continuously, when you practice this technique on an empty stomach, preferably in the morning, it will transform your very being. It is also important to be very, very comfortable when you're doing this, especially wearing loose fitting clothes, wherein it doesn't stop you from doing any kind of movement in this meditation. So, when you do this meditation for 21 days, it will help in transforming your being. It is like taking a psychological bath. You will be able to experience the silence in you. When you kill dukkha, which is sorrow, ananda, bliss, flowers, and sends forth a beautiful perfume from you. There is scientific evidence to show that the steps of dukkha harana are beneficial to everyone. The nerves in the Mooladhara area have direct connection to what scientists call the emotional brain, the part of the brain that connects emotions to thoughts and memories. This is also called the limbic system. Bhastrika, the chaotic breathing, stimulates these very nerves, which stimulate the emotional brain. So, Dukkha Harana has the following effects. It washes out the receptors, which is like reformatting the hard drive. It stimulates the emotional brain so that it disconnects thoughts from emotions, thus making it easy to see things as they are. And the Omkara sound releases chemicals like dopamine that calm the mind. So, the experiences that happen during the meditation whatever experience you have had during the meditation, you can share it as your Sakshi Pramana on all the social media platforms. So some of the social media platforms are projected here. So whichever account you have on whichever social media platform, you can start sharing your experiences. See, when you share, what happens? You enrich so many people. You motivate and inspire them just by reading your experiences. People will want to join the program. When they join the program, it only helps them in transformation in their spiritual path. So you can go to the Facebook page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and you can share your powerful clicks as messages in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism Facebook page. So there is you on YouTube, the various social media platforms. One is Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. Now it is called X, formerly known as Twitter. Yes. So we come to the conclusion of this segment. Now we will be moving on to the next segment, the next chakra. We will be learning about the next chakra in our next segment, which is the Swadhisthana chakra. We learned about the Mooladhara chakra. Now we're moving on to learning about the Swadhisthana chakra. Yes. So now we will be working on our Swadhisthana chakra. We will look closely at the thought trends that developed in us which make us experience fear in our life. How many of us are stopped by fear in life? The Swadhisthana chakra is located below your navel region, just above the Mooladhara and below your Manipuraka chakra. And this chakra is blocked when you experience excess fear. Now, how many of us are stopped by fear in life? A lot of us, and there are also some of us who have fear even to raise our hands, to even acknowledge and accept that we suffer from fear, emotions of fear. Now, every human being is stopped by some fear or the other in life. So the exact location of the Swadhisthana chakra is 2 inches above the Mooladhara chakra and 2 inches below the navel center. In Sanskrit, Swadhisthana means where your being is established. Swa means self and Adhisthana means established. What blocks this chakra? This chakra is locked by fear, especially fear of death. And what unblocks this chakra? This chakra flowers with acceptance of fear, acceptance of death itself. And the Nirbhaya Dhyan meditation will open this chakra. What keeps it alive is practicing authenticity in all dimensions. All our fears are actually fear of death under various disguises. That's it. Every single fear is related to the fear of death, but in a convoluted way. Because it is convoluted, we do not see it as a fear of death. Without fear, the word death, as we come to see, loses its meaning. Death is not something that happens at the end of our lives. Understand, it is happening every moment of our lives. Every act of ours is unconsciously related to death and the fear of dying. Death changes the very quality of our life. It is not the end, but the climax of our lives, towards which our whole life has been oriented. Why is that? It is because our idea of life is controlled by our concept of death. Now, fear is not in our control. Greed is actually very easy to handle because it is in your freedom. But fear is difficult to handle because it is not in your control. The fear is rooted in the deeper DNA strands. For a normal man, 2 DNA strands are alive. All your fear is rooted in these 2 DNA strands. Your greed is not your blind spot. Blind spot means that which exists in you but which you cannot see or identify its existence. In fact, others see your blind spots easily. So, greed is not a blind spot for you because you can see it, you can choose it, allow it, accept it, and it exists. But fear is different. It is rooted in deeper strands of your DNA, which are dormant and which are inactive most of the time. That is why the fear creates stronger chemical reactions in you than the greed. And this is also the reason why you have expressions like butterflies in your stomach, churning in the stomach when you experience fear. Fear manifests in many ways in our lives. So, the layers of regular fear that exist are fear of losing your wealth, name, and fame, the identity of the outer world, fear of losing your health, both your physical health as well as your mental health, fear of accidents or fear of losing parts of your body, fear of losing your loved ones or their love, fear of ghosts, God, and death. Now, all our fears are actually fear of death. It ultimately leads to fear of death, but under various disguises. Every single fear is related to the fear of death, but in a convoluted, roundabout way. And because it is a convoluted roundabout, we don't see it as fear of death. Without fear, the word death itself loses the meaning that we have been associating with it. So, why do you bother about death? Because you do not know what will happen, death. And this is the unknown factor, unknown zone. And that is why you have fear. If you know which house you will be coming back after you die, You will just transfer all your things to that house while you are alive. That's it. But death is not like that. It is totally unknown to you, and that is why you have fear of death. So, what do we usually think? We think that death is the climax of our lives, and that is why we fear death. So, usually we think death is what happens at the end of our lives. If death was nothing more than that, it would be so easy. But death is not something that happens at the end of our lives. It is something which is happening every moment of our lives. Every act of ours is unconsciously related to our death. The fear of dying, death changes the very quality of our life. It is not the end, it is the climax of our lives, towards which our whole life is oriented. So, what happens after death? Our whole life is controlled by our concept of death. Even our social structure is dictated by our concept of death. In fact, all great religions and world philosophies have arisen out of trying to answer one question: what happens after death? So, there are various life solutions. In trying to answer this one question, different life solutions have taken root. The cultures which believe in a single life with no concept of reincarnation have poured all their energies into excelling in life. They have achieved the peak in terms of assimilation of information, gaining of knowledge, and material comforts. So, these solutions, life solutions, help us get the maximum out of this life. These cultures have given rise to science, and science helps us live life at its optimum, and it also helps us to get the maximum out of this life. And eternity is granted. The cultures which believe in reincarnation have turned the focus of their life inwards. Their search is different. They are not motivated to live life in a hurry because eternity is granted to them. So, what is our idea of death? You can see the play of this concept clearly in the behavior of the people. In India, if a program is scheduled to start by 6, you can be sure that it won't start before 7:30 because people have eternity before them. Our whole mental setup, the course of our lives, our society, culture, religion, everything is based on nothing but our idea of death. We try our best not to think about death, but death pervades every moment of our life. When we understand the depths, the secrets and mystery of death, we will understand the secrets of life. We need to solve death and see it as a mere continuity in a different form. Otherwise, we will miss life itself. If we understand and remind ourselves again and again that death is nothing but continuity in another form, slowly we'll be out of fear of death. And when we stop fearing death, we will know to what extent we have been missing life. So, understanding death will help us to look into our lives with more awareness. It will teach us to look into our life with more awareness because we take life for granted and live so superficially that we miss many aspects of life. And for most people, life never goes beyond the Swadhisthana chakra. Life never goes beyond fear of death. We live and die between the Muladhara and Swadhisthana chakras, between desires and fear. We don't know any other way of life, or we do not have the courage to take on any other way of life. So, in earlier times, people lived without the life security that we have today. There was no vaccination available against fatal diseases. There were no satellite based advance warning of natural calamities and security against famine or floods. Therefore, people were always mentally prepared for struggle, even for death. We all constantly live in fear of death. We are ready to escape at all costs. Death is seen upon as our greatest enemy. So, let us look at a small story about Socrates, who was the Greek philosopher. Socrates was killed by being forced to drink the juice of the poisonous herb called hemlock. Just before he drank the poison, one of his disciples asked him, "Master, are you not afraid of dying? You appear to be so calm." Socrates replied, "Why should I be? I know that only two things can happen after death. Either I will continue to exist in some other form or name, or I will cease to exist after death. In the first case, there is nothing to worry about. In the second case, who will remain to worry? So, either way, there is nothing to fear." Now, Socrates was fearless of death purely because he had a clear understanding of death and its consequences. Death is always looked upon as a discontinuity, and that is why people suffer when they see death. The basic understanding of death is lacking. Death is never a discontinuity. It is either continuity in some other form or simply liberation. That's all. When man understands this, he will realize how foolish it is to suffer on this account. So, man is very attached to his physical form, and that is why he suffers so much. The body is a mere vehicle for the soul, and this has to be understood very clearly. Although the only certain thing on planet Earth for man is death, he is always taken by surprise when it actually happens. This is the most surprising thing about man. Okay, let us look at another story. A lady was celebrating her 100th birthday. Her entire family was there for the occasion. They were opening all the gifts and reading all the cards that had been received from family and friends. They showed the lady one card that had been sent by her 94-year-old friend. The lady shrieked, "God, she is still alive." So we are able to apply death to everyone else except us. We are like this. Everything in life we are prepared for except our own death. The irony is, everything in life is so unpredictable except death. The only certain thing in life is death. But the last thing we would like to be told is that sooner or later we are going to die. So, how do we conquer the fear of death? When you conquer the fear of death, you conquer death itself, because death is just one more imagination. Just like how, as in the Muladhara chakra, our greed and fantasy makes us imagine the world to be more beautiful than it actually is. Here, our fear makes us imagine death to be more frightening than it actually is. We wear glasses of greed and fear which do not allow us to see reality. When you experience death psychologically, you release the energy that has been locked in the Swadhisthana. Swadhisthana is located near the navel center. When this energy is activated, it opens up, the whole quality of your life changes. And because of your capacity to accept death as just a continuity in another form, your capacity to enjoy life is transformed. Your whole body relaxes, your consciousness expands, your living capacity expands. Whether you accept it or not, every moment of life, the fear of death lingers in the subconscious mind. By understanding death and fear of life, your life will be enriched. Now we will do a powerful meditation, and also we will work on day-to-day fears that we face daily. Now, fear of death is a very important fear which we will be working in the next level program. Now, let us look at common everyday fear. There is always a current of fear in us. Sometimes certain incidents cause a spike of fear in us. These can be caused by sudden events, running into someone unexpectedly in a semi-dark room, or even simple events like receiving negative feedback from our boss at work or spouse at home that invoke a sense of survival in us. These fear strokes can happen with great intensity, although they are for a very short duration of time. Fear strokes weaken the immune system. They release depression inducing chemicals and even accelerate our aging process. The intensity and frequency of fear strokes can be greatly reduced by reducing the intensity and the depth of the regular fear that is in us. Only from this regular fear the fear strokes arise. If deeper understanding and clarity can reduce the regular fear, the fear strokes will also reduce. We have a powerful mechanism that protects us from danger and is closely connected to fear. This is called the flight or fight mechanism. All of us have a part of the brain called the amygdala, which is the primary location where the base emotions are processed. Feedback from the outside world, such as sight, sound, etc., enters the brain and takes two paths. One path leads to the amygdala, and the other, much longer path, leads to the cerebral cortex, the thinking, reasoning, conscious part of the brain. The amygdala can be found in most animals, and this is the part of the brain that they use to determine danger and whether they should run away or stand and fight, the fight or flight reaction. The prefrontal cerebral cortex, on the other hand, is seen only in human beings and some apes. It is a recent development. Millions of years of evolution has programmed us to react with the amygdala first and the cerebral cortex later. When the amygdala rings the alarm bells, it triggers the adrenal gland, which floods the body with hormones that stimulate faster heart rate and quick muscle reactions. The following graphic characterizes the process. Now, when this system was put in place in our brain tens of thousands of years ago, there were physical threats to our life. But now, we are mostly living with environments which do not have such threats to our life. Most of the threats we face tend to be psychological. The problem or the difficulty here is that we react to current situations using mechanisms that were developed millions of years ago, even though the same kind of threat to life does not exist. For example, when our manager or spouse start giving negative feedback, we interpret them as intense threats and react with either fight or flight reaction, whereas a rational reaction would be much better. And this is not all. The amygdala is simultaneously flooding the cerebral cortex, the conscious part of the brain, with neurochemicals that change its functioning. In its flooded state, the cortex does not receive, process, or store information in its normal way. Thus, in this environment, the amygdala regularly hijacks the conscious brain in the face of the mere threat of psychological, not physical pain. The result can be highly counterproductive. It takes about 20 to 30 minutes of absence from the stimulus for the neurochemicals in the flooded brain to dissipate and thereby enable the possibility of a reasoned, rational interaction to occur. We have all seen people lose it in reaction to some perceived insult or lack of respect. In the presence of an amygdala hijack, there is almost no chance to have a productive set of interactions in such situations. We all do it. If at this time you are thinking that you do not do this, you should actually ask your spouse, lover, partner, parent, or child. They will probably be able to help you see that we all do it. So, understanding irrational behavior. Human beings generally are averse to being informed about their mistakes. Instead, we go to great lengths to protect ourselves from the psychological and emotional pain associated with confronting our errors. The result of this is that we continue to take actions that harm ourselves, our partners, our businesses, our loved ones, and so on. This behavior, while irrational, becomes understandable once you understand the role of the amygdala hijack and its impact on your behavior. Amygdala hijacks leave you with no freedom to be or to act. It dumbs you and therefore unable to respond appropriately and optimally to the given situation. It also limits learning. One major way we learn is to see the mistakes we make and therefore create the opportunity to change those actions to achieve superior outcomes. Seeing how it works makes you more aware of its impact on you. So, if you bring in awareness to your thought trends that want to avoid confrontation, when it comes to you, receiving negative feedback, you will be able to control the amygdala. So, along with this, the meditation technique that you will be doing by the end of this segment will automatically work on your fear knots and release the fear of unknown that you have carried in your system for many years. So, what can overcome fear and open the Swadhisthana chakra? That would be our next question. The answer is authenticity. But here we will talk about other dimensions of authenticity. So, yesterday in our sessions, we learned about the 4 images, and earlier in the session, we also refreshed our knowledge about the 4 images. Now, we have only seen 2 dimensions of our images, and now there are 2 more. The first of these 4 identities is Mamakara or inner image. It is the inner image and experience you carry about yourself, like I am healthy, I am ugly, I am intelligent, and I cannot tolerate hard work, I love people, etc. These are all the ideas that you carry about yourself within. And you also carry many such inner ideas about yourself. And unfortunately, the idea that you carry about you is always less than what you project yourself to be for others. The second identity is ahamkara or outer image, and it is how you project yourself to others. You may try to project yourself as a very powerful, talented, honest, helpful, or whatever. Unfortunately, whatever you project is always far more than what you believe yourself to be. The third identity you carry is the image or expectations that others have about you. And this is called the Anyakara or others' image about you. How others perceive you may be different from how you project yourself to them, because people create their opinion about you from the subtle signals you give them rather than what you openly project. Human beings are intelligent enough to catch even what you don't say, or especially what you do not say. The fourth identity is very subtle because it is not directly related to you. It is called Swa Anyakara or life image. Life image is what you experience life to be for you. For example, you may feel life is lonely, or life is complicated, or life is sacred. You may also feel life is scary and it is always showering me with everything that I need. So please understand, this is also your identity because it defines the exact experience you will be receiving from the people and situations in your life. It is our idea of life that constantly makes us scared. We have ideas that life itself will deny us. Life is unfair. Life is unsafe. We have ideas that others are out to get us constantly. All these ideas keep us in fear and keep the Swadhisthana chakra blocked. When you are inauthentic, especially in your words, in the words we give others, we experience the hangover of fear. This means that we are not stretching to meet others' expectations of us or what we think the world expects of us. So, what is fear? Again, whenever you utter a word to yourself, the incomplete part of you sitting inside you, making mockery of you, is fear. Inside you, your being is divided into 2 halves. One half is the complete you, the other half is a big chunk of you, which is the incomplete you. The complete part of you always operates from a zone of possibility and leaves you expanding in life. On the other hand, the incomplete part in you always operates from a zone of past incompletions and zone of no possibility and leaves you shrinking in life. The incomplete part in you does not have confidence on any word you utter to you because many times you fail and you are out of integrity with you. And because you are out of integrity with yourself, one chunk in you, which is the incomplete part of you, does not believe you. It does not trust you. So whenever you make any plan, a part of you mocks at you. That mockery is fear. Each time you utter the words without being authentic to your possibility, you encourage the hangover of fear pattern in you. The way to overcome this is to align all four images completely. For example, you could align the four images like this. Best inner image, confidence. Best outer image, showing the same confidence. Humble but not weak. Powerful but not arrogant. Best others image. Loving, caring and supporting. Best life image is life is here to support and love me. So a personal example from Swamiji where he shares, inside how I feel about myself is a vast emptiness space, a space which is completely complete. Outer image I show, I declare boldly that I am an incarnation and I am here to transmit this experience to others. And I'm very clear. A doctor saying he is a doctor is not arrogance. He has to tell that is a fact. And same with me, I have to tell who I am. Others' image. I am responsible for all the expectations from me. Heal your headache, your knee pain. I am responsible for it. So anything in the range of Shakti, I am responsible because I have declared efficiency in pausing that reality for you. But I cannot hit a century as it is not in the framework of my declaration. I have to give you energy and intelligence. And if you cannot do it with energy alone, I have to create the space for you to understand how you can. I have to teach you how to receive the energy, teach you the science of receiving energy. Now, here, Swamiji is talking about a couple and he's taking the example of them who were attending the program when this program was conducted, when Swamiji was physically available at Adi Kailash. Now, he's talking about the couple. If she expects you to be a good husband, you are responsible. Within the purview of your declaration, you are responsible. When people come to you for help and you are a doctor, you are responsible as their expectation is within the purview of your declaration. If I have initiated you as a disciple, I have to wait till you get enlightened. Now you understand. Do not have desire for the seat. Don't think, why is he being worshipped? It comes with responsibility. You take up the responsibility and we are there to worship you too. The best life image I wanted to have. The whole life, everyone is there to celebrate with me. Now all the four are aligned and that is why I am settled. I will help to raise you to what you think best about you and align it. Now the process for authenticity. Aligning all the four images. So you will note down this in your notebooks and you will do it by making time for yourself. Now describe your peak four images, your peak inner image, outer image, others image and life image. Are you functioning at your peak in these four images? If not, find out what cognition is stopping you from operating at your peak of these four images. Go back to the first incident when you first experienced this cognition. Complete with all the incidents when the same cognition has happened in your life. Now, we will be doing the Nirbhaya Dhyan meditation, the darkness meditation. We have done this meditation yesterday for some of the participants who have joined us today. Again, we will be doing this meditation now, and this meditation helps to open the Swadhisthana chakra. The Vedic reference has been taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, verse 87. Evam eva durnishayam Krishna pakshagame chiram tamiram bhavayan rupam bhairavam rupam yeshyati. In the same way, at completely dark night, in the dark fortnight, by contemplating for long over the terrible circumambient darkness, the yogi will attain the nature of Bhairava. The Swadhisthana region overlaps with a very important gland, the adrenal gland, that produces adrenaline. This hormone is produced during fear. When we go to sleep, naturally stress hormones are reduced. Adrenaline production is reduced. The pineal gland is stimulated to create melatonin. The pineal gland controls day or night cycles. Nirbhaya Dhyan is a meditation where we consciously simulate the same condition that happens during sleep so that our fear is reduced. One's quality of life changes when the Swadhisthana chakra opens. There is no longer fear, just acceptance. It is difficult for a person without the Swadhisthana open to understand, as it is for a blind person to think that he can move around with his cane when his eyesight is restored. Absence of various fears, which gives rise to confidence, boosts one's success in all endeavors, just as fear was the cause of failure before. As we discussed before, almost all our fears, including death, are in one way or another a transference of our fear, losing our identity, our ego. It is the threat of separation of body mind from the spirit and the consequent loss of identity that instills terror in us. The meditation that we are about to do, if done with awareness, can reproduce that feeling and help us face the eventual certainty squarely now. So let us see what is darkness meditation all about, how this meditation is done. Let us understand. The tantric followers meditate upon darkness to feel the intensity of Mother Kali, the primal power, Shakti. Darkness is the mother's womb, where we originate. It is also death, where we return. Darkness is the start, the passage, and the end. By meditating upon this darkness, you will feel liberated. During the meditation, become aware of the darkness around you as intensely as possible. You may feel as if you are separating from your body. If that happens, allow it to happen. This meditation is for 21 minutes and it can also be done by you at night before sleeping. It helps you to sleep well. Now, let us do the meditation. Please be seated comfortably with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes, exhale deeply a few times, and let inhalation happen naturally. So keep your eyes closed. You can tie your eyes if you want to. So the first step is to exhale deeply a few times and allow the inhalation to happen naturally. Again, this is a guided meditation, so I will be guiding you. Now focus on your breathing. Sit with your eyes closed. Exhale deeply a few times and let the inhalation happen naturally. Now visualize that you are walking into a very dark space, a cave. It is so dark, so intensely dark that you cannot see anything around you. Feel the darkness. You cannot see your own body. You cannot see anything. darkness. Now let every cell in your body and mind breathe in the darkness. Become one with the darkness. Merge into the darkness. Let every cell in your body and mind breathe in the darkness. Become one with the darkness. Merge into the darkness. Now, become aware of yourself now. With your awareness, start experiencing your entire body. Become aware of yourself, and with awareness, start experiencing your entire body. Now slowly, very slowly, return to your presence. Wherever you are seated, come back. Return to your presence. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Now very slowly, please open your eyes. Yes, so this meditation should be done when it is dark outside with no lights inside. After the meditation, it is advisable to go to bed. That is, you have to sleep. After doing this meditation, it is advisable to sleep. So do it before you go to bed. So, how was your experience? How did you enjoy the meditation? You can share here in the chat your experience, how you felt about the whole thing. Today we learnt about the Muladhara chakra and the Swadhisthana chakra. So you will be learning about the other chakras in the upcoming segments. Yes, it's a very beautiful meditation. So Jayanti is feeling peaceful and Eugene is feeling intense calmness and Andre is feeling very relaxed. Okay, wonderful sharing. And so with that, we come to the conclusion of the segment. Now we will conclude the segment with the Purna Mantra. So please sit up with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Your hands in the Anjali Mudra. Let us offer our gratitude at the divine feet of the Master for giving us for sharing with us the powerful truths and giving us the experiences, the meditative experiences. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Yes. Thank you all. So Ma Pallavi is sharing, post Dukkhaharana, my body was feeling warm and was having some kind of vibration feeling. And darkness meditation was relaxing and sleepy. Okay. Okay. But there's so much that happens to your being that you will not be able to cognize or put it in words. So that is the most beautiful part of all these meditations. We can only experience the outer experiences, but what happens to your being is something very unique, very beautiful. Okay, so let us wait for the next Acharya. Thank you all for your participation. Nithyanandam.
So let me give you the essence of yesterday. Integrity means honoring the word you give it to you and to others. Authenticity means taking responsibility for what you feel as you and what you project as you, what others feel as you. Clear? You don't need to take the responsibility of people who are not at all involved in your life, their imagination about you. Like somebody from South Africa suddenly comes and expects you should become a prime minister of his country. You don't need to fulfill that. Understand? But with whoever you have involved your life, listen. Anyakara of the people about whom you have anyakara. That is the anyakara for which you have made commitment. Understand? For example, your mother's expectation about you, you have to stretch yourself to that because you have certain expectation about your mother. When you carry certain expectation about others, you are now bound by the expectation they have about you. All of you are able to catch it? How many of you are able to cognize this principle which I am saying now? Because you have a doubt, how many of you are not able to cognize? Raise your hand. Can you guys come out? I will answer your questions. Listen. For example, your mother has an expectation about you. You have to stretch yourself to that because you have expectation about your mother. Understand? You don't need to fulfill somebody who is walking in the street, his expectation about you, who is completely unconnected to your life. But you have to fulfill your mother's expectation about you because you have an expectation about your mother. You understand? Life is involved. I have to fulfill your expectation about me if I have an expectation about you. Understand? If you expect that I should behave as your guru, I have to stretch me to fulfill if I also expect you have to behave as a disciple.
I was just my.
So let me give you the essence of yesterday. Integrity means honoring the word you give it to you and to others. Authenticity means taking responsibility for what you feel as you and what you project as you, what others feel as you. Clear? You don't need to take the responsibility of people who are not at all involved in your life, their imagination about you. Like somebody from South Africa suddenly comes and expects you should become a prime minister of his country. You don't need to fulfill that. Understand? But with whoever you have involved your life, listen. Anyakara of the people about whom you have anyakara. That is the anyakara for which you have made commitment. Understand? For example, your mother's expectation about you, you have to stretch yourself to that because you have certain expectation about your mother. When you carry certain expectation about others, you are now bound by the expectation they have about you. All of you are able to catch it? How many of you are able to cognize this principle which I am saying now? Because you have a doubt, how many of you are not able to cognize? Raise your hand. Can you guys come out? I will answer your questions. Listen. For example, your mother has an expectation about you. You have to stretch yourself to that because you have expectation about your mother. Understand? You don't need to fulfill somebody who is walking in the street, his expectation about you, who is completely unconnected to your life. But you have to fulfill your mother's expectation about you because you have an expectation about your mother. You understand? Life is involved. I have to fulfill your expectation about me if I have an expectation about you. Understand? If you expect that I should behave as your guru, I have to stretch me to fulfill if I also expect you have to behave as a disciple. Or we can completely be independent. You are somebody, I am somebody. Then neither you need to fulfill my expectation, nor I need to fulfill your expectation. But if your lives are involved, you have to stretch yourself to others' expectation. That is authenticity. Have you given a direct or indirect message that you are involved? Yes. Yes. You have to make it clear you are not involved. Then you don't need to follow. You don't need to stretch yourself. Yes, come on. I am making it very clear. I am not involved in anybody's life other than the people who have become my disciples are living my disciplehood. Living, being my disciple. And I have no other involvement with anybody else's life. I am very clear. Come on.
Yeah, we doubt that you told that Anyakara, that when we don't have expectations from them, when they have expectations from me, I'm very clear that I don't have expectation from the other side.
And you can say, I am not involved with your life. If you make it very clear, you don't need to stretch yourself to their Anyakara. Understand? For example, you have mother-in-law. You do not have any expectation from her, but she has expectations from you. If you go on complete with her saying that I don't have any expectation from you, and same way I don't want to fulfill your expectations, you make it very clear, then you don't need to stretch yourself to their Anyakara.
So,
till you make it very clear, you are expected to take the responsibility for their Anyakara. That is authenticity.
Swamiji, in my case, my personal, I don't, just I am expressing. It's with my brother and my husband actually. I don't have mother-in-law, father-in-law before.
No, I am giving you one example.
No, I got it, Swamiji, because in this case, I am not expected from my brother, but he expects me that you practice in the profession. And there I was always fought with him that why you want to force me. If I am interested, I will do it. Because I am always authenticity, there people want me to show inauthenticity. I don't like that profession. If the cases are authentic, I will go with it. And if I feel the associate is authentic with me, where I have gone, I have seen inauthenticity with the advocates with whom I have gone also. Because of that, I was not able to proceed with that. But now after coming to this, I have found people who are supporting me and I am working to the authentic cases. And there where I am fulfilling, yes, I am happy with doing it. And coming to my husband, I started the network marketing business myself because I liked it, I loved the environment. And I went to the level of, into that for the knowledge for 7 years. And in between, I was just to my partners, I had Anyakara because I was so much authentic. I went to support my business for my brother who wanted to know network marketing in other company. And there I went to support him and I just went with him, that's all. From third party, they gave God, Suman has went there. So immediately without rechecking that, they just without that they started talking, gossiping about me. So I got it very anger. So at that time I was very, because of my authenticity, they didn't know my background.
No, it is inauthenticity.
Because
if you are authentic, you will not become angry. You will take responsibility for their inauthenticity also.
Yeah. Later then I took responsibility after attending with you, Swamiji.
So understand what I am saying? With authenticity, you will never be powerless. Understand? With authenticity, you will never be powerless.
So,
in my case, I never feel powerless in any situation. Understand? If this happens in my life, what I will do, I will take authentic responsibility, trying to educate them. But if they are very sure they don't want to be educated by me, I will tell them very clearly, I won't harm you, you don't harm me. The completion. Even for that, if they are not budging and trying to do some conspiracy, then I know. If they come on elephant, go on elephant and finish them. If they come by horse, go on horse and finish them. If they come by walk, face them by walk. That is authenticity. You understand what I am saying? How do you think otherwise such a big conspiracy group is not able to do anything finally? Because I also know where to play. Understand? Angry, you would have just felt powerless and you would not have proceeded in any way. Am I right?
So, Miss, further what you want?
Now you have to take the responsibility for their inauthenticity. And first thing you have to make it very clear. So let us have a completion with each other and see whether we can still work together. If that is not possible, at least you live your life, we live our life. I think by this everyone will settle down. Beyond that, if they are trying to conspire, don't bother, do everything above and below the sun. That's it.
Swamiji,
that is authenticity.
Swamiji, when I
understand?
Yeah, that clarification, Swamiji. At that time when I went, I didn't know that I was making wrong. Immediately when the gossiping happened, I understood, oh, something is wrong. And then
first thing, please understand, authenticity will not allow you to believe you are a bad guy. That's the main thing. If you are made to believe by somebody you are a bad guy, you have inauthenticity. Listen, one of my biggest success, please understand, all of you, I am giving my life example so that you will understand. One of the biggest success, the reason for my success is The media was able to convince the whole world I am a bad guy. They are not able to convince me I am a bad guy. I am very authentic in every step I proceed. Understand? I am very authentic and integrated with my every deal and every relationship and every step. And that is the reason. Because there is no inauthenticity in me, they are not able to convince I am inauthentic, I am wrong. So if they are able to make you believe you are wrong, there is some inauthenticity hiding there. Maybe in that business you would not have been inauthentic. You would have been inauthentic in some other way that comes here and takes revenge on you. For example, if you cheated ABC and all the ABC disappears, FG, you have not cheated them. You have been very authentic, but they will attack you. When they attack you, you will feel powerless because you have cheated ABC. Understand? Somewhere your inauthenticity, incompletion. Maybe it is inauthenticity even with yourself. That is why I tell you, you don't leave single unfulfilled word, incomplete word. Every word you give it to you, complete it. If you are not able to complete it, sit every night and at least clear it. Saying, I gave this word to you, I am not able to fulfill, I am completing it, I am liberating you. Please understand, this one habit of swapurnatva, completion with yourself, takes away insecurity. See, whenever you start a work, you will always see one corner of your mind will tell, no, what for you are going will not be successful. How many of you cognize this? Always one part of your mind. That part is nothing but the incomplete part. Understand?
Then after that, they made me that I'm in. When I started telling that where I'm wrong, come on, prove that, and I started talking to them, and they all kept quiet, Swamiji, because they told me that we will stop you from the company, that this. Then I told even I'm ready, where I'm wrong, come on, prove it, and all kept quiet, and then I just kept quiet for 3 years. After being here, coming to Kalpataru, I was just open. And I went back to them and I told them that now you people without knowing me, not listening to me or asking me, how did you do behind me like this? All that hurted me a lot. Then they all told sorry, and the persons who were partners with me, everybody told me sorry, and again I connected with them. And I was
so see the power of authenticity.
Yeah,
understand?
It worked on that. And now actually I want to drop that business, but this business, you have worked so many years, why you are you can't do that, this, and but it's not fighting. I'm just convincing that now I know after going into deep, I can see. I tell him that I'm telling that I don't fail by doing business. I'm not confident in doing business. I have knowledge, I have creation to do that and advocate all. But now
no, you should be able to do small and big both things. That is spirituality. Still you have to catch it. Understand?
Being authentic about my net worth because of lack of strength. My brothers always, sisters want to know what is my net worth. And I don't tell them the truth. I don't tell them anything. I said, why do you want to know? I don't want to know yours. You don't tell me yours. I don't want to tell mine. Is that, where does it do? Am I integrated?
No, you are right. You are authentic.
I don't need to
see,
tell
when
them.
you don't ask them, you have freedom to not to tell.
Okay.
Come on.
Nithyananda Swamiji. So as you said earlier, like if you have expectation about somebody, you have to stretch to their anyakara. So let us say I have expectation about my father as well as my mother. My father's anyakara is exactly opposite to my mother's anyakara. So to whom expectation should
I think you have to sit with both of them, work, then finally it will evolve. Understand? You may have to sit with both of them and ask them, then let both of them fight with their inauthenticities, and it will boil down to one Anyakara, which will be easy for you. And I think after all, both of your parents have done program, so they understand the tattvas and principles. It will be easy for you. Come on, quick. Yes, if you have any expectations about them, you are inauthentic to their Anyakara. Then it's wrong. Then you can make them understand these are such a simple things. No, you can make them understand I am healthy. Come on. Why are you constantly putting this word into my head that I am spoiling my health? Quick. No, that is what is completion. When you do Purnatva with each one of them, this will be completed. This will become a very clear thing. Who is going to be committed with your life and who is going to be what in your life will become clear in Purnatva.
So it's not connected directly for my Anyakara. In this case, actually, often when I got immediately married, I saw the inauthenticity, the inequalities of my husband's family is the last son. When I saw that, I waited for some years, let me see whether my husband is wrong or they are wrong. Then I saw that it showed clearly that for his silence, those people have kept him far away and are making him inequality. And after that, I decided and I just kept everybody far away. And
but that is not going to solve the issue, because then it is like a giving up on people. Okay?
In this case, Swamiji, even you can't go to court also, it's a family issue.
No. You don't need to go to court, but you don't need to give up on people. Continue to work.
So
it is possible.
And now I went to the extreme.
You will not be facing any more bigger demons than the demons I faced in my life. Do you agree that? When I can do, why not you? Okay?
Sometimes it's my ego that I can't.
Yes. Giving up on people is nothing but ego. Simply ego. Go ahead.
In the relationship, always when I saw you, I accepted you are my guru. When somebody tells I am your mother, when I don't feel I don't feel that motherliness in there.
So you can tell them very clearly, complete with them. You may feel I am your mother, but I don't feel I am your mother. So please don't have any Anyakara which I will not be able to fulfill. Complete it.
So when I did that person went and cried before their family, and it was
that nothing can be done. The people will cry forever. Just sometimes people may cry that you are alive. What can you do for that? What to do? Understand? Is it not? So just we'll have to face it.
And when some people come giving easy-going money to us, when we don't expect them, they talk behind us outside all.
I think better to not to have the easy-going money. That will always make you lose respect on you. It will just make you lose respect on you.
So it's not wrong on our part.
Better don't accept.
Because directly I have told them that people taking easy money, and because
don't do anything to the people who are taking, you don't take, and that's all.
Swamiji, in my case actually, in my family, what my husband, how he is earning, I am very happy with it, whatever we are earning, and we are happy fulfilling without asking anybody. But in this case, my brother's family, they are not happy in the society for the state that we are not materialistically showing. And I gave them clarification that we are business people, we invest money into the business. We never show that we want car or building house, because whatever house we have, whatever that we are fulfilled with that. But they are not fulfilled with that, and they especially my brother, he tells that in society I can't traveling auto, you are staying in that house. It's my father-in-law's house, which again definitely he is staying, and they feel very bad to tell society that she's staying in that house. So what they
Tell them, even Swamiji, you are not wrong in that. In that you are right. Even I drive the same car for last 10 years. What to do? Forget about it. Those things are not. No, you are authentic as far as this is concerned.
जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं जगद्गुरुं वन्दे परमहंसाख्यं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं। जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं जगद्गुरुं वन्दे परमहंसाख्यं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्। आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्। आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्। नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्। नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्। आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तम्।
Yes, I welcome all of you for the today's Nitya Dhyana Yoga sessions. It's 7 o'clock. Let's start. If you are able to hear me and see me, please wave your hands. Here also, your audio is okay? Biddi? Great. And Ohio, you are able to hear me? Springs, Texas? Springs, Texas is not able to hear, I think. Maurice Plains, great. San Jose? Mexico City? Los Angeles? Great. And that's wonderful. Calgary? Great. Fresh early morning. Before entering into the session, early morning for us here, for many of you, it's the evening. Before entering into the session, let's practice the completion process once more. Listen. Yesterday you may not have been able to complete all the incompletions. Now I am giving you a detailed instruction. Any incompletion pattern you have, pick it up, relive that incompletion, listen, relive that incompletion at least 5 times, not just remembering. If you are in your present age, time, and you remember your present identity and think about the past, it is remembering. If If you just drop the present identity, go there and become that and visualize that is real living. Go and become that real live at least 5 times. Suddenly you will see that pattern breaks, that knot melts down. You are free from that samskara. You open up, you relax, you are complete. The emotional weight melts down. Now, pick up the each incompletion you have, you want to complete with. At least 5 times relive. Let's do the completion process for a few minutes and then enter into the next level, next process. Please close your eyes, tie the ribbon, start the completion process. Let the grace of Mahadeva flow in all of us and make all of us experience completion. Shiva. Come on, please share your answer for all the three questions.
What is the purpose of your life? The purpose of my life is being a mother and gain spiritual experience and shed my karmas and layers. What do you aspire to? I aspire that my children grow up to be responsible and happy persons, be mentally, physically, emotionally and spiritually healthy. These are my aspirations. What is it that keeps you alive? My children keep me alive, hope keeps me alive and meditation keeps me alive. What motivates you to awake each day? My children again. What do you value most in your life? Again, my children and my connection with my inner self. How do you plan to achieve what you aspire? Through meditation. Are all your actions aligned? Not yet, but I'm trying. What is your reason to attend this program? Get peace with myself. What do you hope to get? Understand myself, recover from past traumas, make peace with myself and become stronger.
Wonderful. You have set a clear thought trend. Now I can infuse energy into you. I can awaken your Kundalini. Your Kundalini will have a direction. Understand? How many of you understand what I am saying? See, she has set a clear trend. Means she is now clear about what she wants and what is her problem. Now I can push her Kundalini Shakti to travel in the right direction.
Thank you, Master.
Yes. Great. Come on, go ahead.
Purpose of life is to enjoy, find peace in every minor thing I do, spread smile to people I meet, and continue enjoying my life my living in the spice of Advaita by your blessings. Important purposes of life is I'm doing my chartered accountancy. I want to clear off my CA final exams, as you say, complete it and get rid of it. And want to find my dream job.
No. Complete and get rid of it means you think that complete. See,
only the
completing the course is the driving license you get. After that, you are going to start driving. If you have so much of hatred to get rid of it, how are you?
Get rid of just exams.
Okay, but what you want, see, you want to complete the examination. There is something which you don't like, you want to get rid of it. In this whole syllabus, examination and all that. But this is the subject with which you are going to spend your whole life. Don't you see, if you have a subtle hatred and incompletion, that is going to lead to a constant tiredness and boredom. You should be very clear, your whole life is going to be numbers. Understand? So, I think you need to complete, if you have any hatred towards the subject and syllabus with which you are working.
It's not actually hatred, it's just laziness to study.
No, please understand, laziness, tiredness, boredom, all these are nothing but conflicts inside. Understand? Last 15 days I have not slept. There are many witnesses, eyewitnesses for that. How many of you are here whose houses I have visited now? Oh, okay. Just now, just today morning, yes, only one person is here. Just yesterday night I came back. 15 days no sleep. It will go up to late night 2:30 and early morning 4:30 it starts. And even in between, don't think I can sleep in the car, because every 10 minutes there will be one reception or a house, darshan, something. Continuous. And yesterday night I landed. Today morning I am back for morning satsang. Everywhere, the only thing people ask, whether it is morning 4:30 or night 2:30, Swami is fresh. When I get down from the vehicle, that is the first thing people ask. Especially these media guys who wait. That is a comment I heard. Means, he comes down as if a carved deity. And late night, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, how he is coming down like a carved deity? The only secret is, I have no conflict about what I am doing. I am completely convinced what I am doing is the best for the world and for me. Understand? All aspects of what I am doing, I am convinced about it. So you need to be convinced about all aspects of what you are doing. Laziness, tiredness, boredom is nothing but your own conflicts and parts of you not convinced about you.
And also a bit of negative energy which is around me.
No, please understand, there is no negative energy other than your incompletions. Nobody can send any black magic to you, don't worry. Understand? Nobody is sending any black magic. And if you complete within you, no black magic will work on you. How many of you understand? See, the next step is understanding about who you are. That is what is the next session. I'll lead you into that. Before that, I'll just listen to some more of your
Nithyanandam, everyone. Let's start our next session with the Sadguru Vandanam. नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanandam, everyone, Ma Kalyan Sundari, are you there? Parameshwari, Priya, Jayanti. Now we are going to start the next chakra. The Manipuraka chakra. The Manipuraka chakra is located at the navel center. In Sanskrit, Manipuraka means city of jewels. Mani means basically jewel. What blocks this chakra? This chakra is located by is locked by blocks this chakra. What unblocks this chakra? This chakra flowers when you stop worrying about worries. The diabetic Kriya meditation will open this chakra, and what keeps it alive is practicing integrity. What is worry? Worry is constant chaos without any clarity happening in you. This is what is known as worrying. Worry is constant chaos without any clarity happening in you. This is what is known as worry. These knots in the thought flow affect the Manipuraka chakra. Manipuraka chakra is in the navel region. Just do this small test. Whenever you feel negative thoughts coming up, look into them and see where they are rising from. You will find that they always rise up from the navel. Whenever you feel worried, whenever a situation arises that you simply cannot handle, the first thing to get affected is also your navel region. your stomach. You can physically feel depression as a weight in your stomach. This is why we always say, I can't stomach it. I can't digest it. This expression is there in all languages across the world. It is universal. Constant worrying locks the Manipuraka chakra. Constant worry locks the Manipuraka chakra. Manipuraka chakra is at the navel center. When you worry, you will not know whether it is fear or greed with which you are suffering. You will not know if it is in the past or future that is causing anxiety in you, but you will be suffering. All you will experience is just chaos and confusion. What you are saying are the reasons for worry. I am not asking you the reasons for worry. I am asking you what is worry. If I ask you the reasons for worry, this session will never end. Each of you will be ready with a long list. My business is down. I have no peace of mind at home. I have so many problems that you can't even imagine. I don't have children, which is my worry. My children are my worry, some say. So we all have so many worries all the time. And if we can't find any worries, we will worry about not having any worries. When we have worries, we start feeling insecure. Before defining worry, I just want us to recognize a few things about worry. First, if I ask you why you worry, you will list so many reasons. You always think that worry is caused by external matters and you always blame the people around you for it. If the cause for worry were external, there should be at least one person who has beaten all these causes and is free from worries. But is that the case? Anyone you meet has got some worry or the other, isn't it? Whether they are rich or poor, married or unmarried, with children or without children, working or having their own business, everyone seems to have worries. This is because although we think that the cause for worry is external, actually the cause for worry lies deep within ourselves. That is why everyone had some worry or the other all the time. So, important point to note is the cause for worry is within us, not external. That's why we constantly keep worrying. That is number one point to note down. Second, when you worry about something, you will feel you have a definite point of reference against which you run your life. That is why worrying gives a direction to your life. Worry gives a direction to your life. Without worry, you feel as if you have no access about which to move. And so you actually nurture your worries. What is the second point that we need to note down? When you worry about something, you have a certain direction. Worry gives direction in life. You feel like you have some access which you move. So you actually nurture worries. 3 men were sitting abandoned in an island. They did not know for how many years they had been there. Suddenly, one of them found a bottle and picked it up. He rubbed his hands over it, and suddenly a guinea appeared out of it. They were shocked. The guinea told them, "Thank you for freeing me from this bottle. Each of you may ask for a wish, and I will grant it for you." They were very excited, and they thought for a while. The first man said, "I want to marry my girlfriend and live happily." Guinea said, "All right, your wish will come true." The first man disappeared from the island, and the guinea looked at the second man. Second man said, "I want to become a wealthy businessman." Guinea said, "All right, your wish will be granted." The second man disappeared, and the guinea asked the third man what he wanted. The third man said, "I'm going to miss my 2 friends who have been with me all these years. I want to be with them." Guinea said, "All right," and it disappeared, leaving the 3 men just as they had been on the abandoned island. The third was actually attached to his worry, which is being marooned in the island. So you are secretly in love with your worries. You are so fond of them. So though we claim that our worries give us misery, we are so attached to them. We are so attached to our worries that we carry them with us all the time. 3. Now the similar story. 3 fisherwomen went to sell fish one day, and it became late that night when they were returning home. They decided to spend the night in some house on the way. They entered the house of a lady who sold jasmine flowers for a livelihood, and they requested to spend the night there. The lady agreed. They went to sleep in the room given to them. The house was filled with the fragrance of the jasmine flowers. But however hard they tried, the fisherwoman could not sleep. They were tossing and turning, and they did not know what to do. Then suddenly, one of them got up, brought in the empty fish basket, and kept it by their heads. They went to sleep in no time. We carry our worries with us everywhere we go and feel comfortable nurturing them. But we also complain that we are so worried all the time. We want to be free from something, but we are not willing to transform and be free from it. This is what is called being self-contradictory. If we don't want to worry, then we should not worry. On the one side, we don't want to worry, but on the other side, we want to worry all the time. Self-contradictory. Third, so the third point, each person thinks that only he has got a lot of worries. Only he is unhappy and everyone else is very happy. But the strange thing is everyone thinks this way. Irrespective of our culture, financial status, age, or anything else, we all have worries. In certain kingdom, a small story, in a certain kingdom, it came to the king's notice that everybody in his kingdom was depressed because each person felt that they had the maximum worries. And no one else had any such worries. So the king announced the worry exchange offer, where people could bring in their big worries and exchange them for someone else's small worries. A big space were made ready, and in the center of it, a huge worry pot was placed. Anybody who wanted could come and dump his own worries inside it and pick up any other worries they wanted. The only thing was they had to pick up some worries. The whole kingdom gathered for the event. The people moved around and met each other and started talking to each other about their worries. After a long time, the event was declared open for the worry exchange. A lot of time passed and not a single person came forward to drop their worries in the pot. The king asked his ministers what was happening. The ministers replied, Your Majesty, after all that interaction, everyone thinks that their own familiar worries, smaller worries, are much better than everyone else's worries. If we get down to the bottom of our so-called worries, we will understand that we are simply manifesting things that are not so bad at all. We simply talk in the air without getting down to the actual facts. If we get down to the facts, it will be not even 1/10 of what you worry about. So we come back to the question, what is worry? An unwanted but continuous stream of words happening inside you, inside us, all the time is worry. A continuous, unwanted stream of words happening inside us all the time is worry. Just watch your mind when you are worrying about something. You will see that a continuous stream of thoughts is being generated in your mind. Totally disconnected thoughts, usually negative thoughts. An influx of negative, repetitive words will be like a current in your mind. As we already discussed in the first session yesterday, there is always constant and continuous inner chatter happening in you all the time. If you observe closely, you will notice that we all use two kinds of speech, speaking out and speaking in. Speaking out is speaking to others. What we call speech or conversation. Speaking in is speaking to ourselves. Actually, this speaking in is a continuous process that goes on inside us. This speaking in is only what we call in other words as inner chatter. And this is what is called worry also. Speaking in. Worry is nothing but this continuous, uncontrolled inner chatter happening in your mind. This inner chatter becomes your master and takes control of you. Whatever words you speak out, you speak carefully, because if not, society will ask you to be careful. It is not acceptable by society if you are not careful with what you speak out. But your speaking in is not controlled in any fashion. You don't control what you speak inside because you feel there are no consequences. Also, we don't give as much fear or repeat to ourselves as we give others. We simply say what you wish inside of us. We simply say what we wish inside of us. We dump all negativity inside us by living with negative inner chatter. It is like throwing garbage inside us constantly. At least with our outer conversations, there are breaks with no conversation happens. But the inner chatter is continuous. It can drive you mad. Actually, many times, even outside, we speak only to escape from our inner chatter. That is why so much talking goes on in the world. People are afraid to be silent because there is a madhouse inside them. So they meet up, socialize, talk, and keep themselves occupied. What exactly do we mean by this inner chatter? Just try this small exercise when you are by yourself. Just sit for a few minutes with your eyes closed. Take a pen and paper with you. Don't focus your mind on anything. Just witness your mind. Just see what is going on in your mind. Almost as soon as you close your eyes, you will see that there is a continuous stream of thoughts flowing through the mind. Write them honestly. Whatever thoughts are there, just write whatever is going on. However unconnected the thoughts are, maybe do this for 5 minutes. Just write. Whatever thoughts come, just write it down. Oh, why this thought is coming? Write down that also. I'm not supposed to think this, write it down. Whatever coming to you at this moment, write it down. You're not going to show it to anyone. It is just for you to understand, to bring the thought currents that is happening inside you. So please pen them down. Jayanti, Paramashivopriya, Diana, all of you, please take a pen and paper. Ching Wang, all of you, please take a pen and paper and start writing. For at least 3 minutes. Now, sit down and read what you have written on the paper. You will be shocked. Whatever you have recorded on the paper is your inner chatter. If you read it, you will see how disconnected, how irrelevant your thoughts are. One moment you will be here, the next moment you will be in America, the next moment you will be in your office, the next moment you will be thinking of your children. This is the mind you have entrusted your life to. This is the mind that generates all your worries. This is the mind that is living your life for you. If you understand this step, the rest is easy. Are you able to grasp? This is the mind that we believe and we make decisions. One day, a small story. One day, there was an accident on the road. People gathered around and saw that a brand new car had crashed against a wall. They asked the driver, "Why are you driving the car if you don't know how to drive properly?" "Of course, I know how to drive," replied the man. "I only don't know how to stop." This is exactly our inner chatter, our worry is about. The man knew how to drive, but did not know how to stop. You are also driving a vehicle which you don't know how to stop. It is a very dangerous thing. Your mind is like a vehicle that you don't know how to stop. Just try to stop your inner chatter, even for a few seconds. Can you? When you try to control it, the number of thoughts increases, and you will have one more worry that you have to stop your mind. You are not driving your mind is driving you. To understand worry, we need to have a deep insight into the nature of our minds. The way to worry is through the mind, and the way out can also be only through the mind. But we keep searching for answers in all the wrong places. We search outside all the time. We think, if I had more money, all my worries would be over. If I was more good looking, if I had a better job, if the solution cannot be found in the outer world things, it can be found only inside ourselves. A small story. Buddha had 10,000 disciples whom he used to address every morning. One day, he brought a tiny knotted rope and placed it before them and asked, "Can you untie this knot?" The disciples came forward, pulled and pushed the knot, but could not undo it. One intelligent disciple came up, looked at the knot for a while, and undid it easily. You have to look at the knot and see how it has been created. Then you can do it, you can undo it. Instead, if you simply pull and push, you will never be able to untie the knot. You will only become tighter. The same thing applies to our problems also. The problems, diseases, emotions you are struggling with are nothing but knots in your system. Once you clearly understand how the knots have been created, you can take the right steps to untie them. So, what is the way to be worry free? First thing, integrity. Understand that your words are your life. Whether you realize it or not, your life is built on your words and commitments. The words you give it to yourself and others form the structure on which your life building is built. Your life sorry for the technical glitch. Let's continue. The unconscious words you give it to yourself and others is the dust and rust on your building. The building built upon a rusty, dusty structure cannot last long. It has to be made of pure, authentic, strong steel. In the same way, your life is built on the words and commitments you give it you and to others. It has to be without any unconsciousness or unawareness. The strength of your life is based on the words you give it to you and to others. If your words are conscious, your life will be conscious. If your words are unconscious, your life will be unconscious. That is why integrity forms the basis for your life. Integrity is part of your very life energy. If the energy on which you and the whole cosmos run. Integrity is you fulfilling the word and thought you give it to yourself and to others and experiencing a state of purnatva, that means completion with yourself. Integrity is you fulfilling the word and thought you give it to yourself and to others and experiencing a state of purnatva, completion with yourself and with life. Integrity is not just about the big commitments we make in our life. It could be something as simple as telling yourself, I'm going to wake up early every morning and practice yoga. Telling a friend, let's meet at 5 p.m. No matter what the word you have given to yourself to others, honoring it as your whole life is real integrity. Many times you don't even remember the commitments you make to yourself or to others, because you use your words so unconsciously without thinking. You don't realize the impact it can have on others. When you make a commitment and don't keep it, it will leave a hangover in you or in the other person, which can destroy your self-confidence and the other person's confidence in you. When you utter unconscious words in your relationships or in your businesses or anywhere in your life, you will be unaware of what consequences it is going to have in your life. When you are unaware of a consciousness of your words, life will always bring shocks to you. If life is continuously bringing shocks to you, understand that you are not living in integrity. Integrity is the key which unlocks the power of words. Integrity has two dimensions: honoring the words that you give to yourself, honoring the words you give it to others. Who is the first person to hear the words you utter? That is you. When you honor the words you give it to yourself, your confidence in yourself grows and your self-doubt melts away. You become powerful. When you honor the words you give it to others, others' confidence in you grows. Your relationship with that person becomes powerful. Integrity is the key which unlocks the power of words. So, using the right words starts with you. Using the words consciously with awareness will help you understand the impact of your words on yourself and others. Using the right words can immediately change the way you think and feel about yourself. You will even notice a change in your body's response to a situation when you handle it with the right words. The right words keep your inner space conflict-free and peaceful, visibly improving your health and longevity. By creating and expressing the right words to yourself and to others, you can actually shape your reality as you choose. You become the words you speak to yourself and others. If you go on saying, I am sick, you simply will become sick. In the same way, if you constantly tell yourself, I am healthy, your energy will wake up. You will be very healthy. Cosmic energy awakens in your system and makes your declaration a reality. It is important to choose the right words because you can create your reality with the power of your words. If you do your very best to keep your commitment, but still find that you cannot keep it, you can complete with yourself and the other person by telling them in advance that you cannot keep the commitment. Once you complete, you move on without pain or guilt or any other hangover of that commitment. Either fulfill or complete. Understand, completion is also integrity. If the words you utter are from a completely integrated space, they will have impact on you and others. Words uttered from an integrated space not only move you away from an experience of worrying, but also move you to an experience of power and freedom. So you must practice integrity to have respect for your word and yourself to be free from worry. Integrity also means moving all your parts like body, mind, memory, consciousness, everything with clarity. This begins with being completely integrated with your inner and outer worlds. The outer world consists of the situations you face in your life. Your inner world consists of your experience of these situations, your thoughts, thought patterns, moods, feelings, and your response to those situations. When there is a total alignment in both these inner and outer worlds, you are in an integrated space. Given that most of the time you do not have a say in the way life shows up for you, all you can do to minute to minute is to be watchful of your inner space, being aware of the thoughts crossing your inner space every moment. Then weeding away all those thoughts which limit you, which impose suffering on you, totally living in a space of no resistance to whatever is happening in life. That is when the word you utter will be coming from a space of pure integrity and will have the power to shape your very reality. This is when you move from worrying to being powerful. Also, when you are in such an integrated space, you will completely honor the words you utter. So, being in integrity will have you honor your word as yourself. Being integrated in your inner space and outer worlds, being integrated with your mind and the worlds is the completion of your personality. That is when you are in your innate original state of being whole and complete. As of now, constantly you are suffering with your inner conflict, the inner chattering which goes on and on and on, does not let you live. You can see for anything that is happening in life, there inside there is always comment in you. I know this, I saw this, I know what is he saying. Your mind goes on disrespecting everything. The inner chatter not letting anything creative to happen. Creativity and worrying are dead against each other. Whether it is greed, fear, compassion, or any emotion. Just if this worrying structure is ended, all your emotions will end in creativity. The worrying flow with you allow inside you disturbs everything in your life. It goes on disturbing you. The very thought flow is in fact the inner ghost sitting in you. As of now, you are suffering with inner conflict, the inner chattering, which goes on and on, does not let you live. You can see for anything that is happening in life, there inside, there is always comment in you. I know this, I saw this, I know what he's saying. Your mind goes on disrespecting everything. So from now onwards, start being in integrity. And what is the only way you will know is you are in integrity with both inner and outer worlds is to be continually aware of what is happening inside you, the thoughts, the emotions, feelings in you, what you are projecting, saying outside you. Another thing, we just try telling ourselves that we should not get worried anymore. So what will happen if say that? We will create one more worry of not wanting to worry. So never say stop worrying. It is utterly impossible. The only thing you can do instead is stop worrying about your worries. Let us do an exercise to go beyond worries. Write down all the aspects of your life that you worry about in your life. For each of these worrying aspects of your life, write down the thought that you have, the words you utter, and actions you take. Get a pen and paper, please. All of you, please go ahead and get a pen and paper. Let's start working on the worries, writing down the worries. Get a pen and paper. The fourth thing that you're going to do, get a pen and paper, please. there is a question. Is it realistic to think that someone can be integrated all the time? It is possible to practice. In olden days, everyone used to give in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Madhyana, listen to this. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, in olden days, they give life to, they give utmost importance or life to the word that they give and practice all their life. There are many scriptures, actually all the scriptures based on this. Their words are more than their life. For example, even common man to a king, a sage. Sages are, of course, that is their life. But even a common man used to follow the integrity. Let me tell you a small, remind you, if you know Mahabharata, there is Bhishma Pitamaha. This character, this holy man, he was, due to the word that he gave it to his father. But whatever is the reason, the story is too long, so I'm not going to share this the whole story, but all his life to the word that he has given to his father, he only committed to make comfort for his father, to make his father comfortable. He sacrificed his whole life. His word was, he will never get married. He is the righteous prince to become a king. But he chose not to become king. He will become a servant to the king. His father's second marriage kids, he became literally servant, served all his life just to give whatever word he gave it to his father. All his life, over 100 plus years, maybe 120, 130 years he lived, or 150. In those days, many years people used to live. There are many, many stories. I can keep on narrating where people say the words that will become immediate reality. Whether they bless, whether they curse, they become immediate reality because they have the power of words. You hear so many stories of this. So many stories of, actually, the whole thing is all about being in integrity, being in this, following the four tattvas. Whole life evolves based on this. Whole spiritual life is all about that. Realistic meaning, what is the reality? Yes, if you look at a materialistic perspective, where a person may lie, a person may cheat, may not tell the truth all the time. That may be the case, but you see there is no power of word. Whatever you say will not become reality. But when you follow, here we are talking about a tattva, a principle, the power of unlocking the power of words. How what we say become reality when you are in integrity. This is what we are learning the lesson. If you follow, we are the beneficiary. If we don't follow, whatever we say will not become reality. We keep worrying all the time. That's all. There are so many people who follow this. There are people who say their words become reality even now. Diana, you understand now? Diana Spillow. You read any scripture from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you will surely find stories about integrity. The similar concept. They simply bless that boon. Even common man can give a boon. Even common man can curse. And there are sages who swallow the oceans. They have that much power. Sage Agastya, to keep the word, he swallowed the ocean itself. The amazing stories, they are real stories, real truths. That is what is the life, actually. What you are expressing is, because that's how we are conditioned in the current day life. But what we are learning is what we are learning is our way of existing, our highest peak potential way of existing, right? For that, what needs to be done, right? That's what we are learning. Okay, you are understood now. Thank you. Now, let's move on to our writing the exercise. There are 4 steps you need to write down. Okay. Write down all the aspects of your life that you worry about in your life, because you are going to do the kriya to come out of the worries. So now write down all the aspects of your life that you worry about in your life. Second, for each of these aspects of your life, write down the thoughts that you have, the words that you utter, and the actions that you take. Identify where you are not being in integrity. Examine where you gave your words and did not honor, and you did not honor and fulfill them. Remember, whenever you are not integrated with the inner and outer words you utter, worrying will become a pattern in you. Please start penning down. Quickly pen down. Sincerely bend them down. Now, the third step, look at your life and identify all the things that you forget most often. For example, you regularly forget to take your medicine. You forget where you kept your car keys, etc. Examine what are the words that you utter in all these aspects of your life where you are forgetful. Identify and write down where you are not in integrity with your words. For each of these worrying aspects of your life, write down the thoughts you have, the words you utter, and the actions that you take. Identify where you are not being in integrity, authenticity, where you are ignorant and unaware. Bring awareness now. Examine where you gave your words and did not honor and fulfill them. This exercise sincerely. Done with this part? Jayanti, are you done with this part, ma? Need some more time? More time. Okay. Okay, a little bit more time. Sincerely do this. Now let's move on to the next step, fourth part of this exercise. Look at the solutions you discover in your life which you forgot again and again and end up wasting your time and energy in rediscovering the same solutions again and again. You already found some solutions before, but you forget them and rediscovering the solutions again and again. After this exercise, 5 minutes to complete this. After this, we'll be watching what Swamiji is saying about the Manipuraka chakra. Then we'll be doing the Kriya, Manipuraka Shuddhi Kriya, cleanse the worries. A guided meditation we'll be doing. Please complete this exercise. Let's do the diabetic kriya to address these worries, whatever you have written. Before that, we'll watch a short video of Swamiji sharing about the Manipuraka chakra. Then we will be doing the Manipuraka Shuddhi Kriya. Stay tuned.
Now we will work on the thought pattern of Ori, thought current of Ori, the navel center. Constant hangover without the base of fear or desire is Ori. Understand? Constant hangover without the base of fear or desire is Ori. Means hangover for no reason. At least if you have a reason of fear or greed, you are having little smart hangover. Hangover for a reason. Hangover without any reason is Ori. The moment you bring authenticity into your thinking, Ori disappears. As long as you don't bring authenticity into your thinking, integrity into your thinking, Ori continues to rule you. Understand, Ori is nothing but giving words to yourself. Thinking, you will not know the words you gave it to you. Understand? You give words to others, thinking, you don't need to fulfill it, you can cheat. Others won't be able to find out. You can escape. The same mental setup, you use it on you in a very foolish way. Thinking you can give these words and no need to fulfill, and you will not even find out the word given by you to you is Ori. Means layers and layers of unconscious sandwich is Ori. Many of you give word to you, thinking even if you don't fulfill, you are not going to remember it, that you are not fulfilled or you are committed. How many of you immediately click with this idea, cognize this idea? You know. You know. Now you know Ori. What is Ori? Worrying is not having integrity and authenticity with yourself and not even realizing that you are going to remember it. Let me define worrying. not having integrity and authenticity and still thinking you are not even going to remember, you are not integrated and authentic with you. For example, you give a word to you, even if you think you are not going to fulfill it, you justify to yourself, I may not fulfill, but I am not going to question myself, I am not even going to remember the words I have given to me. Means layers and layers of unconsciousness has become a thinking style in you. That is why for a same problem, even after you find solution, you forget the solution and suffer with the same problem internally and discover the solution again. After next day, again you forget the problem, forget the solution you discovered and suffer with the same problem, and again you find the solution. How many of you caught yourself finding solution for the same problem again and again and again and thinking, I found the same solution already, how did I forget? Raise your hand. You know this is worrying. If you are finding the solution for the same problem and same solution again and again and forgetting it again and again, rediscovering the same solution for the same problem again and again, be very clear, you are stuck in navel center. Your major suffering pattern is worrying. Because in worrying, not only you are inauthentic and out of integrity with you, you even forget you are inauthentic and out of integrity with you. A unique component is added in navel center to create worrying. Inauthenticity and out of integrity alone does not create worrying. You need to add forgetfulness to it. Then worry is cooked. Worry is the combination of inauthenticity, lack of integrity, and forgetfulness. When you remember your inauthenticity and out of integrity, you reach peace. When you forget your inauthenticity and out of integrity, you worry. I always tell people, you can become anything but never a loose. Worrying is literally like becoming loose. No, it is like, see, if you are out of integrity, if you are inauthentic, if you at least remember, you can be saved by yourself or by others. You don't even remember. New participants may be thinking, what is loosu? I am defining loosu, please understand. Not even remembering the problems you have. Forget about not trying to find solution, not even remembering the problems you have and the powerful solutions which you already discovered is loose. Losing O2, oxygen of your life. This is the definition of worrying. Being inauthentic and out of integrity and forgetting about your inauthenticity and out of integrity. When you are having this problem, you forget again and again the solutions you discovered for the same problem, and again today you find a solution for some major problem of your life, but in 4 days you forget. After a week again you are suffering with the same problem internally for 2 days to land on a same solution. After that solution clicks, again for 3-4 days the problem is not there. Then 5th day morning when you wake up, the solution is not there. How many of you really able to cognize, oh God, I think Swamiji has a CCTV camera inside my head. This is what exactly is worrying. Forgetting inauthenticity and lack of integrity is worrying. The moment you remember authenticity and integrity, worry disappears, because worrying is not a positive existing problem. It is a negative non-existence. Please understand. Greed is a positive problem. Fear is a positive problem. Worry is negative space. It is not positive problem. Like a darkness is lightlessness. Worrying is unawareness. The moment you remember, it disappears. How many of you worry? You don't remember the solution when you worry. That is one more worry. You worry thinking that you are not going to remember the solution while you. It means your Manipura is locked and key is thrown in the ocean. Because, see, if you kept the key in the locker, at least at one point there is a possibility you can open the locker and remember the locker and get the key back and open. You just thrown the key into the ocean means the only way is to break the Manipura chakra. That can be done by initiation. Bring remembrance to your authenticity and integrity, inauthenticity and out of integrity, worry will disappear. Understand? I am giving you the straight, crisp solutions. I am not adding extra words at all. Straight, crisp solutions. Bring integrity and authenticity and search your inner space. Where is worry? It will disappear. It will not be there. When you honor your commitments to you and others with integrity, you achieve reality. When you honor your life with authenticity, you go beyond fear. You become fearless, courageous, authentic. When you explain to yourself with remembrance, integrity and authenticity, your worry disappears. So the simple straight solution to be out of worry is remembrance. Remembrance happens by constantly talking about these truths to others and to you. Go on talking about these great tattvas, satyas, to others and to yourself. That is the only way you will be out of worries. Your navel center will be alive, awakened with the Kundalini energy. Catch people and start talking about these satyas. You may think what will happen to them. That is their worry. You be out of worry. Constant remembrance. I tell you, this mala, bracelet, keeping some quotations near your bed, putting some spiritual quotations in the Facebook, everything is nothing but a technique for remembrance. Remembrance with the same intensity relieves you from worrying. A remembrance with the same intensity relieves you from worrying. Now, please give the exercise sheet to everyone on worrying. Everyone got the exercise sheet? I'll read out the exercise. Write down all the aspects of your life that you worry about in your life. For each of these worrying aspects of your life, write down the thoughts you have, the words you utter, and the actions you take. Identify where you are not being in integrity. Examine where you gave your words and did not honor and fulfill them. We'll move to the Kriya. See, this Kriya basically awakens the non-mechanical parts of your brain to remind you not to worry and be in authenticity and integrity. To bring you the remembrance, smarana. First step, Gomukasana. Please move to Gomukasana. In Gomukasana, Uddiyana Bandha means contract the bowels above and below. Above and below the navel. Contract the bowels above and below the navel so that the abdominal organs touch the back. Understand? Like, hold as long as you can, then relax. Then again hold as long as you can, then relax. When you hold yourself in Uddiyana Bandha, your breathing will automatically stop. That is okay. When you relax, body will breathe. Again, do this very sincerely and authentically. This takes care of awakening the Kundalini in Manipuraga. Please close your eyes and do this continuously. The next instruction, be in the same posture, Bastrika. In the same asana, Bastrika means like the bellows of the iron smith, systematically contract and slowly expand the stomach like a, you see. The bellows smith of a bellows of the iron smith. Move, blow the air using your stomach out through the nostrils. Just exhale using your stomach. Continue with a bellowing sound. Forcefully blow out the air out of both the nostrils. Continue this for next few minutes. Sit for few minutes with your eyes closed for the Kundalini to function in your navel center. You can open your eyes. Now, let's gather for next session. Thank you. Today again I am going to give you the Kriya, cure for diabetes, but more simple way. It will not have any complicated steps, but very powerful. Because yesterday's Kriya, many of our devotees will not be able to do, or many people will not be able to do with a big tummy. So I have come up with an alternative, but powerful cure for diabetes. I'll teach step by step. Please listen. First, very sincerely. First step, Gomukasana. Let me show you. Let me read the instruction. This is from the may I have the Garanda Samhita, Upadesha 2, 16th verse. The 2 feet to be placed on the ground and the heels to be placed contrary-wise, left heel on the right side and the right heel on the left side, under the buttocks, the body to be kept steady and the mouth raised and sitting equably. This is called Gomukasana. Please understand, see this. Either you can put your hand like this, or you can put your hands on the feet, both. Sit on Gomukasana. In this, I think every one of you will be able to sit. Even if you can't sit in Anilasana, this you will be able to sit. Second step. Uddiyana Bandha. Let me give the instruction. Contract the bowels equably above and below the navel towards the back, so that the abdominal viscera may touch the back. He who practices the Uddiyana without ceasing conquers death. So, hold. Hold as long as you can and relax. Then again hold and relax. Do this 21 times. Start doing. Hold. Hold, 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 hold. Next step. Vastrika. As the bellows of the ironsmith constantly dilate and contract, similarly, slowly draw in the air by both nostrils and expand the stomach as much as you can. Then throw it out quickly. This is Garanda Samhita, 5th Upatesha, 75th verse. Do this 21 times. Let me show you. If you want to learn, please understand. Do this 21 times. step, Murcha Pranayama. Let me give you the instruction. Inhale. At the end of the inhalation, gradually become fixed on the Jalandhara Bandha. Means put your chin on the chest. Hold as long as you can. And when you feel uncomfortable, exhale very slowly. This is the Hatha Yoga Pratipika chapter 2, 69th verse. Murcha Pranayama. I'll show you. Inhale gradually. Then fix yourself in Jalandhara Bandha. Means putting your chin on the chest and lock. Hold as long as you can. Then relax as slowly as you can. Do this 21 times. Please start. next step. Brahmari Dhyana. Sit in the same posture. You can put your thumb into the ears and start humming as deeply as possible while you inhale and exhale. This is from Garanda Samhita, 5th Upatesha, 78, 9, 80th verses. Start. As deeply as possible, hum while you inhale and exhale for 7 minutes. Stop. Relax. You can open your eyes.
Share your experiences. Then we'll move on to the power manifestation. Relax. Share your experience. Then we'll move on to the power manifestation. Then post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. When your attention is turned towards yourself, that is, from the seen to the seer, you will be awakened. Wonderful. Please sit straight. Now let's start manifesting the power of third eye. Please sit straight. Close your eyes. Tie your eyes with the eye band. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, start manifesting the power of third eye. I'm going to project the picture. Please continue to chant the Mahavakya. Projecting the picture, scan through your third eye, manifest the power of third eye.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes. Now, please remove your iPad and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. Yes, all of you are posted. I'm projecting the picture now. What I projected. The Paramashiva revealed letters was something like a tree, then something like female. All right. Now we are going to quote the question and answers that Swamiji shares very elaborately on the chakras. Very beautiful session. Let's listen from Swamiji on the question and answers of the various chakras. So please stay tuned.
please share your answer for all the 3 questions.
What is the purpose of your life? The purpose of my life is being a mother and gain spiritual experience and shed my karmas and layers. What do you aspire to? I aspire that my children grow up to be responsible and happy persons, be mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually healthy. These are my aspirations. What is it that keeps you alive? My children keep me alive, hope keeps me alive, and meditation keeps me alive. What motivates you to awake each day? My children again. What do you value most in your life? Again, my children and my connection with my inner self. How do you plan to achieve what you aspire? Through meditation. Are all your actions aligned? Not yet, but I'm trying. What is your reason to attend this program? Get peace with myself. What do you hope to get? Understand myself, recover from past traumas, make peace with myself and become stronger.
Wonderful. You have set a clear thought trend. Now I can infuse energy into you. I can awaken your Kundalini. Your Kundalini will have a direction. Understand? How many of you understand what I am saying? See, she has set a clear trend. Means she is now clear about what she wants and what is her problem. Now I can push her Kundalini Shakti to travel in the right direction.
Thank you, Master.
Yes. Great. Come on, go ahead.
Purpose of life is to enjoy, find peace in every minor thing I do, spread smile to people I meet, and continue enjoying my life, my living in the spice of Advaita by your blessings. Important purposes of life is I'm doing my chartered accountancy. I want to clear off my CA final exams, as you say, complete it and get rid of it, and want to find my dream job.
No. Complete and get rid of it means you think that complete. See,
only the
completing the course is the driving license you get. After that, you are going to start driving. If you have so much of hatred to get rid of it, how are you?
Get rid of just exams.
Okay, but what you want, say, you want to complete the examination. There is something which you don't like, you want to get rid of it. In this whole syllabus, examination and all that. But this is the subject with which you are going to spend your whole life. Don't you see, if you have a subtle hatred and incompletion, that is going to lead to a constant tiredness and boredom. You should be very clear, your whole life is going to be numbers. Understand? So, I think you need to complete, if you have any hatred towards the subject and syllabus with which you are working.
It's not actually hatred, it's just laziness to study. Just
No,
the time.
no, please understand, laziness, tiredness, boredom, all these are nothing but conflicts inside. Understand? Last 15 days I have not slept. There are many witnesses, eyewitnesses for that. How many of you are here whose houses I have visited now? Oh, okay. Just now, just today morning, yes, only one person is here. Just yesterday night I came back. 15 days no sleep. It will go up to late night 2:30 and early morning 4:30 it starts. And even in between, don't think I can sleep in the car, because every 10 minutes there will be one reception or a house, darshan, something. Continuous. And yesterday night I landed. Today morning I am back for morning satsang. Everywhere, the only thing people ask, whether it is morning 4:30 or night 2:30, Swami is fresh. When I get down from the vehicle, that is the first thing people ask. Especially these media guys who wait. That is the comment I heard. Means, he comes down as if a carved deity. And late night, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, how he is coming down like a carved deity. The only secret is I have no conflict about what I am doing. I am completely convinced what I am doing is the best for the world and for me. Understand? All aspects of what I am doing, I am convinced about it. So you need to be convinced about all aspects of what you are doing. Laziness, tiredness, boredom is nothing but your own conflicts and parts of you not convinced about you.
And also a bit of negative energy which is around me.
No, please understand, there is no negative energy other than your incompletions. Nobody can send any black magic to you, don't worry. Understand? Nobody is sending any black magic. And if you complete within you, no black magic will work on you. How many of you understand? See, the next step is understanding about who you are. That is what is the next session. I'll lead you into that. Before that, I'll just listen to some more of your...
Thank you.
Yes. You understood what I am saying?
Yes.
See, do not ever put the blame on negative energy. No negative energy. It is we not completely convinced about what we want to be or what we are. Understand? We not being convinced. That's where the whole thing is. Yes, please go ahead.
I had a lot of confusion with your first
question.
Work, yeah. But after you spoke, I'm much more clearer about the purpose. I didn't even know if I had any purpose. In fact, now I'm very clear that I have 3 main purposes. One is to help through his purpose of life, which is possible only through your guidance. Otherwise, it's impossible for me to do it. The second is to complete with all the relationships in my life, including that of my mother. Again, without you, which is impossible. To enrich all near and dear ones, to all those who are in trouble, to all those who are confused about their purposes in life, about Swamiji, to connect them with Swamiji, which I am doing in my own way, in my best possible way.
So you are clear about these 3 purposes.
Yes.
Now answer the next questions.
Yeah. What is it that keeps you alive? What motivates you wake up every day is Swamiji. Sometimes I feel the way he speaks, I wonder whether it is you who's speaking or he is speaking. I can really feel your energy through him. What do you value most in your life? It's you, Swamiji. How do you plan to achieve what you aspire to? Are all your actions in life aligned to this? I think the only way I can achieve what I want is to be connected more to you in person and not just in heart, by doing more courses with you and to grasp more of your teachings. What is your reason to attend this program? What do you hope to get from it? The only reason why I'm here is I want to learn the essence of completion. I think I'm highly incomplete and I don't know how to do completion. The only reason why I'm here is to do completion.
So now you are very clear. I saw your thought trend is completely clear.
Yes.
There is no contradiction about your thought trend. No. Now I am very clear where to infuse your Kundalini energy.
Yes.
Great.
Just help me do completion.
Tatastu. I'll do it. I'll surely do it. Please come. Help him. No, please help him.
Yeah. What is the purpose of your life and what do you aspire to? To find reality and to be a good researcher. Second question. What is that keeps you alive? What motivates you to wake up every day? Human knowledge is incomplete and to find out complete knowledge of world. Third, what do you value most in your life? Knowledge. How do you plan to achieve what you aspire to? Are all your actions in life aligned to this thinking and action? Thank you so much.
Tatastu. Is also clear?
Yes.
You are clear? I can infuse your Kundalini energy into it. Great. Did you all understand? Even if you are confused, it is not wrong. If you know you are confused, that's enough. That's all I need now. Even if you are confused, if you know you are confused, that is enough for me, because now I can help you to come out of it. See, I have no problem if you have incompletion, but I have problem if you don't know you have incompletion. If you know you have incompletion, I can simply help you to come out of it. You see, if you know this part of you is muscle, and this part of you is bone, this part of you is tumor, I can just remove the tumor. But if you start thinking the tumor part is your muscle, you will not allow me to cut that. If I cut, you will say, get out. Why are you cutting my muscles? Why are you cutting my bone? If you are clear about which part of you is tumor, which part of you is muscle, which part of you is bone, I can easily help you and infuse Kundalini energy into your purpose. This whole first session, the whole beginning, understand, this is not the first session for the 2-day program. It's the first session for your whole life. Understand, this is the reality and it is the truth. You are not here for just 2-day program. You are here to discover a new world for your life. And in my experience, I tell you, you may walk in for 2-day program, but you will be there forever. Learning and discovering. How many of you are here? Please listen. You also came for some 2-day program only, but you are here forever. Raise your hand. Just look around. All of them came just for 2-day program only at one time. So understand, you are here to transform your whole life, see the complete new life. This whole first session is all about clarity, bringing clarity on your purpose. Listen. Now I want you to understand the genesis of identity. Means, who are you? See, not having clarity about who are you, the identity crisis is source of all problems, whether it is a simple migraine or brain cancer or relationship problem or restlessness, whatever you name it, poverty, whatever you name it, it starts with identity crisis. Please understand. The word identity crisis, the definition of that word is not aligning what you are into what you want to be. Let me explain. How we are and what we are. Just I am trying to draw a human body. Imagine, that's all. Listen, inside your body, what you feel as you, what you think as you, that is inner image. Inner image. You may have so many ideas about you. At some time, you will have an idea, I am capable, I am powerful. At some time, whatever I touch always fails. I don't know what to do. It's all the time, I am deprived. Why life is so unjust to me? So various ideas you entertain about you. All that put together is inner image. This inner image is responsible for your enthusiasm or depression. Please listen. Inner image is the ideas you carry about you. You cherish as you. This is the ideas on which you spend most of your time. Most of your time you spend on these ideas. Inner image. Internally, what do you think as you? First. Second, how you show you to others. Usually it will be through speaking only. Through lot of your words. Sometimes through makeup, sometimes through jewelry, sometimes through car. I really can't understand how your car can speak. Okay, all right. How you show yourself to others. That is outer image. Outer image. For various people, you show yourself in a various way. How you show you to others is outer image. Usually it will be much more than what you are. Do you know who am I? Do you know who am I? The outer image. You don't need to feel guilty about showing more than what you are. Don't worry. Really, no need for feeling guilty. How you show, if you properly align, you can really become that. That is the science I am going to teach you now. If you go on brag to everyone, I am this, I am this, I am this. If you properly brag, authentically brag, you will become that. I'll teach you authentic bragging. I'm really telling you. See, only when you have a conflict while you brag, you go on suffering with that conflict. Otherwise, by faking, you can make it. I'll teach you that science. Now, first understand, whatever you think as you is inner image. Please drop your paper and pen, just listen. End of the program, I don't think you need an enlightened notebook, you need an enlightened being. So listen. Listen. So how you show you to others is outer image. And the next thing, how others perceive you, see you, that is others' image. Listen. How they look at you, that is others' image. One important truth, please understand. People do not believe you as you show you to them. How many of you really think people believe you as you show you to them? If you believe, you are fool. Be very clear. You may show you are very humble. What they will say? See how he is acting. You may show you are very humble. What they will tell? See, he is acting. So understand, people have their own perceptions. Sometimes we say, what is there? We should not care about others' image. Do you really don't care about others' image? No. You may tell. And what others think about you is in one of the part of your life. You are responsible for it. You have to be responsible for it. That is the way life moves. This is law of life. We really doesn't want to be responsible for what others think about us, but life is like this. So what others think about you, others' image, that's a third important component of you. The fourth, what you think about others and world, others and life. The strong belief you carry about others and life. The strong image you carry about others and life. Life image. The strong belief you carry about others and life is life image. Life is unjust, or whatever ideas you carry about life and others. Please understand these 4 words. Inner image, outer image, others image, life image. Sanskrit, we have 4 words for it. Mamakara, ahankara, anyakara, swa-anyakara. You don't need to worry about the Sanskrit words. Just, I am repeating it so that the Sanskrit is kept alive. Listen. Please listen. All these 4 put together is you. Now let us first find out what is the inner image we have, what is the outer image we have, what is the others image we have, and what is the life image we have. Let us first find out. Don't edit. Just write as it is, as you think, as you feel in your mother tongue. Then later on, we will work on it. We will do what we want. Now, let us do the stock taking. Do not judge yourself. Don't curse yourself. Don't say you are right or wrong. How many of you understand what I am saying? How many of you understand all these 4 words? Raise your hand. How many of you don't understand these 4 words? Raise your hand. I'll repeat. Please keep the hands raised. I'm talking to you. Yes. Keep the hands raised. Who don't understand, keep the hands raised. Listen. Listen now. Whatever you think about you inside you, that is inner image. Whatever way you show yourself to others, that is outer image. What others think about you, that is others image. What you think about others and life, that is life image. Now clear? Now, first let us write down all the inner image. What all inner image you have. Means like a, when you are up, how you feel. When you are high, how you feel. When you are low, how you feel. When you are medium, how you feel. You may have some 25 inner image. Pen down all that. Then outer image. How many outer images you carry and show? Pen down all that. How others perceive you? Pen down all that. And how you perceive others and the world? Pen down all that. The volunteers, can you distribute the next worksheet? Genesis of your identity. Pushing you to look into many of your parts which you never want to look in. How many of you understand what I am saying? So naturally you will feel like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. Don't get cheated by your mind. The best inner image you want to have, pen down. The best outer image you want to have, pen down. Best others image, how you want others to feel you, pen down. Best life image you want to have, pen down. You order what you want, making it happen is my job.
So now, I wanted to ask everyone, please listen. When you have written, what's the image you want to have? Inner image, outer image, others image, life image. Do you see all the 4 is aligned?
3 are aligned, Swamiji. World's image, there are things like, mob mentality should decrease. People should compliment each other. Correct themselves if they do wrong.
What is there in this not aligned?
I mean, because it's an outer people, I expecting something.
That is what I am saying. When you want this and what others want from you, when you start working for what others want from you, you will simply see what you want from others, they will start working.
I am working, Swamiji. Sometimes, you don't get, before you start acting, people just, judge sometimes.
Now only you even wrote.
Yes, Swami.
You have not even started working. How do you say you have started working? Now only you wrote.
Correct, Swami.
Now only we are going to work.
These things are always there.
No. Always there. Understand, you have not started working on this systematically. How can you come to the conclusion?
So, then I think I'll speak where I have little uneasiness.
Come on.
Like I said, dynamic and fast, being sometimes thought as rude and egoistic by other people. Then illustrious career, and sometimes people saying that this guy boasts of a lot. No matter how much I try, one thing if I.
This is past.
Okay.
Now you want to go beyond it.
Correct.
You understand?
Correct, Swami.
So now, what you want to have, you wrote now only.
Yes, Swami.
So problems need to be found now, and completion has to happen. So how you come to the conclusion? Already it is not possible.
Saying
you have a conflict.
I'm saying that I have my logic is not matching these areas, so I was taking.
Listen. First thing. All of you, please listen. This is for every one of you. See, now only you are writing what you want to have.
Today, as we all get ready for the darshan, we have something very, very exciting
You have responded.
to share
That
with
is the way
each
people have
and every
responded.
one of you here, with all the participants that are
So
here
what
with us,
people are saying
and all the viewers that are
is
watching
the
us
conflict
on
inside you.
YouTube, and various other
Now
social
only you
media.
are saying you want to go beyond that conflict.
Swamiji,
So your
through
action
KAILASA
has to change.
has given
Then the other
such a
response also
powerful
will change.
platform for Hindus.
I am asking,
From
what you
empowering
want
Hindus
to
with
have
the
when you
right
see,
identity,
do you see
what
things are aligned?
it is to be a Hindu, what it is to be a Hindu,
They are
who
aligned.
is a Hindu, giving us, empowering us with the right inner image of being a Hindu.
You are clear?
They are aligned.
Beginning
What
from
you
them
want to have.
to equipping us
That's all I
with
want.
all the
Please
required
understand.
information, the knowledge,
Do not
the
confuse with
struggles
what you
of our
want to
ancestors,
have
the sacrifice of our
with
ancestors,
what you had.
all
See, one of
the
the biggest
holocaust and
problem we have
persecution
is
that our ancestors have
before
faced.
even we start
And
working
Swamiji is also
scientifically,
doing given,
We already
envisioned
decide
and
and come
has
to the
made it
conclusion.
happen
We
one
don't
of the
know,
most
Swamiji, how much I
brightest
work.
future for Hindus by creating the only Hindu nation currently,
No,
Kailasa.
we have not.
And
We thought
create
about.
this
We have not
to
worked on.
enable humanity to have access to this, Swamiji took on all the persecutions, attacks, everything onto himself and made work for more than 30 years. Swamiji has persistently worked. I should say, actually, Swamiji has worked for 42 years because Swamiji started his first Chaturmasya at the age of 14, taking sannyas from the young age of 3. For 42 years of dedication, tireless hard work, and sacrifice, today that stands as Kailasa, which all of you, me, every one of us Hindus can be proud about. We all are enjoying, accessing, availing the various different
I'll answer your question
opportunities
first.
that we are able to access through the Hindu nation Kailasa.
I'm attending your
Today
session
was yet another breakthrough milestone achievement
parents.
because today
The question is
the
very
ambassadors and delegates of the United States of Kailasa had the
Question is, who comes
opportunity, one of the
Guru
most blessed opportunity to represent Swamiji,
Even
the Supreme
parents.
Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda
Your
Paramashivam,
parents only when you are
and the
born.
United States of Kailasa in the event,
They are
the
needed
Gen
in your
Z
life
take
only
on
as
education, hosted at the United Nations in
Understand?
Geneva, and this was
Even
hosted by the United
parents
Nations
are needed in
Human
your
Rights Office
life
of the High Commissioner,
only as
commemorating the
Guru.
25th anniversary of the mandate of the Special
After they give
Rapporteur
birth,
on the right of education.
the job of the parent is done. Bringing you up properly is job of the Guru in the parents. So, the question, who comes first? Guru or parents? Literally the parents come first. Actually, Guru comes first. If you take this letter, see if you take this question, as per letter, parents come first.
Event brought
But as per
attention to a
spirit,
crucial aspect of the
Guru comes first.
persecution of Kailasa and shedding light on the
Understand?
unacknowledged and perpetuated challenges surrounding the indigenous Hindu youth and
Whether you want to
girls of
take this
Kailasa's
question
Nithyananda
as per
Gurukul,
letter or
who
spirit,
have
it's
become
up to you.
victims of
Even parents
generational Hindu ethnocide and
to come
genocide.
And
as Guru
it fills me with gratitude,
has to
joy,
be
and bliss
of
to
the
share
parent.
with all of you that today myself
It is
and
actually both.
Madhya Tattvapriyananda also had the opportunity, were blessed with this
But
opportunity to
ultimately,
be able to represent, to be
parents
able to
cannot
speak at
play
the global stage, the United
complete role of
Nations,
Guru
to
by
speak
giving
on
enlightenment
the persecution,
and play
the
complete
attacks
role of the
that
parent and give you
bringing
enlightenment
attention
also.
to this crucial aspect of the persecution of Kailasa that Kailasa has been through,
Parents will
and
come first.
shedding the light on
Guru
the unacknowledged and perpetuated challenges
understand?
surrounding the Hindu
Parents will
indigenous
come
youth
first,
and
but
girls of
only Guru
Kailasa's
can come
Nithyananda Gurukul.
last.
And this is, I really want to offer my gratitude to Swamiji because this is once in a lifetime opportunity, because it is
So Guru
only
has
with Swamiji, it's
his
only
own
Swamiji
place.
who has enabled us, the
cannot
Hindu, the youth, all of us as Hindus, to
Guru
voice
can
out the
at last.
persecution that Hindus have been
Today's
subject to for the
evening
last 5,000 years
about
in the
this
platform like United Nations, in the global stage.
KAILASA Upanishad.
Every single
Maybe today's
person that
evening
is sitting here, I know we have people
question
from
will be
across
cleared
Oh,
over
in more detail.
150 countries
Today's
that join
evening
us every day on this global platform
on
here in the
KAILASA Upanishad
Paramashivoham program. And we
going to
have
be about
across like 12 different Zoom
the
rooms, along
Hindu
with that,
Indian
various social media handles where this is being live streamed. And every one of us are being benefited from this immense knowledge that Swamiji is not just giving us, but experientially transforming us and making each one of us have that super conscious break.
I don't get time.
This
Kailasa's
question,
Nithyananda Rajavidya Gurukul is the ancient Hindu indigenous enlightenment based
I want
education
to come
system.
out of worldly life.
And this is
and be
this
more
is
with
a
God, which is not
testament
happening
of
these days.
Swamiji's
Don't
last
understand.
30 years of hard work, which is what
The
has now been revised
concept of
as
worldly life
KAILASA's
is worldly.
KAILASA's Nithyananda Gurukul. And also
The
one of the
context
most
of God
important
is
aspects,
God.
just both of
There's
us
no
who are
such
just
thing as
21
coming
years and
out of
23
worldly
years
life.
old,
Come out of
having an
your concept of
opportunity to
worldly
be
life.
able to represent an
That's
entire
all you need.
community, 2 billion Hindus, and the
Come
persecution
out
that
of
they have been subject to
your
in a global
concept
stage
of
like
worldly
United
life.
Nations is a
Get
testament in itself
into
to how
your
Swamiji is
context of
empowering the
God.
next generation.
Understand?
Like Swamiji puts it beautifully,
Coming
we
out
are
of
not the
worldly
next
life, getting
generation,
into
we are the
God
new
is not
generation, the
you will
enlightened
come
generation.
from one place
And
and enter into
the
another
way
place.
Swamiji has empowered
You have to
each
move
and
from one
every
space
student, every
and enter into
child that
another
studies in the
space.
Nithyananda Gurukul. Swamiji very beautifully says he
It's
envisions
not
each of
place
us
to
to become
place
super
shift.
conscious beings, not
It's a
just
space to
as
space.
leaders of what the society understands, but
Sometimes
to live as gods and goddesses who have the ability to harness
initially
the
a place to
inherent
place
powers that is
helps
there
you
in each and every one of us.
to
And to
strengthen
make
your
this
space
happen,
to space
Swamiji
transformation.
dedicated
For
his life
example,
from the age of 3,
go to some place where
continuously
really
doing the hard work in
got to
every
do,
single aspect, taking
moving
on
from
all the
concept of
attacks,
worldly life
persecution
into the context
upon
of
himself,
God.
and providing
That
such
place may
global
be a help
platform
for you,
for us,
but
the
that
Hindus,
place itself
the current
cannot
generation and the future of Hinduism,
give you what you
to be
want.
able to access these global platforms
For
to
example, you all are
amplify
coming here.
what the Hindus have been through and
I
to
can help
create a
you to move out of
successful,
the
a
concept
blissful,
of your
bright
worldly
future
life.
for all of us
Context of
Hindus collectively together.
God,
Something
but moving
was
from that
when
place
being
to
on this
space
global
itself is
stage
not
and
enough.
listening
You have to
to
move from
what
that space to
various
the
other
space.
people from who are
That
representing
only
different
made you
countries were talking. And I
experience
understood and
God.
realized what immense
I
work
think
that
just moving
Swamiji
from
has
place
done,
to
an
place
unparalleled work.
may
It
not be
is only the
solution.
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism
Learn to move
who
from
has
space to
made
space, and
education
then
as completely a
if needed,
free
you can move from place to
availability
place also.
and making it so accessible to children that are in need,
From space to
and
space,
making, like, we are already operating in
place
over
to
100
place is
countries,
useful. Otherwise,
providing them
human needs
either
to make it.
physical or online education completely free of
Actually, I have
cost.
more jata
Today
just to
we have
scratch the jatas.
e-gurukuls
I'm
spanning in more than 100 countries, and we have KAILASA's Nithyananda
I
Rajvidya
have
Gurukul
so much.
in
Now
various
I decided
enlightenment
always let me have
ecosystems
more
of
jata so that
KAILASA,
more people
which
can
is
pull.
fostering the next generation, the youth,
Without changing the
Gen
space, if you
Z,
just change
into
the
a new
place, what will
generation
happen?
as super conscious mutation.
Will be hanging
And
on my
I
jata.
realized, like, the kind of work, immense work that Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of
That
Hinduism,
is
is doing
no way going
is
to help
not
you,
just
and
for the
surely it's
Hindus
not going to
alone,
help
but it is a
me.
solution for the global
It's only
crises
going to be more
which
trouble
various
for
people
me.
addressed
So
today. When I
understand,
heard
please do not
the
change
different
place to place
people of
unless
our
you change
generation
space to
speaking up about
space.
the
It
issues
is
of
my humble
education, I
request
realized the immense value that Swamiji has
and
already
prayer
given.
to all
Like,
my
I realized
devotees.
that every problem that they were stating, already
You would
Swamiji
have
has
seen
made it into a
his
solution.
disciples praying
I
to
just wanted
Guru,
to highlight
and
one
please see
factor
first
here,
time
because I saw
Master
various
praying to
representatives
disciples.
and delegates from different countries who
Unless
were
you
presenting upon the
change
pressing issues
from the
of
space of
not having
the context of
accessibility
world,
and
from the
affordability of
concept of
education
world
in the
to the
global
context of God,
in the global
please do
scale in
not
so many
change
countries. Still,
your place from
education
house
is
to
not
ashram.
something that's easily accessible to thousands of people, and people were
It is my
discussing about the
humble
various different
prayer
approaches
to
that we
all
can
the
have,
devotees
and the
through the
special
Pratibha
rapporteur
of
had requested for,
Krishnadi.
she had called upon for people to give inputs on how we can bring a solution based
Next,
approach to this. And I was thrilled because from the young age of 12, since the time I met Swamiji, I have seen how Swamiji, one, I have myself have been a benefactor of this. Second, I have seen how Swamiji has made education, not just education, all the basic survival needs like food, education,
Tiffin,
accommodation,
Auckland
all
New
of
Zealand,
these completely
fasting,
free of cost,
the
thus
inner awakening,
making it accessible and
especially now
affordable
the way
to
the
all
program
the
is
sets,
offered,
irrespective of race,
literally
gender, nationality,
awake.
community. Irrespective of all of this, this. Today,
The God
KAILASA is
authority
successfully
came.
running its physical and online Gurukul in over 100 countries
Process
every single day, conducting
with this
active
beautiful
sessions with participants, students from all over the globe. It is not just KAILASA's Nithyananda Gurukul. In
And
addition to this, we have the world's largest Hindu university,
completion,
KAILASA's
cleaning up
Nithyananda
biomemory,
University.
cleaning up
I
the
was
muscle
amazed
memory,
how
and opening
single-handedly,
your
it is just one
possibilities.
man. Of course, Swamiji is
And through the
Shiva
Shivoham
himself,
process,
but the
cleaning up
work that has gone
biomemory
into in
and
this
opening the
human body,
powers
single-handedly,
and
Swamiji has
ultimately awakening
established
God
so
particle,
many
bioenergy
platforms,
in you,
and I'm seeing that
Kundalini Shakti,
countries are all discussing,
and
striving to make
flooding
replicate
the
such a
Kundalini
structure
Shakti into your
which can make education or various
biomemory and muscle
survival needs
memory.
accessible and affordable.
The
And
whole
here
inner
Swamiji had
awakening has
single-handedly established that system
to its
so
next
comfortably,
higher
so
level.
smoothly, making it
I can
education or
say
such
it's
survival needs
perfection.
affordable and accessible on global scale.
Its completion
Here we can
through
see
the Nithyananda
the
process.
KAILASA's ambassador to the Netherlands, Manitya
That
Shivamayananda,
inner awakening
who
now
is here with
has
the
its deep
special
inner
rapporteur to the right of education, and she is
it has
here
reached
gifting the
its completion.
United
I
States
can
of
say
KAILASA book.
inner awakening itself has reached its completion with this Nithyanandoham process.
This is KAILASA's ambassador to the Netherlands, Her Excellency Manitya Shivamayananda, who attended in person in the United Nations Geneva
Muscle
on
memory.
behalf of the Hindu
Shivoham
Institute of
process cleans
International
of
Affairs.
biomemory. The Nithyanandoham process awakens your bioenergy. Completion itself has reached its completion with the Nithyanandoham process.
And this whole
All I
discussion
can tell
brought
you,
to light one of the most important
actually
aspects.
I am not a person.
This actually acts as a turning point for all of us to
Promote
see
something.
the kind of
All
work
my
that Swamiji is
inability, I
doing
can
at the
say,
grassroots level to enable
it's
humanity
really
to
worth
have access
trying
to
at least once,
enlightenment,
then
a
you will
super conscious
understand,
lifestyle in
and you
multivarious
will never
aspects,
feel you wasted
multiple
your
ways,
time or
multiple
money or
avenues
your
in
energy.
education for youth,
That
or you
much I can
take
guarantee.
opportunities of the super
That much
conscious
I can
lifestyle
guarantee.
that people want to have access to,
Actually, with
or
this
being able to have access to the basic survival needs
new
like food.
combination
In
of
every single
completion,
way, every
Shiva
single
process,
platform,
Nithyanandoham
Swamiji is
process,
making this super
I
conscious
can
lifestyle
comfortably tell
affordable
you,
and accessible to everyone. I'm
at
seeing
least
Ma Gokila
what
Devi is saying
spiritual
she
power will
said she
start
feels so
expressing
proud to see
through
all
you,
of us at the United Nations.
which will be
This is
useful for you in
precisely
your
what
day-to-day
how
life,
Swamiji is empowering us as
strengthens and
Hindus. Ma.
enriches
Can
you
you imagine
in your everyday
today
life.
Hindus being able to sit
And
there, not just representing some one
Reprogram,
small group of people,
at
representing the
least
2
on the
billion
planet
of
Earth,
us Hindus,
this is the most powerful
representing the
spiritual
years of persecution
program
that we've been
available
through,
now.
and empowering us to be able to talk
That
that
much I can be very
just that
clear.
confidence,
On the
just
planet
being
Earth,
equipping us with the right
the
inner
most
image
powerful
to be
spiritual
able to
program
present
available
that the
is
rich
inner
heritage
awakening.
of Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
Narada
That
can
is
vouch
the
for it,
empowerment that
as
Swamiji is
many goes
giving
to
us
all the world.
inside. Actually, I also
Next.
wanted to share with all of you the
Interrupt.
great work that
Rajeshwari,
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing and has taken responsibility for today was like in collaboration with the United Nations,
You
committing
do not
for
need to
making education freely
worry,
available
think
to all the
so
countries
much
that are
about
in
finding
need.
your guru.
It was so inspiring for me to see that
It's
in
like,
that global stage,
if I have to put it
what
in a
responsibility,
language
while
you all
all the
understand, love
leaders
at
and
first sight.
thinkers were discussing about in the panel about
Don't
how
even
we can
try
make
to
this education
make me
actually
as a guru
accessible,
or
and what are the
remember
problems
and
that
all
we
that.
are combating with
Just
in
leave it.
modern youth. What are we
You
combating
will
with
not be able to
in terms of
forget me if I
education?
am your guru.
And Swamiji took up the huge
You will not
responsibility,
be able to
saying
forget
that
me
committing,
if I am
saying
your guru.
we are going to be
It is like a
making
click
this
happens.
education, which we are already
Something
doing
will
in
click
over
in you.
100 countries, making education
You just will
accessible
not be
to
able to forget.
every single
I
person,
am there all the time
irrespective of their
inside.
gender,
Whether you are cooking
irrespective of
or
their
you are in
caste,
your
creed,
office meeting,
nationality,
whatever
race,
you are doing,
nothing, no sort of
I am
discrimination,
there
making
all
it
the time as
available
under
to
current in
every
you.
single
Then
person,
I am your guru.
completely free of cost.
If that does not happen,
I'd like to ask a
don't
question
worry,
here to
continue your
all the
search.
viewers that are watching us on
You will
social
find
media, all
my
the
blessings.
participants sitting here with us on
So,
the Zoom. How does
you
it make you
don't
all
have
feel
to worry,
when you
think
see
too much about
the
how do I
for the
find my
first
guru.
time in the
You
last
go
so
on
many
becoming more and
100
more
years,
authentic.
how does it make you feel to see when
you will,
Hinduism, the Hindu
the Guru will
persecution,
find you and
and
click in.
solution-based approach that Swamiji
Understand, this
is for
is
the first time bringing
the
in the
underline.
global stage like
The
United
moment
Nations.
you wake up,
This is not
whether
the
you are
first time.
brushing
Swamiji is the only
you
one
are
time and again in various different
doing
aspects, addressing
talking,
various different
attending your
pressing needs,
routine,
whether it is women empowerment, whether it is
reading
education,
books,
youth,
or
or
watching
whether it is the
TV,
need of Kailasa, the political
whatever you may
legitimacy
do,
for Hinduism.
I'll be
Swamiji is
there
making
as an
all of these
undercurrent
away for the
sitting
first
inside
time
you.
happen
How many of you
in
feel
the
that?
global stage. How does it make you all feel?
All of you, I am Guru, that's all. I can say. There's a big team. So you don't have to think, plan,
Who
nothing.
has for the very
It'll
first time,
just
see,
click.
one of the largest
It'll just click.
diasporas in the world is the Hindu diaspora. Yet,
So in
till
your
date,
language,
we have
you
never
call it
had
falling
a
in love. I
representation
say
of
raising in
Hindus
love.
in the United Nations. And for the very first time, it
It'll
was
just happen.
Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism,
Just happen.
who brought the Hindu
Rajesh, your
diaspora to the
blessing.
global
It'll
forefront.
happen to you now.
And with a
My
huge
blessings.
representation, we've been seeing the various
Here's
UN
Swamiji.
reports,
I
the
heard you
reports
say
of
not
the
having time
persecution
is one
Hindus
of
have
the first
faced,
forms
what
of
Kailasa
poverty.
has been through, what
Also heard
Supreme
you say
Pontiff of
that
Hinduism has been
Swagam,
subject to,
not having
how
time
through
is just
various reports has been published by the United
tired.
Nations.
I feel
And
like I don't have any
attending
time
various
because I'm
events of the
so
United
busy
Nations,
doing so many
addressing
different
the
things. So I
addressing
see
in the
where
United Nations.
tiredness
So
comes
it
in.
was really inspiring to see in how many levels Swamiji
Actually,
is working so hard,
one
tirelessly,
of the biggest
and
problem the
bringing
humanity is
Sanatana
going
Hindu
to face
Dharma
in next
to
5
the global
years
forefront,
is not
bringing legitimacy to the greatest
HIV,
science called
AIDS, or
Hinduism.
population,
I'm seeing so many participants
or
posting. Ma many participants has
terrorism.
posted. This is such
No.
an exciting news.
One of the
Swamiji is
biggest
making it happen
problem
so beautifully.
humanity is going to face
And
in
Ma
next 5
Yogamala has
years.
posted, feeling so proud.
Deaths.
Actually, many of
You
you are
get
asking where you can
boredom
get
and
this information.
tiredness.
We will guide you all as to where
Whatever
exactly
you
you
want to
can
give,
go.
people don't want to live anymore.
The gist of what happened in the event,
They are
and
bored.
then get to know and understand.
Give them
And we
pizza.
request
They are
all
bored.
of you. So
Okay,
many
provide
messages
them
are
all
actually
the
coming saying how proud you are
varieties of
feeling to
sex.
see
No,
this.
they are bored.
Take a moment,
Pornography, they
share
are
this
bored.
to the other
Entertainment,
Hindus, not
bored.
just Hindus. Share this with
Alcohol,
everyone.
bored.
So people around you, you
Drugs,
can share,
bored.
enrich them, and make them aware of
Facebook,
the
bored.
significance of Kailasa. This is the
TV,
difference that
bored.
Swamiji is bringing through Kailasa. Of course,
This
this is
is one of
something
the
too
biggest
small,
problem
pertaining to
humanity
what,
is going to face
in
within
contrast to
next
what
5 years.
actually Swamiji is envisioning through Kailasa. This is just one aspect of it. And just one aspect of it itself is such a significant
Denying
difference, empowering various different
your
sectors of
life,
people, whether it is the women, whether it is the youth, whether it
denying
is the
the
whether it is
possibilities
discussion amongst various other
of
countries. Something,
your
all of these
space and
aspects is
time
bringing the
meeting.
awareness about Hinduism, its significance,
Important
the
truth.
Holocaust, the
Decided
persecution
I'll
it's
do
been
a
through, and the
2-day
solution
program,
into a global stage.
just like
Bringing
Nithyananda
discussions, making these
on
discussions
conquering time,
active, making people and different nations actively participate upon
because
such discussions.
it is too much to
All of you
share in
can
one question
head
answer,
to
one
the
question.
official Facebook page.
I really want to help people
And I also just
get out
wanted
of
now to
boredom.
request each one of you, so many of you that are feeling
Boredom
proud,
captures
feeling
you.
inspired, feeling like,
Nothing can
wow,
make your life
take a
happy.
moment now, share this
I'm not
exciting news. Please
promoting
head to this Facebook page, Kailasa's SPH
all that.
JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page.
But all
I
I'm
request
trying to
all
tell
of
you
you to
is
please head to this Facebook
boredom
page.
is
The
much
moment
worse
you
than
go to
all
the
this.
page, you will see is the first
Even
thing
with
you will
all
see
this, if
is
you are
this
able to
post.
keep
This is
yourself
a
excited, at
featured
least
post.
okay, be alive.
You can just click on this featured post and it will take you to the actual
It's
post.
going to be one of the
And
worst.
here, please, you can give a like to it and
Because
go to the comment section and share, post here.
by the
How
time
do
they are
you
30,
feel about
maximum
being
30,
a
they've
Hindu
seen everything,
and
they've
being
done
as a
everything
part of
which you can imagine,
Kailasa
you can't imagine.
and being a disciple of the Supreme
What
Pontiff
more
of
to do?
Hinduism who is doing this immense
Nothing
work for
more.
Sanatana Hindu Dharma? How do you feel?
The
And how do you feel
only
about this milestone of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? Actually, as Manityanta was saying, this in
boredom.
contrast to the huge work Swamiji is doing, this is something very small.
Understanding
But this
what
itself,
is
for
time,
all of us,
what
it
is
is
like such a moment to be so proud of, because the kind of representation and the kind of message, the responsibility that Swamiji has taken upon himself.
is
and
a
doing
insight
for the good of the
celebration.
whole humanity. Please take a moment. Please head to this Facebook post and please give a like to it and post a comment. And here, as all of you can see, there's a share button, clicking which you will get various options, whether you can share in your feed and you can share it in your timeline, sharing it with your friends, and sharing it in your messenger, and sharing it to a group. I request all of you to take a few minutes and follow every step. Please head to this Facebook post, and in each level, whether it is sharing it on your timeline, sharing it to your friends, sharing it to your story, and sharing it to a group, please do in every step. Please head to this page, and this it's a few clicks for you. But through this, you are also getting to be a part of this grand excitement and sharing this with the whole world. Please take a few minutes. I request all of you immediately to head to Facebook. We'll actually now be posting this link to all of you in the chat. I request all of you, please head to this particular post and share it in all your timelines. Share it on your WhatsApp and share it on your Twitter. Some of you are asking for the links. Yes, we are posting the link now in all of your chats. I request all of you to take a few minutes and please see your chats. You'll be seeing the exact link of the post being posted.